Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Shut up. If this guy is really from the Thor Pirates, we can't afford to offend him. You have to know whose territory we are opening a casino on. The casino owner was also in a bad mood at this time. If it were another gambler who owed $200 million, he would have beaten him up. But now this fat cat is so arrogant, and he can't help it because he is really afraid that this guy is a member of the Thor Pirates. Especially when I called Violet just now. Violet, as a leader of the Thor Pirates, said she wanted to come over. At this time, the casino owner could only wait quietly. After all, he would never dare to offend the people of the Thor Pirates. More than 10 minutes later, a huge Kuenpung descended in front of the casino. Seeing the giant Kuenpung and the woman on top of the giant Kuenpung, the casino owner's expression immediately changed. He knew that these two were the captain and cadres of the Thor Pirates. Hey, you two are here. Help me pay off the debt. I'm a little unlucky, and I accidentally owe $200 million. When Farid saw Violet and the two coming over, he was still lying on the sofa, put a crystal clear grape in his mouth, and let the two beauties fan themselves, looking like he was enjoying it. At this time, Farid thought to himself, this is the pirate life of his dreams. Seeing Farid like this, Violet's face instantly turned black, and Bard also looked helpless. Master Violet, Master Bard. The casino owner stepped forward with a respectful look. This fat cat owes you $200 million, right? Violet asked the casino owner. Yes, Violet Sama, of course. If he is really from the Thor Pirates, how dare we want him? The casino owner replied obediently. He was thankful in his heart that he didn't do anything to the fat cat. Take it. Violet threw out 2 sacks of Bailey. She knew that the Thor Pirates, as the controllers of this country, naturally had to lead by example. Follow me. Violet called the fat cat with some disgust. After looking at the two beauties behind him, Farard seemed a little reluctant to leave. Violet, bud, you two go back first, and I will go back later to gamble. Hearing that Farid still wanted to go back to gamble, no matter how good Violet's character was, at this time I felt angry. Bud, beat this guy up and take him back. As Violet's chief housekeeper, Chun Fan said that when he was away, everyone except the deputy captain would obey her orders. Seeing Farid like this, Bud also wanted to beat him up. Then, Bud walked over step by step. Seeing the evil smile on Bud's face, Farid suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately said, Brother, with our relationship, you won't really want to beat me, right? If I don't beat you up, Violet will blame me. Bud smiled. Ah, help, someone killed someone. The captain of the Thor Pirates killed someone. Then, a minute-long scream continued. Afterwards, Farid, who was beaten into a pig's head, was dragged back by Bud. Seeing Farid's appearance, Violet was speechless. She thought to herself, why did the Thor Pirates have such a rogue cat? However, Violet didn't care too much about such small things. She knew that there were more critical things next. Afternoon, sunset, dusk, when the sun is about to set. At this moment, in the palace, everyone from the Thor Pirates was gathered here. Now we know that Chin Fan has not died, but only 4. At this time, everyone including Mihawk was confused. Violet called everyone over and said that there was something very important to announce. What was it? Just when everyone was confused, a masked figure slowly walked in. Everyone looked at that figure, and for a while, several people felt that it was very familiar. Later, Chun Fan took off the mask and saw the true face of the person under the mask. Except for the 4 people who had known about it for a long time, everyone else looked surprised, or rather pleasantly surprised, including Mihawk, who had always been indifferent. His expressions also changed. Captain, you are still alive. Terzig spoke first. Lafitte and the others were also very excited, and then they even became a little incoherent. After several minutes, Chun Fan explained, and they finally became quiet. Afterwards, Chun Fan sat on a main seat, looked at the people below, and said, the world government actually launched a siege on us, so we have to retaliate and give them a surprise. Chun Fan showed an evil smile on his lips. When everyone saw the expression on their captain's face, they all knew that something big was going to happen next. Next step, except for Bard who stays here, the rest of the group will follow me to Impel Down City. This underwater great prison has no need to exist anymore. Chun Fan said his next move was to destroy the great prison under the sea and rescue a person from it. Bullet, the so-called descendant of the devil. This person is very powerful. If he can be recruited into the Thor Pirates, then the strength of the Thor Pirates will be further improved. When Violet and others heard that Chun Fan actually wanted to destroy the great prison under the sea, they couldn't help but think that he was indeed their captain. This was Captain Xiang's style, and he must avenge himself. In the next few minutes, Chun Fan confirmed the candidates for this operation. Do you have any comments? Chun Fan looked at everyone. Violet and others had no other ideas. Only Bud also wanted to participate in this operation, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say anything, because the base camp really needs a strong general-level person to guard it. I'm going to go too. Ferret stood up because he found that he was not in the action list that Chun Fan just mentioned. This was somewhat unacceptable to Ferret, who had always longed for adventure on the sea. Destroying the great prison under the sea. How could you not call yourself such an exciting action? Chun Fan looked at Ferret. This level of action was indeed a bit too dangerous for a brigadier general. However, if there are no accidents, this operation should be completed smoothly. After all, Marine didn't know that he was still alive. Okay, you can also participate in this operation. Chun Fan agreed. That's great. With me here, I can definitely lead you to victory. Ferret looked at everyone with an arrogant expression. Regarding this, everyone almost couldn't help laughing. After all, Ferret can now be said to be at the bottom of the Thor Pirates' combat power. The rest of you will leave first. Ferret, you stay. Chun Fan looked at Ferret and said he thought that he had something good to give to Ferret. Although everyone was also very confused. Why did the captain leave Ferret alone? But they didn't ask because they knew that the captain didn't like being questioned about anything he did. What's wrong? Boss, do you have any important tasks for me when you keep me here? Ferret looked at Chun Fan expectantly, thinking that Chun Fan had some important task for him. Take this devil fruit. It's an ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit. Chun Fan threw out a devil fruit and gave it directly to Ferret. Looking at this devil fruit that was as red as a grapefruit, Ferret's face was full of excitement. He naturally knew how precious the devil fruit was. Boss, you are so good to me. With that said, Ferret was about to rush over and hug Chun Fan, but the smell of cigarette smoke still remained on his body. In response, Chun Fan frowned, and with a flash of thunder, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Ferret also hugged an empty one. Okay, hurry up and eat it to increase your strength. After this action, you will follow Bard and let him teach you two-color domineering. Chun Fan didn't like weak people. Even if Ferret saved his life, he still hoped that Ferret could help him later and not become a hindrance. Okay, boss. After hearing Chun Fan's words, Ferret did not hesitate and immediately ate the devil fruit in one go. But he seemed to have forgotten the taste of devil fruit. In an instant, Ferret's face turned extremely ugly. He felt as if he had just eaten a piece of shit and almost couldn't help but spit it out. He could only desperately resist the thought of vomiting and half knelt on the ground in pain. It took more than a minute for Ferret to slowly regain his composure. Isn't this devil fruit too tasty? Ferret stood up and complained, but then he felt a powerful force in his body. Moreover, some of the fat on the body surface has completely turned into muscles, and the entire body has become stronger. Ben, I feel full of strength now. Ferret clenched the cat's paw, his face full of excitement, and he felt that his strength had doubled. He even realized that he could transform into a giant Tyrannosaurus. If he weren't in the palace, he would have wanted to transform directly. Okay, you can withdraw first, and then you can train your devil fruit abilities and dual color hockey. Chun Fan said with an indifferent expression. Okay, boss. The expression on Ferret's face was extremely happy at this time, and he walked towards the outside of the palace with the pace of not recognizing his relatives. Not long after he went out, he met Bud. At this moment, Bud also discovered that Farid seemed different from a few minutes ago. Your strength seems to have become stronger. Bud said to Farid, "That's natural. I ate it. It's an ancient animal type, Tyrannosaurus fruit. From now on, you will recognize me as the boss, and I will protect you." Farid seemed to be a little carried away, and said to Bud with an arrogant look, "Really, boss? Why don't we have a fight? I want to see what powerful power the Tyrannosaurus fruit has." Bud looked at Farid with a smile on his face. Hearing that Bard was actually going to fight with him, Farid panicked for a moment. "I'm feeling a little unwell today. I'll have to wait for another day." Afterwards, Farid ran forward quickly and disappeared in a flash, fearing that Bard would catch up and fight with him. He was extremely frightened when he thought of the huge Kuanping. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The sun shines on the sea. A portal appeared in the sky and then disappeared, and with the portal disappeared 4 people and a cat. Those who participated in the operation this time included Chun Fan, Lafitte, Monet, Myhawk, and Farid. This time, they did not use the Thor to sail. Because the Thor's appearance was too eye-catching, this operation mainly caught Marine off guard. Push into the city. At this moment, Magellan was still in the toilet with diarrhea, as usual. Because of the side effects of the devil fruit, he spends more than half of his 24 hours in the toilet. As for Shiryu, who was guarding Changyu, he was lying on a chair and resting, feeling bored. He originally wanted to go to the 6th floor to fight some pirates. However, Magellan has been keeping a close eye on him recently. In the afternoon, a portal appeared on the shore of Impel Down, and 5 people walked out of the portal. The soldiers patrolling on the shore immediately discovered Chun Fan and his 4 companions. When they saw Chun Fan's figure clearly, their expressions were filled with fear. "Thor, Chun Fan." A thin soldier couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, Chun Fan walked forward with a cold expression, and Farid and his group followed behind. Thunder flashed all over his body, but Chun Fan did not move at all. Strands of thunder turned into giant thunder dragons and rushed out violently. It wrapped around his body and covered the surroundings. As Chun Fan walked along, the soldiers around him all turned into charred corpses and fell to the ground. "Run, run. This is the devil. This is the devil." Those soldiers fled frantically. Facing the thunder god Chun Fan, they did not dare to resist at all. A minute later, Chun Fan had arrived at the gate of the great prison under the sea. No one could stop him, or rather, no one dared to stop him. "Warden, warden, something bad has happened. Thor, Chun Fan is here." A jailer ran up in a hurry. At this moment, Magellan had just pulled up his pants and walked out of the toilet. "What did you say?" Magellan thought he had heard it wrong. "Thor, Chun Fan, Hawkeye, Myhawk, and 3 members of Thunder God One Piece. They came to us, and the brothers guarding the shore can't stop them at all," the jailer said with horror on his face. Thunder God Chun Fan is still alive. Magellan's eyes widened. You know, the news of the disappearance and death of Thunder God Chun Fan was widely spread in this ocean. But now, Thunder God Chun Fan actually appeared here and brought with him members of the Thunder God Pirates. What does that mean? Magellan thought of it immediately. He didn't dare to hesitate and dialed the telephone bug immediately. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. Brew, brew. Sengoku, who had just finished his business, was about to eat some sanbei and take a rest. At this time, he saw that the red den mushi on the table rang, which meant that something important was happening. Zhanghua picked up the phone without hesitation. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'm Magellan. Thunder God Chun Fan is not dead. He led Hawkeye Myhawk and the other 3 members of the Thunder God Pirates to my place and asked for support." Magellan's voice rang out. "What did you say?" "Thunder God Chun Fan is not dead." Upon hearing the news, Zhanghua was immediately stunned. He did not expect that Chun Fan, as a user of the Devil Fruit ability, would not die after falling into the sea. And now, he appeared and impelled down. Zhanghua immediately realized what Chun Fan was going to do. "Magellan, try to hold him off as long as you can. I will send someone over to support you right away." After saying this, Sengoku hung up the den mushi. I dialed Borsellino's den mushi. Inside a huge room, Kizuru hasn't been on a mission for several days, and this leisurely life makes him feel happy. He was especially happier when he thought that Chun Fan was already dead. Kizaru thought to himself that no one in this ocean could catch up with his speed. Brew, brew. Then Kizaru heard the black din din mushy in his arms ringing. Hearing this voice, Kizaru's wretched face showed some impatience. Who was he thinking about? Who was disturbing his perfect vacation? However, after thinking about it, Kizaru still picked it up. Kizaru, I'm Sengoku. Chun Fan is not dead, and he is on the advancement floor with the Thunder God Pirates. You need to go over there as fast as possible to provide support. Upon hearing the news, Kizaru was also stunned. He didn't expect that Chun Fan was not dead. Yes, Fleet Admiral. After coming back to his senses, Kizaru responded and hung up the din din mushy. What a trouble. How come Thunder God Chun Fan didn't die? Kizaru frowned, but the next second, his whole body turned into photons, disappeared on the spot, and headed towards the direction of the city. In the Fleet Admiral office, after Sengoku hung up the din din mushy, he immediately made another call. He knew that Chun Fan and Mihawk were there, and it was not enough for him to go over and provide support with just one general. At this time, Kazan, who was lying on a lounge chair at the port with an eye mask on his face and resting, also heard the sound of the din din mushy ringing. He looked a little unhappy. Kazan had just returned from mission. How long had he not rested? But as a Marine Admiral, he still picked up the din din mushy. Kazan, Chun Fan is not dead yet. I have already sent Kizaru over. You should go over immediately to support him. After hearing the news, Kazan also stood up. Obviously, no one expected that Chun Fan, a devil fruit user, could survive after being seriously injured, falling into the sea, and not being traced for 7 days. Okay, Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Kazan hung up the phone and turned into elements, turning into ice and disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, under the sea, the Great Prison, Chun Fan and others have arrived at the second floor. It can be said that at this time, Chun Fan and others are just as if they are at their own home. No one dared to rush out to stop them. The thunder of destruction seemed to destroy everything. Chun Fan, wrapped around the purple thunder dragon, looked like a god or a demon. The terrifying aura exuding from his body made ordinary people dare not even look directly at him. On the 5th floor of the advancement level, Magellan and Shiryu are standing here. Behind them stood Hannibal and others. At this moment, all the combat power of the advancement layer could be said to be concentrated on the 5th layer. But even so, most of them still looked serious and extremely nervous, and some even trembled uncontrollably. Because they know who they are about to face. Chun Fan, the most powerful and tyrannical monarch in the world. Magellan, do you think we could stop Chun Fan? Hannibal asked Magellan at the side with some fear. There was no answer, and Magellan also had a complicated expression, although he had general-level combat power. But the opponent we faced this time was too terrifying. Hannibal, are you scared? If you are, you can get out. Shiryu on the side said unceremoniously. It can be said that he is an alternative. While the others are serious and scared, his current expression is full of madness, and can even be said to be a little excited. Many years ago, when Chun Fan escaped from prison, they had fought each other. No one thought that Chun Fan would eventually become the strongest in the world. Now that Chun Fan is back, Shiryu is looking forward to playing against him. Who is scared? I am the man who wants to replace Magellan's warden. How can I back down? At this moment, Hannibal's eyes were full of determination. Magellan on the side heard Hannibal saying that he wanted to replace him, but he didn't care because he knew that Hannibal didn't have the strength. Moreover, although Hannibal was not strong, he sincerely handed himself over to this underwater prison. The most difficult factor this time around has to be Shiryu. You should know how strong Shiryu's opponent is this time. I hope you will seriously join forces with me to fight against the enemy. I have already requested support from Sengoku Fleet Admiral. As long as we hold off a group of people, support will arrive. Magellan said to Shiryu with a serious expression. Don't worry, as long as you don't hold me back. An evil smile appeared on Shiryu's face, and he stroked the sharp knife in his hand. The fourth floor. Captain, it seems no one dares to come up and stop us, Lafitte said with a smile on his face. He likes to cause trouble the most. Then I must be scared away by my heroic appearance. Who dares to come here? Before Chen Fan could speak, Farid looked arrogant. Looking at this broken cat, Monet was speechless. Let's go. They're waiting for us up there. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. Through seeing and hearing the domineering color, he felt two powerful auras above him. If I guess correctly, one is Magellan and the other is Shiryu. After a while, Chen Fan, 4 people, and 1 cat arrived on the 5th floor. At this time, Magellan and the others were waiting here. It was impossible for them to let Chen Fan go to the 6th floor. If those heinous criminals were let go, there would be big trouble. Looking at Chen Fan, whose whole body was shining with terrifying thunder, Hannibal couldn't help but tremble all over. He just glanced at Chen Fan and felt deep fear. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to become so strong after running away. They all say you're the strongest in the world. Let me try. How strong are you? After Shiryu said this, he directly pulled out the sword in his hand and disappeared. He held the sword covered with powerful armed domineering and slashed at Chen Fan. Shiryu, wait a moment. Magellan, I didn't expect Shiryu to be so impulsive, but it was already too late. Really? You want to feel despair? Chen Fan showed an evil smile on his lips. Purple thunder flashed all over his body, and a purple thunder spear appeared. Incomparably terrifying power gathered throughout his body, and he stabbed forward with the thunder spear in his right hand. Feeling the power of destruction, Shiryu's expression changed, but the sword was too late to thrust out. Clang! In an instant, the destructive thunder spear collided with the sharp sword. A powerful force spread out, and in the next second, Shiryu's entire body flew out like a cannonball. Bang! Shiryu fell heavily against the wall. His whole body sank in, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Shiryu felt that several of his ribs were broken, and his face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Chen Fan was so strong, and he was knocked away with just one move. This is the terrifying thing about Chen Fan's full strength. Even a strong man at the level of a quasi-general is only slightly more powerful than an ant to him. Not to mention Shiryu, Magellan, and the others were stunned. They never imagined that one day Shiryu would be knocked away with one move. Is this guy a monster? Can we really stop him? Hannibal couldn't help but said with some fear. Even Magellan looked serious. He could clearly feel that Chen Fan's strength was terrifying. The next second, the thunder of destruction shone, and Chen Fan's whole body was wrapped around the thunder dragon of destruction. He was too lazy to waste time going down. This time, he came here to directly destroy the underwater prison. Come again. At this time, Shiryu escaped from the wall. His whole body was surging with sword intent, and his weapon was a domineering sword covered with domineering force. He attacked Chen Fan again. It was obvious that he was knocked away with just one move because of his dissatisfaction. Just when Shiryu was attacking, a figure holding a supremely sharp sword stood in front of him. Clang! The great knife and the supreme knife collided together. A great swordsman. Mihawk discovered that his opponent was a great swordsman and was immediately interested. Get out of my way. Shiryu obviously wanted to fight Chen Fan. His whole body's strength exploded to the limit, trying to force Mihawk back. With Mihawk's strength, how could he be forced to retreat? For a moment, 2 powerful swords collided. Shiryu, who struck out in anger, found himself suppressed. He could feel the terrifying power of the sword in front of him. You are Mihawk, the second in command of the Thor pirates. After a stalemate, Shiryu asked Mihawk, who recognized his identity from the supreme sword. A good opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. Mihawk hasn't fought against the great swordsman for a long time. It's interesting. Let me try it. Can I kill you? At this time, Shiryu looked crazy and waved the big knife in his hand. At this moment, Mihawk did not flinch, waving the supreme sharp knife in his hand. The sword energy raged, and 2 powerful forces competed in this prison. At the same time, Chen Fan has been walking towards Magellan step by step. Poison Dragon. Magellan's expression was full of seriousness, and he did not dare to hesitate. His whole body was immediately covered with purple venom. The purple venom turned into a poisonous dragon and appeared above Magellan. It contained powerful power and drowned Chun Fan and others. But Chun Fan's expression was still full of indifference, and he just moved his fingers slightly forward. In an instant, the fingers wrapped in purple thunder collided with the poisonous dragon. Boom! The powerful poisonous dragon was directly destroyed by the thunder of destruction, and wisps of venom spilled onto the ground. Seeing his attack being destroyed with just one finger, Magellan's pupils widened. He knew that Chun Fan was powerful, but he didn't expect that Chun Fan was so powerful. Afterwards, Chun Fan moved closer to Magellan. Every time he took a step closer, the purple thunder gave Hannibal and the others a strong sense of oppression. Poisonous pufferfish. Magellan did not dare to hesitate and spat out a large number of poison balls. Several of the poison balls, which were several meters high, attacked Chun Fan. His expression was still full of indifference. Chun Fan just waved the thunder spear forward in his hand. In an instant, a thunderous slash burst out. Boom! The 8 poison balls were directly destroyed with a violent explosion. Get started and deal with them. Chun Fan was too lazy to waste time and went down. The purple thunder spear flashed, and he attacked Magellan. His face was full of solemnity, and Magellan's whole body was covered with poisonous gas, and he faced him directly. Bang, bang! The poisonous fist collided with the thunder spear, and the power of destructive thunder raged, and the venom flooded the ground. Under this collision, Magellan took several steps back before he stabilized his figure. On the other hand, Chun Fan stood tall and straight. At the same time, Lafitte and the others also attacked Hannibal and the others. I saw a portal appearing out of thin air. Before Hannibal could react, Lafitte had already appeared behind him, his scepter covered with armed domineering force. Only Hannibal, who had seen and heard the domineering look in the first stage, barely noticed it, and he turned around to resist with both arms. Bang! The next second, Hannibal was hit hard and fell to the ground, looking extremely painful. Just when Lafitte was about to attack again, a whip was swung towards him. Lafitte noticed it immediately. The portal appeared. He escaped into the air and disappeared. The whip was also empty. Didn't you hit it? Sadie was a little annoyed when she saw this scene. Ice tornado. At this time, the power of cold ice appeared. Monet's whole body was exuding ice and snow, and the temperature in the entire air dropped by several degrees. An ice tornado of tens of meters swept towards little Sadie. There was no way to escape, and with an extremely frightened expression, little Sadie was directly swallowed by the ice tornado. An ice tornado tens of meters long emerged and swept toward Sadie. There was no time to escape. Little Sadie's expression was filled with fear, and she was directly swept into the ice tornado. As the ice tornado dissipated, the ground shattered and the walls collapsed. Sadie fell to the ground in pain. Blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, and she didn't know how many ribs were broken. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. When Hannibal saw this scene, he was extremely angry and wanted to rush out and fight back. However, in the next second, a slash struck him, and it was Lafitte who was behind him, waving his scepter. With Hannibal's strength, how could he possibly block this blow? I saw him pulling out his weapon and trying to block it, but the moment he came into contact with the slash, Hannibal's entire body flew backwards, bang, embedded on the wall. He fell to the ground in pain and couldn't stand up for a while. On the other side, Farid was testing the fruit's ability when a huge Tyrannosaurus appeared and rushed directly into the crowd. With the powerful body of Tyrannosaurus, the remaining jailers couldn't do anything to him. The battle was completely one-sided. The huge Tyrannosaurus just waved its front paws and threw several jailers away, causing them to hit the wall heavily and fainted. Some people even lost their lives directly. As the warden, Magellan saw this scene with worry and even anger on his face. But he has too much time to take care of himself now. The thunder of destruction has completely suppressed the venom. Magellan was constantly being forced back, and he felt fear deep in his heart. The power of Thunder God Chun Fan was too terrifying. You have good strength. If you follow me, I can spare your life. Chun Fan stood there, with purple thunder wrapped around his body, exuding boundless domineering power in every move he made. He took a fancy to Magellan's strength and began to recruit him. It's impossible. As the warden of the prison, I can't be with you criminals. Magellan refused directly, although he knew that if he agreed, he might save his life. If he refused, the consequences would be self-evident. However, Magellan had his own beliefs and could not agree. Chun Fan was not surprised to hear Magellan's rejection. The next second, the thunder became more violent, and magical purple thunder wings appeared behind Chun Fan. In an instant, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan disappeared. The thunder spear in his hand shot out like a dragon, containing extremely terrifying power, and pierced Magellan directly with one shot. The speed is so fast, and the power is so terrifying that it is as powerful as Magellan, and his expression shows a trace of panic. He did not dare to hesitate. His fist was covered with armed, domineering energy and wrapped in venom, and he punched forward with his right fist. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear collided with the venom fist. The thunder raged, venom splashed everywhere. Everything around was destroyed, and the floor was corroded. With this blow, Magellan's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! His huge body hit the wall before stopping. Looking at the figure walking forward step by step, there is a figure of destructive thunder around him. He was solemn, and even felt a trace of fear in his heart. Magellan knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely lose, and he would not even be able to support Marine support. He must never fight Chun Fan in close combat again. This guy's strength is too terrifying. Poison Cloud. Magellan stretched his hands forward, and the poisonous gas was immediately released through his hands, turning into poisonous clouds several meters high, covering Chun Fan at extremely fast speeds. Thunder. With an expression full of indifference, Chun Fan showed no fear in the face of this strange attack. He just waved the thunder spear forward in his hand. In an instant, wisps of terrifying purple thunder seemed to turn into a giant thunder net, drowning towards the poisonous clouds. The next second, the giant thunder net swallowed up those poisonous clouds. Zzz. The sound of thunder, sizzling sounded, and those mysterious poisonous clouds were directly destroyed. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. Seeing that ordinary attacks were useless, Magellan did not hesitate. The venom all over his body became even more terrifying. He released countless venom from his body and turned directly into a skull-shaped giant. Moreover, this skull-shaped giant was still blood-red. The next moment, the dozens of meters tall skeleton giant attacked Chun Fan. Looking at the skeleton-shaped giant covered in venom, Chun Fan's expression was still full of indifference, with no intention of avoiding it. Endless Thunder Dragon. I saw that the terrifying purple thunder all over Chun Fan's body became more shining and slowly condensed toward behind him 9 thunder dragons. As Chun Fan waved the thunder spear in his hand, 9 purple thunder dragons behind him rushed out, instantly containing extremely terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, 9 thunder dragons directly hit the skeleton giant. With the sound of explosions, countless rubbles flew across and dust rose everywhere. The powerful skeleton giant became a living target under the bombardment of 9 thunder dragons. The venom continued to dissipate, and as the explosion ended, the skeleton giant was directly shattered. Seeing his attacks being easily destroyed time and time again, Magellan couldn't help but show surprise on his face. He knew that Chun Fan was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Your Devil Fruit ability is very suitable for this environment, but it is not very effective under the absolute, overwhelming strength. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and the next second, with the flapping of his thunder wings, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind Magellan. Feeling the destructive power of thunder, Magellan's expression was filled with a hint of panic. Venom Dragon. He did not dare to hesitate at all. The venom gathered on his right fist, giving birth to a giant Venom Dragon. With the Venom Dragon in his right fist, he turned around and slammed towards Chun Fan behind him. With a sneer on his face, Chun Fan simply waved the Thunder Spear in his hand. Boom! The moment the Thunder Spear collided with the Venom Dragon, everything around it was destroyed and circles of air waves spread out. The Venom Dragon dissipated in an instant, and Magellan's body retreated several meters before stopping. The next moment, Chun Fan rushed forward again, and the destructive purple thunder wrapped around his body seemed to destroy everything. Seeing this terrifying power, Magellan knew that he could not retreat. He was the warden of this prison. Anyone could retreat, but he could not retreat. Come on, Chun Fan, the director, must be under your command today to protect my territory. Magellan also attacked with venom emanating from his body. Bang! In an instant, the two men clashed fiercely. The destructive thunder and the corrosive venom, two powerful forces, destroyed everything around them. Even the floor within a radius of 100 meters was completely covered by the two forces. However, the terrifying power of thunder directly occupied most of it. At the beginning of the battle, Chun Fan completely gained the upper hand, and Magellan's body, which was filled with venom, was constantly covered with scars. The Thunder Spear of Destruction continued to cause damage to it. On the other hand, Magellan's venom was destroyed by the power of thunder just as it was about to approach Chun Fan. This fundamental gap in strength cannot be made up for even if Magellan's fruit ability is more suitable for this environment. At the back of the fifth floor, two powerful sword energies raged, and two terrifying sword energies and wills collided. Hawkeye Mihawk is filled with ghostly aura, and his powerful murderous intent seems to destroy everything. Although Shiryu is also a great swordsman, he is still far behind Mihawk in terms of sword power and swordsmanship. Clang! The sound of swords and horses continued to ring out. Shiryu, holding a large sharp knife, kept retreating, while Mihawk, on the other hand, pressed forward step by step. You are very strong and a good opponent. Mihawk brandished the supreme sword in his hand, Black Blade Knight, and a green sword energy burst out instantly, containing extremely powerful power, sweeping toward Shiryu. Haha, you dare to comment on me? Lousy is going to kill you. Although Shiryu's body was covered with sword wounds, his face was still full of madness. Waving the big sword in his hand, a white sword energy burst out. Boom! The white sword energy and the green sword energy collided with each other in an instant. Countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere, and dust rose up, and grooves appeared on the ground. The two sword energies disappeared into the fifth-floor prison. The next second, Shiryu's body instantly disappeared from the spot, holding a large sharp knife, and Lei Yu rushed forward. However, Mihawk remained calm when facing the powerful Shiryu. The supreme sword in his hand was as black as ink. As he swung the black sword, a green sword energy burst out and turned into a green dragon in an instant, swallowing it up. Seeing this, Shiryu of the Rain quickly swung the large sword in his hand, and white sword energy slashed out like a storm. It seems to want to destroy the green dragon. Boom! The floor continued to crack, and sword energy raged. Those white sword energy were destroyed by the green dragon in just a flash. The green dragon then rushed towards Shiryu at an extremely fast speed. There was no time to dodge, and Shiryu could only block in front of him with a big sharp knife. With the powerful force coming, Shiryu was directly carried backwards by the green dragon. Bang! Shiryu finally stopped after falling heavily into the wall. He knelt on one knee on the ground, with a large knife in his hand stuck in the floor, his expression full of coldness. Today, she faced two people and ended up getting beaten up. This was a huge humiliation for Shiryu. Kill you be asterisk 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 D. Shiryu showed an evil smile, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a face full of madness. Holding a big knife, his body disappeared again on the spot. His body was covered with powerful sword intent. Mihawk also rushed forward upon seeing this. He liked to fight with great swordsmen. Clang! All of a sudden, the sound of the two famous swords colliding rang out again. Everything around was destroyed, and the powerful sword intent of the two men burst out completely. However, in just a few moments of the fight, Shiryu was completely suppressed, even though he had already attacked with all his strength and was going crazy. But in the face of the absolute strength gap, it still has no effect. As for the jailers and guards, not to mention, most of them were killed or injured by the giant Tyrannosaurus. Now most of them are either comatose or dead. Hannibal, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, his face full of despair and unwillingness. He turned his attention to Magellan, even though he had always been unhappy with Magellan and always wanted to take his place. But he knew that Magellan was powerful. Even so, Magellan could only struggle under Chen Fan. The thunder of destruction seemed to destroy everything. Magellan's original venom that corroded everything had no effect under the purple thunder. Hannibal looked at Shiryu again. Although he disliked Shiryu the most in prison, he still hoped that Shiryu could help solve the crisis at this time. But the result made him feel a little desperate. Shiryu was also suppressed by the eagle-eyed Mihawk. It was only a matter of time before he would lose. At this moment, Hannibal felt deep despair, but that didn't mean he would back down. He looked at the jailers who had all fallen, as well as the huge Tyrannosaurus in front of him, the witch covered in ice, and the gentleman with an evil smile on his face. Hannibal stood up directly and stood in front of the three of them. With me, Hannibal, you can't even think of breaking into the 6th floor. Seeing this scene, Monet and the three of them had smiles on their faces, and that smile was full of disdain. It's funny, you are so weak, you dare to block my way. Farid looked at Hannibal extremely arrogantly, and he now deeply felt the power of the Tyrannosaurus fruit. Of course, the biggest reason is that he is not weak in strength. So what? As long as I'm here, you can't be arrogant. Hannibal's face was pale, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he still held the iron trident and pointed at Farid. Hannibal, leave quickly, you can't stop them. Magellan knew Hannibal's ambitions and loyalty to impel down, and he didn't want Hannibal to die here. Oh, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, his thunder wings waved, and terrifying thunder speed erupted. For a moment, Magellan couldn't see Chun Fan clearly, but when he saw it clearly, Chun Fan had already appeared in front of him, wielding the thunder spear in his hand, and it pierced out with terrifying power. Looking a little panicked, Magellan could only block in front of him with his arms covered in venom. Boom! However, under this blow, his body still flew backwards like a cannonball. He stopped after being dozens of meters away, and there were two hideous wounds on his arms, which were so deep that the bones were visible, which looked particularly scary. There is still thunder left on it. Panting heavily, less than 20 minutes into the battle, Magellan felt that he was reaching his limit and could no longer hold on. This is the terrifying thing about Chun Fan's strength. An ordinary general-level powerhouse cannot survive for an hour under his full strength. On the other side, Farard looked at Hannibal as if he were a fool. You two don't take action. Let me send him on his way. Farid moved his huge body and waved his front paws, which contained terrifying power, and attacked Hannibal. Stop being so arrogant. Lousy is going to be a prison warden in the future. Hannibal concentrated all his power on his right hand and thrust out the trident he held. Boom! The moment the sharp claws collided with the trident, powerful force struck, and Hannibal immediately flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Farid shook his head. I'm not afraid of death. I came out to block him. I thought he was so strong, but in the end, his strength is not enough for me to fight. Come again. At this time, Hannibal stood up tremblingly. Blood was flowing from his head, and his body was full of scars, but his eyes were firm. Oh, I can still stand up. When Farid saw this scene, he became interested and opened his ferocious mouth. Tyrannosaurus, roar. Accompanied by a roar, circular sound waves rushed straight towards Hannibal. With Hannibal's strength, he couldn't avoid it at all. He was directly blasted by the sound waves and flew backwards again. Bang! Debris flew everywhere and the walls shattered. Hannibal smashed 2 walls this time before he stopped. He was lying on top of the ruins, with blood all over his body. It looked like he didn't even know whether he was alive or not. Courage is good, but I'm still stronger. Ferrard saw that Hannibal still dared to stand up like that. He was really not afraid of death, and he also praised him. Come again, as long as I'm here. Don't even think about going there. At this time, Hannibal was shaking and blood was still flowing all over his body. But even so, he still slowly stood up from the ruins. Hannibal, run away quickly. You are no match for them, Magellan shouted excitedly. But his condition was not very good at this time. His body was covered with scars, and the thunder of destruction covered him. His aura was not as strong as it was at the beginning. It could be said that if he continued like this, he would be defeated soon. Escape impossible. With me here, they can't get through. Magellan, lousy is the man who wants to be the director. Although Hannibal was covered in blood, his face was still ferocious. He held the trident in his hand and pointed it directly at Ferrald and the other 2. Wow, that's really interesting. But let me put an end to you. Felid smiled, moved his huge body, and rushed towards Hannibal. Facing this Tyrannosaurus that was dozens of meters long, Hannibal seemed to have no chance of winning given his tiny body. However, Hannibal showed no fear at all, and he didn't even show any intention of retreating. Ah, Lousy is going to arrest you criminals. Hannibal rushed out with trident in hand. Clang! In an instant, the trident collided with the huge claws, and the trident in Hannibal's hand was knocked away in an instant. Bang! It is heavily embedded in the wall. At the same time, Felid's huge claws directly pierced through his body. With a face full of reluctance and anger, Hannibal stared at the 3 men, but the flow of blood and the severe pain still made his life force gradually dissipate. After a few seconds, Hannibal lowered his head and let his hands fall. Hannibal! Magellan roared heartbreakingly, and the terrible poisonous dragon actually forced Chun Fan back, attacked towards Ferrald and the other 2. You want to kill someone in front of me? The wings of thunder flapped, the purple thunder shone brightly, and the destructive power of thunder filled the entire prison. Chun Fan completely turned into thunder, with the thunder spear in his hand, which shot out like a dragon and stabbed directly at Magellan. Feeling the destructive power, Magellan was so angry that he could only turn around. The venom that permeated his body transformed him into a giant poisonous soldier several dozen meters long, and he tried to attack Chun Fan. Boom! Unfortunately, the moment the purple lightning spear collided with the poisonous giant soldier, it directly destroyed the poisonous giant soldier. Countless venoms were spilled. The purple thunder spear was directly inserted into Magellan's body. Matcherton's huge body kept retreating, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and a bloody hole appeared directly on his chest, with a thunder spear inserted in it. Thunder God Chun Fan, I'm going to kill you. Magellan's eyes were bloodshot, his hands were covered with venom, and his 5 fingers formed into claws as he was about to grab Chun Fan's head directly. The body becomes elemental and turns into thunder. Magellan's attack missed, and the next second, Chun Fan appeared above him. Thunder Fist. The endless destructive power of thunder gathered in his right fist, and Chun Fan punched Magellan's head like a giant dragon. The speed was so fast that Magellan had no time to react. Bang! His entire body flew backwards heavily and stopped dozens of meters away. He crashed into walls one after another, and countless pieces of stone flew everywhere, raising dust. On the ruins, Magellan was lying there with blood all over his body, and his head was a bloody mess. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken at this moment. When Magellan tried to stand up, he felt so much pain that he couldn't stand up for a while. It's very powerful, but it's a pity that I can't use it. Then I'll die here. Along with the flash of thunder, Chun Fan, whose whole body was filled with purple thunder, appeared above him. The purple thunder spear reappeared in his hand. With a look of fear, Magellan wanted to fight back, but how could he fight back in his current state? Chun Fan's face was indifferent, and the thunder spear stabbed straight down, with blood spurting out. The purple thunder spear pierced directly through Magellan's chest. His pupils were dilated and filled with unwillingness, but Magellan's life force was finally lost. His hands dropped, and he was completely dead. "Boss, are you too strong?" Looking at the destructive thunder, Ferrard couldn't help but sigh. He was originally happy that he had the Tyrannosaurus fruit, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. But now, compared with his own boss, he realized what his strength was. As for Monet, he had a look of admiration on his face. In his eyes, there was nothing that Chun Fan could not solve. On the other side, Shiryu, with sword wounds all over his body, was struggling under the hands of Hawkeye Mihawk. He also discovered that Magellan, Hannibal, and all the jailers had been wiped out. What a bunch of rubbish! Shiryu cursed inwardly, then swung the big knife in his hand. However, the next second, Mihawk's attack came again. Clang! The supreme sword collided with the other sword, and the two forces clashed fiercely. In just a few moments, Shiryu took several steps back before he could steady himself. Just as he was about to fight back, Hawkeye Mihawk appeared beside him. Cut! The surging sword intent burst out. The terrifying ghost energy filled the air, and the two extremely powerful forces gathered on the supreme big sword. Then, Mihawk swung his sword directly, with great speed and power. Shiryu didn't have time to dodge, so he could only block in front of him with a big sharp knife. Bang! The huge force struck, and Shiryu's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. After crashing into a wall, it stopped. Countless stones fell, and Shiryu stood up from the ruins. Just as he was about to continue his attack, Mihawk's body appeared in front of him. The supreme sharp knife in his hand was pointed directly at his throat. It's obvious that Shiryu has lost this battle. Did you lose? What a formidable opponent. Shiryu looked crazy. You are strong too. Mihawk has not encountered a great swordsman with such strong swordsmanship for a long time. He was about to take action. Wait a moment. At this time, Chun Fan's voice sounded. After hearing his captain giving orders, Mihawk also stopped taking action. I saw Chun Fan slowly walking toward Shiryu. You are very strong. Join me. Chun Fan looked at Shiryu with an indifferent expression. Join you? Why should I join you? It's ridiculous. I should have had a good fight with you when you were in prison. Shiryu looked at Chun Fan with an evil smile. The two can be said to be old rivals. They had a fight when Chun Fan escaped from prison. But who would have thought that Chun Fan's strength has reached such a level now? Why join me? It's very simple. I can lead you to subvert the world, or you will die here today. Chun Fan looked at Shiryu with a smile on his face. He knows what a powerful madman like Shiryu needs most. Of course, if you want to master this powerful double-edged sword, you must be strong enough. Otherwise, you'll get burned. Hearing that Chun Fan wanted to subvert the world, Shiryu's expression finally changed. Join me, and I will lead you to subvert the world. Of course, if you are stronger than me one day, I can accept your rule. Chun Fan looked at Shiryu confidently. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, Kuhaha, it's really interesting. I like it. Then I will join you. But remember, one day you are weaker than me. I will kill you with my own hands. After Shiryu said this, he looked at Chun Fan with madness in his eyes. Can? Chun Fan just smiled slightly and replied. In his eyes, Shiryu has no hope of surpassing him. Hearing that Shiryu was willing to join, Mihawk also put away the sharp knife in his hand. Shiryu slowly stood up, and the other crew members of the Thor pirates were also looking at him. After all, his identity is the warden of the prison. However, they didn't say anything because it was Chun Fan's decision. They knew very well that Chun Fan didn't like others to question his decision. Afterwards, the five of them headed to the 6th floor of underwater prison. As the elevator started, they quickly reached the 6th floor. The prisoners above were already in a quarrel because they heard the fighting below, and in addition, no jailer came up after fighting for so long. It's obvious that something big is happening down there. Looking at this dark place, Chun Fan directly picked up a torch and lit it on fire. Seeing the light appear, the prisoners became even more crazy. "Hey kid, who are you? You can actually break in and release me. I can help you become one piece." "Yes, kid. Let me out and you'll get my treasure. Hurry up and let Lousy out. I can help you out of kindness after I get out." When the prisoners saw that Chun Fan and his party were not very old, they yelled crazily. However, Chun Fan's expression was always full of indifference, and his eyes were looking forward. He had no interest in these wastes. He led Mihawk and his group deeper into the area. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you? What do you mean? How dare you ignore Lousy? Boy, I advise you to let me out obediently. Otherwise you won't be able to escape with your strength. Yes, little devil, let us out. We can help you." These prisoners finally saw hope, but Chun Fan turned a blind eye to them and walked forward. How could they accept this? They all yelled crazily. "Only you want to help this person. Do you know who he is? The Emperor of the Sea, the tyrannical monarch, the god of thunder, Chun Fan, has a bounty of 5.9 billion. At this time, someone also recognized Chun Fan's identity. Upon hearing these names, as well as the most critical reward of 5.9 billion, the prisoners who were still clamoring immediately fell silent. "What did you say? He is the strongest pirate in the sea now. Thunder God Chun Fan. No wonder he was able to kill Magellan and break into the 6th floor." For a moment, these vicious prisoners looked at Chun Fan with fear, and they no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Even though they had been locked up here for several years, they still heard some news from the new prisoners. It is clear that the strongest man on the scene now is not Whitebeard, but the tyrannical monarch, Thunder God Chun Fan. They didn't expect that the kid in front of them turned out to be Thunder God Chun Fan, who is younger than the legend. "Thor God Chun Fan, if you rescue me, I am willing to join the Thor pirates and work hard for you." "Yes, I am willing too, as long as you can rescue me. I have hidden a lot of treasures, and I can donate them to you. All I need is Thunder God Chun Fan to save me." Although they know their identities, these prisoners still hope that Thunder God Chun Fan can rescue them, because this is their last straw and they must not give up. However, Chun Fan's eyes when he looked at them were always full of indifference. These wastes have no use value in his eyes. He walked towards the depths of the 6th floor step by step. Chun Fan could clearly feel that there was a terrible guy hiding inside. Soon, Chun Fan and his party arrived at the deepest part of the 6th floor, which was a separate cell. There was a burly man imprisoned inside, and his whole body was filled with a violent aura. The most important thing is that his hands and feet are bound by 8 chains, and they are all seafloor stone handcuffs. Coupled with the fact that he was in a cell alone, one can imagine how much Marine valued this person, and the danger to the prisoner. Bullet slowly raised his head and looked at Chun Fan with his beast-like eyes. "Interesting, Lousy just heard the noise outside. You seem to be the strongest in the sea now." Bullet looked at Chun Fan with an evil smile. "Join me, Bullet." Chun Fan walked to the cell, thunder gathered on his fist, and punched out. Bang, bang. This hard prison was destroyed, and Chun Fan slowly walked in. "It's really interesting. Why should I join you?" Bullet looked at Chun Fan with a fierce look in his eyes. "It's simple, you can't beat me," Chun Fan said with a smile. "Wow, ha. I can't beat you. You said I can't beat you." Bullet laughed first, and then his whole body burst out with a strong fighting spirit. "I can let you out. After you get out, you recover and we fight. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, join me and help me. You can't leave until you beat me." Chun Fan knows very well how to recruit Bullet. Ordinary means are useless at all. Only by using such the most direct means can you have a chance. "I didn't expect that such an interesting person would appear in this sea. Aren't you afraid that I would just run out and leave?" Bullet asked Chun Fan. "Don't be afraid, because you are a bullet." Chun Fan looked at Kaido with a smile on his face. "Okay, Lousy promise you, if you can beat me after we get out, I will join you. Of course, if you lose, you will leave your life to me." Bullet responded. He is a fighting maniac himself, and he is looking forward to fighting a powerful opponent. Of course, if you want him to surrender willingly, You must conquer him with great strength. Then, Chun Fan's right hand transformed into a thunder spear, accompanied by thunder. Crack! The 8 seafloor stone handcuffs on Bullet's body were all cut off. Thunder fruit? What a destructive power. Bullet has also been overseas for several years, so he naturally recognizes Chun Fan's devil fruit ability. Let's go. The purpose of this trip was achieved, and Chun Fan was too lazy to stay any longer. Then, he walked at the front and led everyone towards the 6th floor. Meanwhile, outside underwater prison, an ice figure and a shining figure appeared here. When they saw the lifeless soldiers below, Kizuru and Kazan immediately realized something was wrong. Without any hesitation, we walked towards the great prison under the sea. As they walked up, they didn't even see a single living person, only corpses. Seeing the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even Kizuru and Kazan couldn't help but be moved. Soon, they arrived at the 5th floor. When they saw the huge corpse, their expressions immediately changed. It's really terrible. Magellan also died here. It seems we are too late, Kizaru said with a vulgar expression. Let's go. Hurry up now to the 6th floor. Kazan's whole body was exuding cold ice. It was obvious that he was angry after seeing so many corpses. Just when the two of them were about to go to the 6th floor, Chun Fan and the others came down. Oh, here are the 2 Marine generals. Chun Fan looked at the 2 of them with a smile on his face. Kizuru and Kuzan were all exceptions, looking at everyone in the Thor pirates with serious expressions. They originally wanted to join forces with Magellan and Shiryu to deal with the Thor pirates together. As a result, I didn't expect Magellan to be eliminated so quickly. Now that there are only 2 of them left, it is basically impossible to deal with the Thor pirates. The most important thing was that they saw Shiryu staying next to Chun Fan and the others. That means one thing. Shiryu may have rebelled. It's so terrible that this one was let out. Kizaru recognized the huge figure at the end. Upon hearing this, Kazan also looked over. His face became more solemn because he had also heard of Bullet, the descendant of the devil. Extremely powerful, with general-level combat power. You 2 actually came over. Let's have some fun. Chun Fan looked at the 2 of them with a smile on his face, and a destructive thunder erupted all over his body. Hair danced wildly. Purple thunder shone. Thunder wings appeared. Purple thunder spears appeared, and the whole person looked like a god or a devil. Mihawk, the Hawkeye on the other side, also pulled out the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight. Monet's whole body is covered with ice and snow, floating in mid-air like an ice witch. Lafitte also pointed his scepter at the 2 of them. Roar! With a roar, Farad transformed into a huge Tyrannosaurus. As for Shiryu and Bullet at the back, their current condition is not suitable for fighting. However, even so, the existing combat power of the Thor pirates is more than enough to compete with the 2 generals. It's really going to be troublesome next. Kizaru's expression rarely became serious. It was obvious that he found this matter troublesome. Kazan on the other side did not speak, but ice had covered his whole body, and the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. He and Kizaru looked at each other, seeming to decide what to do. The next second, the light shone brightly, and Kizaru turned into wisps of photons and disappeared in place. Kazan on the side did the same, turning into an element of ice and fleeing towards the outside of the city. That's right, Kizaru and Kazan chose to retreat because they knew that if the fight continued, they would definitely lose. With just Chun Fan, the god of thunder, and Mihawk, the 2 of them have only a 30% chance of winning. What's more, Monet also has Lafitte and an animal-type fruit ability user. As a result, their chances of winning are not even 10%. In this case, there is no point in continuing the fight. Brother, do we want to chase him? Monet felt a little disappointed when he saw Kizaru and the 2 chose to escape. No need, the goal has been achieved. This place is not too far from the Marine headquarters. It is basically impossible to capture the 2 of them in a short time. There is no need for this underwater prison to exist. Chun Fan looked forward with an indifferent expression. The purpose of his trip had been achieved, and he did not choose to pursue him. Of course, The biggest reason is that there is no way to capture two people in a short time. Otherwise, Chun Fan really doesn't mind leaving Marines' two generals here. A few minutes later, Chun Fan and his party have arrived outside the Push City. Chun Fan was in midair, with purple thunder shining all over his body. He raised his hands upwards, and in a moment, a giant ball of thunder was born, and it continued to grow in size. When he left the 6th floor before, he also did some research and found that there was no strong person he wanted. In this case, the lives of these wastes don't matter. Whose time passes second by second, 100 meters, 200 meters, 1,000 meters, until the giant ball of thunder condensed directly to 1,000 meters, covering the sky and the sun. The destructive power could be felt all around. Bullet looked at this terrifying power with an excited expression. The stronger Chun Fan is, the more he looks forward to fighting Chun Fan. Fall! As Chun Fan waved his hands downwards, the 1,000-meter-long thunderball directly contained the power to destroy all things, and it hit the Impel City. Boom! As an explosion sounded like a meteorite impact, firelight splashed out, and giant objects flew up one after another. The impelling city was directly destroyed. The huge impelling city became dilapidated and fell into the sea. A tsunami appeared on the sea, and countless waves exploded. After nearly 2 minutes of shocking explosions, this mythical Impel City was completely buried in the sea. Let's go. After doing all this, Chun Fan no longer had any need to stay. After hearing Chun Fan's order, Lafitte immediately summoned a portal in midair. Afterwards, everyone walked in, and the portal disappeared. On the other side, Kizaru and Kazan, who had escaped tens of thousands of meters, found that Thunder God Chun Fan and his party had not caught up. They also stopped. It's so terrifying. Who would have thought that Thunder God Chun Fan was not dead and would head towards the city as soon as he recovered from his injuries? Kizaru twitched the corners of his mouth and said, looking very vulgar, "It's better to report to Fleet Admiral quickly. Magellan's death, Shiryu's betrayal, and the Devil's descendant Bullet has been rescued." Kazan's expression was full of solemnity. He knew that Chun Fan's ambition was bound to make the sea a mess. However, Kazan knew better that with his own strength, there was nothing he could do against Chun Fan. Thinking of this, Kazan couldn't help but think of the first time he fought against Chun Fan, when he could completely suppress Chun Fan. After the fight ended in a draw, and now, I basically can't be Chun Fan's opponent. This is also the reason why Marine and the world government gave Chun Fan a bounty of 5.9 billion. Being strong is part of it, but the potential is really terrifying. You know, Chun Fan is only 25 years old until now. In other words, his strength may still improve. Nowadays, Chun Fan is compared with Whitebeard by the world. Who is the strongest person in the world? If his strength goes further, Kazan can't even imagine how terrifying Chun Fan will become. While Kazan was thinking, Kizaru had already dialed the phone number. At this time, Kizaru's face was full of relief. He was still thinking that this time he would have to fight the monster Chun Fan again. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral, Office. At this moment, Jean Guo was waiting anxiously, and the goat above his head could also see his troubles. Damn it, Chun Fan didn't die this time, and he went straight towards Push City as soon as he made a move. Baloo Baloo, the voice of Din Din Mushi rang out, and Sengoku immediately walked over and picked it up. Fleet Admiral, I'm Kizu. When we arrived, Magellan was already dead, Shiryu had rebelled, and the purpose of their trip was to find Bullet, who was imprisoned at the deepest part of the 6th floor. He has now been rescued. After Kizaru finished reporting the situation, Sengoku clenched his fists and slammed the table firmly, his face filled with endless anger. He didn't expect that Chun Fan would kill Magellan with just one move this time. Moreover, Bullet was rescued, and most importantly, Shiryu, the warden, actually betrayed them. You guys come back first. Sengoku could only suppress his anger. He knew that the current Marines had no better way to deal with the Thunder God pirates. Afternoon, sunset, and dusk. At the Marine headquarters in the Marine conference room, A round table was filled with lieutenant generals and admirals. Zhang was still sitting at the top, but this time Garp was not there as he had gone back on vacation. At this time, Zhang's face was full of anger, because he already knew that this time Chun Fan not only robbed the prisoners, but also completely destroyed the Push City. This was like a slap in the face to Marine. What do you think about destroying the Thunder God pirates? Zhang stood up and looked at everyone. This time, even the usually tough Akaina did not stand up to speak. Although he hated Chun Fan very much, he knew that Chun Fan was with the Thunder God pirates. They're the strongest pirate group in this ocean. In order to defeat this pirate group, the combat power of 3 admirals is not enough. It can be said that even if the 3 generals attack together, they may not necessarily win. In this case, the Marine headquarters basically has no way to solve the problem. The Thunder God pirates have too many high-end fighters, especially Thunder God Chun Fan. His strength is basically comparable to that of Whitebeard in his prime. With such combat power, a single admiral would lose more than he wins against him. There is also Mihawk the Hawkeye, who is already vaguely known as the world's greatest swordsman, and his strength is obvious to all, plus Bard, the captain of the battle squad who is at the admiral level. With these 3 here, we need 3 admiral-level characters to deal with them, and the Thunder God pirates also have several quasi-admiral level fighters. Navigator Lafitte, Chef Bradley. One is the user of the Door fruit, the other is the user of the Float fruit, and there is also the traitorous Shiryu. These 2 should not be underestimated. The most important thing is, it is unknown whether Bullet, who was kidnapped by them, will join them. If they really join, the Thunder God pirates will be even more difficult to deal with, and we simply cannot spare enough forces to deal with them now. He explained the situation. He knew that Zhang was very angry. No matter what, given the current turbulent situation on the sea, Marine cannot go to war with the Thunder God pirates. Because even if the 3 admirals plus Garp were to fight the Thunder God pirates now, they might not be 100% sure of winning. What's more, there are other royal groups on the sea, as well as the Lone Red and the Red Earl. If they take advantage of the battle between Marine and the Thunder God pirates to attack, then Marine will be in a passive position. After hearing what he said, Zhang could only suppress his anger and calm down. As a wise general, how could he not see clearly such a simple situation? This meeting is now over, Sengoku announced as he stood up. Then he walked out of the conference room alone. The other Marine lieutenant generals and Marine admirals were also sitting in the conference room, looking at each other. They never thought that one day their Marine headquarters would not be able to deal with a pirate group. Akainu clenched his fists tightly at this time. He was wondering why Chun Fan didn't die. Why didn't he die? 2 days later, at dawn, the sun shines on the sea. The news that Chun Fan was not dead and destroyed the Push City as soon as he came out spread throughout the sea immediately. Have you heard? Thunder God Chun Fan is not dead, and he has destroyed the great prison under the sea, and the Warden Magellan was directly killed. Is this true? What is the attitude of Marine now? It is one of the important institutions under the world government, and it was destroyed by the Thunder God pirates. Marine didn't make any moves. What can they do? With Thunder God Chun Fan and the Thunder God pirates, can Marine and the others afford to provoke them? Who said it wasn't? Thunder God Chun Fan is so terrifying. As expected, a legendary pirate like him doesn't die so easily. Now the sea is going to be interesting again. Many pirates in New World were marveling at how powerful Chun Fan was. A kingdom. Doflamingo looked at the newspaper and couldn't help but clench his hands, and the newspaper was directly pinched. Impossible. How can this guy not die? He is obviously a devil fruit user, and he has obviously fallen into the sea, but he is still alive now. Why? Why? Seeing the devil in his heart, Chun Fan was still alive. Doflamingo couldn't believe it. He was afraid. Dover, are you okay? Torbol on the side was a little worried when he saw Doflamingo like this. I'm fine. Let's start our plan. Doflamingo calmed down after a few seconds and pretended to be fine. However, the cold sweat flowing from his forehead showed the fear of Chun Fan in his heart. Meanwhile, Cake Island. At this moment, Kaido, who was drinking in the palace, also saw the news in the newspaper. Isn't he dead? This guy. Let Lousy find an opportunity to kill you completely. Kaido the Beast took a sip of wine. The conflict between him and the Thor pirates had reached an irreconcilable level. Of course, he also knew that with his current strength and power, it would be difficult for him to be an opponent of the Thor pirates. Therefore, Kaido of the 100 Beasts has no intention of taking action now. Other side, the Red Earl was resting on an island. He also learned the news that Chun Fan was not dead through the newspaper. Sure enough, I knew that this kid wouldn't die that easily. It seems I made the right bet. The Red Earl stood up and looked at the sea with an evil smile. No one knows what this legend of the sea will do next. In other words, what is the next plan? In the waters near Wano country, there is an unknown island. At this time, a group of people stood in the center of the island. In the middle stood Bullet and Chun Fan. At this moment, Bullet was full of energy and his whole body was filled with surging strength. He didn't look as weak as he did in underwater prison at all. Monet and others were standing behind. Bud, do you think this big man can beat my boss? Farad asked this question curiously. After all, he had never seen Chun Fan attack with all his strength, nor had he seen or heard of Bullet's strength. How can my eldest brother lose? He is the strongest man in this sea area now. Before Bud could answer, Monet spoke first. Mihawk looked at the two people in front of him. He had already heard of Bullet. When he was young, he fought with Pluton Rayleigh, although he was later captured by Marine for special reasons. However, there is no doubt about its strength. Of course, in Mihawk's heart, he still thinks that Chun Fan can win. After all, he can be said to know Chun Fan's talent and combat power best. That's right. Isn't my boss and that white beard called the strongest in the world? However, I heard that white beard is already 60 or 70 years old. How can he possibly compete with our boss? Farad looked disdainful. In the center of the battlefield, Bullet looked at Chun Fan. I heard that you are very strong. Now you are called the strongest in this new world. Even Whitebeard may not be your opponent. Almost my current strength is indeed worthy of being the strongest in this area. Chun Fan smiled and did not deny it. He showed boundless domineering and confidence. After all, most of the strong men of the previous era are already old, and their strength has begun to decline. For example, Whitebeard and Garp were definitely top generals in their heyday, and they might even be better than Chun Fan now. However, you must know that they are now around 60 years old, and their strength has passed its peak and has begun to decline. Compared to Chun Fan, who is now at his peak, he is naturally inferior. Ha! Thunder God Chun Fan, you are really confident. Then try to see if you can help Lousy conquer him. If you can, what if I surrender to you? After finishing speaking, Bullet burst out with a powerful aura, and his body disappeared instantly. The fist is covered with the fourth stage of armed hockey, Dark Yao hockey, and a punch is blasted out like a cannonball. As you wish. Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference. His right fist was extremely dark, and he rushed out like a giant dragon. Bang, bang. In an instant, the collision of his fists caused circles of air waves to scatter. Everything around him was destroyed, and countless rubble flew across. Both of them did not use the fruit ability in this attack. Great power, I love it again. Bullet grinned and punched again with an atmospheric roar. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan also punched out. Bang, bang. Fist to flesh, bloody fight. For a while, the two of them were fighting fiercely like wild beasts. The most primitive killing made the two physical skills experts feel excited. A few minutes later, the fists collided like giant dragons, and Bullet took several steps back before stopping. On the other hand, Chun Fan stood still. You are very powerful. Chun Fan looked at Bullet calmly and said, Interesting. It's really interesting that you were able to defeat me head-on in terms of strength. Bullet looked at his slightly trembling right hand and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He could clearly sense that Chun Fan, like himself, had absolutely no use for the fruit's ability. But even so, he was still forced back by him head-on. One more punch. After saying this, Bullet's aura of a king burst out, and for a moment, Conqueror's domineering aura covered his fist. Seeing Bullet's punch surrounding Conqueror's haki, Chun Fan also showed an expression of interest on his face. In an instant, a king-like aura emanated from his body, and thunder flashed in the sky. Similarly, Chun Fan also wrapped Conqueror's domineering energy around his right fist and blasted out. Boom! In an instant, two powerful forces collided together, and everything around them was destroyed. Huge boulders flew up, mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked. Along with the flash of dark red thunder, the sky and the earth seemed to turn into gray. It seems that you are really strong, but just because you won't be my captain is not enough. Bullet was a little shocked when he saw that his punch was still easily blocked. However, this also completely stimulated his fighting spirit. In an instant, Bullet stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, and countless soil flew up and gathered on him. After just a few seconds, Bullet seemed to be carrying a piece of earth armor. This is the ability of the fusion fruit, which can fuse everything it comes into contact with except people. Interesting. Chun Fan felt Bullet's aura becoming stronger, and he did not hesitate. The blue thunder shone on his body. An aura of destruction and violence burst out from his body. Tsitsizi, the terrifying power of thunder, filled the ground. Thunder Dragon. In an instant, Chun Fan immediately disappeared on the spot. Blue thunder gathered on his right fist, and a giant thunder dragon was born in midair and blasted towards Bullet. Well done! There was no trace of fear on Bullet's face, and the punch condensed with soil was also fired directly. Boom! The thunder dragon collided with this fist of earth, causing a fierce explosion. Everything around it was destroyed, cracks appeared on the ground, and countless boulders flew directly up. The next second, two figures, one blue and one yellow, collided fiercely. On this island, a big hole appeared under the attack of the two men. Ferret, who was watching the battle, also came several thousand meters away, because they knew that as long as Chun Fan and Bullet started fighting seriously, thousands of meters in radius will be razed to the ground. Endless thunder punishment. Chun Fan, who was flying into the air with thunder in his body, opened his hands, and in a moment, blue thunder turned into blue dragons tens of meters long, containing the power to destroy all things, and flooded towards the Bullet below. And go. The strongest fist. Bullet's whole body was filled with a terrifying aura, and the soil underneath kept rising, gathering on his fist, and finally grew in size, turning into a round boulder several hundred meters tall. The round boulder wrapped around the fist, and Bullet blasted forward. Boom! The hundreds of meters of round boulders collided with the giant thunder dragons. A violent explosion sounded, countless dust flew up, and ripples spread out in circles. Devil form. Bullet seemed to feel that such a test could not bring out Chun Fan's true strength, so he began to explode with all his strength. The surging ghost energy rose into the sky, and the whole body was filled with a purple aura, which looked particularly terrifying. Conqueror's haki and armed haki also completely exploded, with three powerful forces converging on the body. At this moment, Bullet's body contained extremely terrifying power and was covered in ghostly aura, making him look like a devil. This is why he is called the descendant of the devil. The next second, bang! A small pit appeared on the ground, and Bullet's body disappeared instantly. His speed increased by an unknown amount compared to before. The fist contained extremely powerful power, and the atmosphere was roaring. This punch hit Chun Fan directly in the face. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, with the flash of thunder, Chun Fan directly turned into wisps of thunder and disappeared from the place. Seeing Chun Fan, who turned into thunder and disappeared, Bullet had a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect that his speed would suddenly increase so much and that Chun Fan would be able to dodge it. Of course, this is because he doesn't know the true speed of thunder. The next moment, Chun Fan appeared behind him. There was a thunder of destruction on his right foot, as well as an armed, domineering force, entwined by the two forces. This kick was like an Optimus pillar, kicking directly towards Bullet's head. Relying on the powerful haki of seeing and hearing, Bullet reacted in time, and the surging, ghostly chi gathered on his fist, then turned around and threw it out violently. Bang, bang. The fists and feet collided. The sound of explosions sounded, and the surrounding clouds receded. With this kick, Bullet fell downwards. It was obvious that he had no means to fly into the air. Thunder God form, second mode. Chun Fan's pupils contained thunder, and the destructive power of thunder filled the entire sky. Boom! The flashing sound of thunder continued to sound, and the lightning that destroyed the heaven and earth gathered on Chun Fan. In an instant, a thundering giant hundreds of meters tall appeared out of the sky. Feeling this terrifying power, there was no fear on Bullet's face, but full of fighting spirit. It's really powerful, I like it. Combine mode. In an instant, pieces of soil rose into the sky, and the land with a radius of 100 meters continued to gather on Bullet. Bullet's whole body was also filled with a powerful aura. After a few seconds, a giant of earth that was hundreds of meters tall appeared. Come, let me see. How powerful is the strongest person in the sea now? After Bullet finished speaking, he waved his fist and struck upward. As you wish. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips. The thunder giant's whole body was also filled with shining thunder, and he punched out from top to bottom. Boom! In an instant, the thunder fist and the earth fist collided together like giant dragons. Circles of air waves spread out. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Countless gravel flew across, and everything around them was destroyed. Under the impact of this blow, Bullet's huge body took 2 steps back. Looking at the thunder giant in front of him, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to admit that Chun Fan's power had reached an extremely terrifying level. He has never felt such a strong sense of oppression in a head-on confrontation. Even Roger couldn't completely crush him in terms of strength. Come again. Bullet waved his fist again and blasted away. Without hesitation, Chun Fan also punched out. Bang, bang. In an instant, the roar of the atmosphere sounded, thunder raged, clods of earth flew up, and 2 huge giants kept colliding on this island. Every collision can destroy everything around them, and the area 1,000 meters away from them was completely turned into ruins, devoid of any life. Fortunately, they were fighting on this uninhabited island. If they were fighting in an inhabited town, it would probably cause huge casualties. This is the terrible thing about strong men fighting. This Bullet is really powerful, but how can he use the power of soil? Could it be that he is a Logia fruit user? Bradley squinted and lit a cigarette, feeling a little curious. No, I've heard of this fruit. It should be a fusion fruit that can fuse surrounding objects into the body. Bullet should be able to fuse the surrounding soil into the body. Violet explained slowly. So what? My boss is the strongest. This guy called the Devil's Descendant will never be able to beat our boss. Farad said with a crooked mouth. He is obviously a fur tribe, but his wretched appearance is very similar to that of Kizuru. What is your eldest? The eldest brother is mine. At this time, Monet jumped out and said, Huh, it's yours, so why aren't you with your eldest brother yet? Farad looked like he needed a beating. He thought he would be fine after eating the Tyrannosaurus fruit. What did you say? Monet's eyes were full of anger, and his whole body began to be covered with ice and snow. His whole body was floating in the air, his hair was dancing wildly, and even the surrounding temperature increased. What did I say? I told the truth. If my boss liked you, he would have been with you long ago. Because his strength has increased significantly in a short period of time, Farad feels that he can now compete with Monet. You're looking for death. Monet waved his right hand fiercely, and in an instant, an ice tornado emerged and swept towards Farad at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this girl getting into a fight over a disagreement, Farad didn't dare to hesitate. Roar! With a roar, Farad turned into a Tyrannosaurus that was nearly 100 meters away and then hugged forward with both claws. He directly hugged the ice tornado and let the ice hit him. After eating the fruit of an ancient Tyrannosaurus, his defense was greatly improved. Then, Farad pulled hard and tore off the ice tornado. Wisps of ice and snow fell on the ground, and the ground began to form frost. Monet was also a little surprised to see that Farid could block his attack. As for Mihawk and his group, they hid behind and were immediately several hundred meters away from the two of them. They did not immediately stop the plan and were prepared to let the two fight, as long as their lives were not in danger. You can't do it either. Do you think you can still be like before? You can easily freeze me. Farid was extremely arrogant. He felt that he could stand up after getting the Tyrannosaurus fruit. Yeah, a world of ice and snow. Monet raised his hands upward, and in an instant, the ice and snow all over his body exploded, and snowflakes began to fall from the entire sky, like raindrops, falling towards Farid at extremely fast speeds. Seeing this scene, Farid did not hesitate and immediately waved his huge dragon tail. I want to destroy those snowflakes, but they seem to be endless. No matter how much Farid destroyed it, snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. This forced Farid to use both claws, but unfortunately, they didn't seem to be of much use. Soon, those snowflakes slowly covered him. Farid's huge body also began to freeze from his feet to his body. At this moment, Farid realized something was wrong. Looking back at Monet, there was a proud smile on his lips. Time passed by second, and 1 minute later, there was only one head left of Farid, which had not been frozen. I was wrong, Beauty. I was wrong. Can you please let me go? I was wrong, Beauty Monet. Farid immediately begged for mercy. It's too late now that I know I was wrong. It's a pity that Monet had no intention of letting him go and sneered. Then, with a look of regret on his face, Farid turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing this situation, Monet did not continue to take action. After all, she knew that Farid was also a member of the Thor Pirates. You can't do too much. As for the rest of the people, they had no intention of helping. After all, after these few days, they knew that Farid was a B****ch, and they all wanted him to learn a lesson. Under the sunlight, there's an ice sculpture above the island. Although Farid's life is not in danger, it cannot be thawed so quickly. Depending on the sunlight, it may take a few hours. Farid was filled with regret at this time. He was thinking why he wanted to provoke a woman, especially why he wanted to provoke this woman whom he couldn't love. Then, Farid rolled his eyes and looked at Bud, completely looking like he was asking for help. Brother, I can't help you. Who dares you to provoke an angry woman? Bud shook his head, looking helpless. At this moment, Farid was about to cry. He originally wanted to ask his boss for help, but Chun Fan was currently fighting in the middle of the island and had no time to pay attention to him. What's more, even if Chun Fan sees this scene, he may not help him unfreeze. At the same time, the rest of the Thor pirates continued to focus on the battle in the center of the battlefield. The thunder of destruction raged, and huge rocks flew up. The two giants were fighting fiercely, punching and punching like the most primitive beasts. There are not many techniques, only the most direct power. But the longer the fight continued, the more frightened Bullet felt. He was curious. How could Chun Fan, an ordinary human being, cultivate his strength to be so strong? Even the giants don't have that much power. Boom! As the fists collided, Bullet took several steps back again before barely stopping. On the other side, Chun Fan stood there, looking relaxed and casual. At this moment, Bullet clearly knew that he was no match for Chun Fan in terms of strength and physique, and if the fight continued like this, he would definitely lose. It's really powerful, so let's not waste any time. After Bullet finished speaking, the terrifying aura in his body completely erupted. Awakening form. Bullet was seen placing his hands on the island, and in an instant, the entire island began to shake tremendously. Lafitte and his party on the island immediately noticed something was wrong. It seems something is not good. Let's leave this island first. Feeling the violent shaking, Lafitte said to everyone. The rest of the people had no objections either. Then Lafitte summoned a portal in midair, and everyone immediately wanted to walk in. At this time, Farid, who had turned into an ice sculpture, was extremely anxious. He was speechless. He wanted to tell everyone that there was still himself, so don't leave yourself alone here. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten and walked into the door one by one. Finally, Bard, who was the second to last one to leave, remembered and came to Farid. Seeing Bud coming, Farid was extremely moved. The cyan hurricane gathered on the fist and Bard punched slightly. In an instant crack, the ice shattered and Farid was finally free. That's great. As expected, we are brothers. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. Phylad transformed into a cat again and jumped on Bud. Let's go. Bud shook his head, didn't say anything, and walked into the portal with Farid. As Lafite at the back walked into the portal also disappeared into the air. The next second, a portal appeared in the sky, and several people appeared above the sky. Then it fell down, and a huge Kuimpung suddenly appeared out of the sky and caught everyone. Farid stayed far away from Monet on Kuimpung, for fear of being beaten by Monet again. At this time, Farid had only one thought in his heart. He must practice diligently and stand up as soon as possible. When everyone retreated, this huge island rose directly from the ground. Boom! Smoke was everywhere, and countless boulders fell, accompanied by a thundering sound. An island giant approaching tens of thousands of meters appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Here, the power of this fruit is too terrifying. It can actually turn into a giant over 10,000 meters tall. Farid's face was full of surprise. Although the others did not speak, even Mihawk had a look of surprise on his face at this time. So what? Being big doesn't mean absolute strength. Big Brother will definitely win. Monet was full of absolute confidence in Chun Fan. The same goes for the rest of the people. They know that Chun Fan's title as the strongest in the sea is not just a boast, but a real one. Above the sky, looking at the island giant tens of thousands of meters tall, Chun Fan couldn't help but say, "The fruit's ability is truly terrifying, and it's not in vain that I worked so hard to bring you out of the great prison under the sea. It seems I have to be more serious." Thunder God form, third mode. After finishing speaking, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction. The blue thunder turned completely purple, and the purple thunder turned into 9 purple thunder dragons, hovering behind him. The sky above was filled with tens of thousands of meters of purple thunder, and the same was true below. Chun Fan's pupils also turned completely purple. Magical thunder wings appeared, and a purple thunder spear appeared in his right hand. The whole person is bathed in thunder, and the hair is dancing wildly, like a god or a devil. At this moment, Chun Fan mastered the power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, completely transforming into a thunder god. Powerful is really powerful. Let me see this sea. How strong is the strongest power now? The island giant was extremely excited, and his fist, which was bigger than a warship, hit Chun Fan directly. Of course I can let you see it. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and, as the thunder wings waved, Chun Fan held the thunder spear. Countless purple thunder flashed around him and stabbed out with one spear. Boom! In an instant, the huge fist and the thunder spear collided together. The world collapsed. Everything turned pale. Violent explosions sounded, and waves of waves exploded directly. Although the comparison in size between the two is like that of an elephant and an ant, the same is not true in terms of strength. Under the collision of this blow, the huge island giant actually took a step back. With a shocked look on his face, Bullet felt the power of the destructive thunder and couldn't help but feel an extreme sense of oppression. However, when it retreated, Chun Fan had already disappeared, holding a thunder spear and attacking Bullet again. Seeing this situation, the island giant also waved his fist and struck out again. Bang bang! The roar of the atmosphere sounded, and circles of air waves spread out. Seeing that his huge fist was easily blocked by Chun Fan, Bullet then waved his left fist and attacked Chun Fan. The speed of thunder. Instead of choosing a head-on confrontation, Chun Fan disappeared from the spot and turned into a stream of light. In an instant, the huge island giant was surrounded by the stream of light, and Bullet wanted to attack Chun Fan. Unfortunately, Thunder's speed is too fast and Bullet can't attack him at all. On the contrary, Its huge body continued to leave wounds. Along with the raging thunder, explosions sounded, fire splashed, and huge rocks fell into the sea, causing a wave of waves. It can be said that even if Bullet has used his strongest form, he still can't do anything to Chun Fan. Above the sky, everyone was also observing the battle carefully. Sure enough, the captain's strength is still as terrifying as ever. Even if this bullet unites the entire island, it still can't do anything to the captain. Lafitte showed an evil smile on his lips. It was this kind of captain who was worthy of following him. He is such a person, crazy, and it is difficult to have absolute loyalty. He will only surrender if he can be completely suppressed. As for Monet on the side, he looked at Chun Fan with admiration. It can be said that she has been in contact with Chun Fan for the longest time, except Lafitte. Along the way, Monet not only had admiration for Chun Fan, but also a lot of admiration. She knew that her eldest brother's strength was acquired through day-in and day-out training, as well as his terrifying talent. Farid, who was at the back, originally wanted to say that his boss was really strong. However, he glanced at Monet, fearing that he would attract Monet's attention again. So he shut up and did not speak. How terrifying! Thunder God Chun Fan. Shiryu wiped the sharp knife in his hand. He vaguely remembered the battle between himself and Chun Fan 8 years ago. At that time, Chun Fan had just escaped from prison, and he was still able to suppress him. Now only 8 years have passed, and Chun Fan has grown to such an extent, and he is still stuck at the limit of a nearly general. It seems that his progress is a bit slow. Thinking of this, Shiryu's desire to become stronger became even stronger. He was originally a swordsman madman, but since the last battle with Mihawk, he has become clear about his shortcomings in swordsmanship. Shiryu looks at Mihawk. He now has a goal, which is to defeat Mihawk. At this moment, the battle below is still continuing. The thunder was completely raging, and a huge island giant was suppressed. Bullet felt a little angry at this destructive power. He had never been so frustrated before. He had obviously tried his best, but he was still suppressed in terms of strength. Endless thunder punishment. Above, Chun Fan, whose whole body was shining with thunder, was seen raising his right hand upwards. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Boom! Thunder dragons were born one after another and roared. These dozens of purple thunder dragons, which were hundreds of meters tall, contained the power to destroy everything. Like a violent storm, they flooded towards the bullet below. Break it for me. The island giant looked at the destructive thunder dragon, waved his huge fist, and blasted forward. Boom! The thunder raged, and the island giant directly knocked out most of the thunder dragons with one punch. But some of them, carrying terrifying power, the thunder dragons, hit him. The soil fell and damage began to appear on the island giant's body. However, in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state. This is the horror of Bullet, the ultimate cannon. The island giant's right fist was condensed with a dark, armed, domineering force, which contained the power to destroy everything. This fist, which was larger than a warship, hit Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Without any thought of evading, the thunder flashed, and Chun Fan held the thunder spear and thrust straight out as if it turned into a thunder unicorn. Bang bang! This island-sized fist collided with the thunder spear in an instant. Circles of air waves spread out, and the sound of explosions immediately sounded. Bullet was a little impatient when he saw that his attack could not do anything to Chun Fan. You are very powerful, Thunder God Chun Fan. You deserve the title of the strongest in this sea. However, it is not enough for me to surrender like this. The ghost energy all over Bullet's body completely exploded, and the armed, domineering energy also spread. The two forces converged on the island giant. The strongest fist. Then, Bullet waved his fist, and this terrifying punch, accompanied by the roar of the atmosphere, flew straight towards Chun Fan, seeming to destroy everything. Well done. 2 billion volts. Purple lightning Kirin. At this moment, The thunder that destroyed Chun Fan's whole body completely erupted and gathered together. The thunder spear in his hand became even more shining. Boom! As the thunder flashed, countless purple thunder completely condensed on Chun Fan. With a spear thrust out, Chun Fan completely transformed into a purple unicorn several kilometers long and rushed directly towards the fist. Boom! The purple lightning Kirin collided with the huge fist, and an explosion sounded like a nuclear bomb. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sea below was turbulent. Circles of ripples spread out, everything around was destroyed, and smoke was everywhere. Everyone was looking towards the smoke at this moment. They want to know who will win and who will lose in this battle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the smoke dissipated, the island giant disappeared, and Bullet fell on the ruins with his whole body full of scars. However, Chun Fan stood proudly in the sky, with no serious scars on his body, but with a lot of physical exertion. I lost. Bullet knew that although he still had the strength to fight, with his current injuries, it was impossible to beat Chun Fan. Winning or losing is normal. Welcome to join the Thor Pirates. Thunder flashed, and Chun Fan walked up to Bullet and welcomed him to join. Hello, Captain. Bullet kept his word. Since he promised to join if he lost, he was naturally willing to admit defeat. At this moment, the huge Kunpung fell to the ground, and Monet and others also walked down. Welcome to join. Monet stepped forward and welcomed him. The other people also expressed their welcome. Only Bud's expression changed slightly. He knew very well that Chun Fan had said that the stronger you are, the higher the position you hold. To be honest, after watching the battle just now, Bard had to admit that Bullet was stronger than him. At this time, Luo walked over and began to heal Bullet. As for Chun Fan, he didn't suffer any serious injuries, and he had a monster-like recovery ability. It won't take long for such an injury to heal on its own. Great, there are new people joining. Let's have a banquet. Farid looked at everyone with joy and said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, because they didn't seem to have a tradition of holding banquets. Why are you all looking at me? I heard that if a new member of the pirate group joins, what good things will happen? Will they hold a banquet to celebrate? Aren't we going to do it? Farid saw everyone looking at him and was a little confused. For a time, everyone became even more silent. Then let's have a party. Chun Fan said slowly. Indeed, it seems that their pirate group has never held a banquet since its establishment. Great, we can have delicious food. When she heard that there was going to be a banquet, Sugar jumped up excitedly. How about it? Thanks to me, I can hold the banquet. Farid came to Sugar with a proud look on his face. He thought that he couldn't play tricks with Monet, so he would tease this little lowly. Well, Meowth is still great. Sugar looked at Farid with an extremely cute look. That meow is so awesome. Can you give me a hug? Farid was a bit obscene when he said this. Sugar immediately saw that Farid wanted to take advantage of him. Of course, Meowth. Sugar smiled, but this smile was a bit evil. Then, Sugar touched Farid with his hand. Farid was still smiling at this moment. He didn't know Sugar's fruit ability, but next to him shook his head. Soon, when Granu's hand touched Farid for a moment, Farid turned directly into a Meow toy. After turning into a Meow toy, Sugar hugged it. How about it? I'll hold you now. At this time, Farid had lost his memory. He was a little at a loss and didn't know why he appeared here. Okay, let's change you back, Bud said slowly. Afterwards, Sugar immediately deactivated the fruit's ability. She would have done it without Bard's advice. She originally just wanted to teach Farid a lesson. Moreover, she was afraid that Chun Fan would be angry by then. Farid, who had changed back, felt as if he had had a nightmare. He dreamed that he had become a toy, and then he looked at Sugar. At this time, Farid was a little afraid of this little lowly. He felt that this was not a little lowly, she was completely a witch. Hey, it seems that I can't afford to offend any of the women in the Thor Pirates. Farid sighed inwardly. Afterwards, everyone didn't care about his thoughts and took the Thor, heading toward the country of Wano. As night falls, the moonlight shines on the earth. The moon today is very round. At this time, there was a flame behind Wano Palace, and everyone was having a barbecue around the flame. and in front of them were bottles of rum. "Boss, I respect you." Farad came over, holding a big cup in his hand, shaking his head. Chin Fan replied with a calm face. After clinking glasses, everyone drank one gulp of wine. Although Chin Fan doesn't like drinking very much, he still has a good drinking capacity. At this time, Violet and Monet also came over. Today, Violet is wearing a blue skirt and looks very elegant. As for Monet, she is wearing a cyan skirt and seems to be more ladylike than usual. Both of them are over 1.7 meters tall and very tall. For a moment, Farad's eyes widened. "Brother, let me toast you." Monet picked up the wine glass and sat next to Chun Fan, not paying any attention to Farad's gaze. Chun Fan nodded, picked up the wine glass, and drank it. "Captain, I respect you too." Violet also came over at this time and sat on the left side of Chun Fan. Chun Fan naturally knew the feelings of the two women, but in his eyes, love was not as important as career after all. "Listen to me. How about we play a game?" Farad looked at everyone at this time and said. Everyone is somewhat interested in the game, Farad mentioned. "What game?" Sugar was the first to ask. "That is, one person puts his hand at the top, and everyone else stretches out their fingers and puts them under his palm. Then the person who puts his hand at the top for 3 seconds will grab a finger at the last second. Who is caught? Who is to do one thing? Others have to learn. If everyone else does it, the one caught gets a bottle of wine. I learned this from previous gatherings in villages and towns." Farad told everyone about the rules of the game. "Quite interesting." Luo stood up, looking very interested. "Well, if you want to play well, I'll start first. Remember, you can't use hockey, fruit abilities, or fouls." Farad once again emphasized the additional rules. Otherwise, this game would be cheating with the hockey of knowledge and information, and that would be to compare whose hockey of knowledge and information is stronger. No one had any objection when they heard this. "Childish." Shiryu said something and finally turned and left. My hawk also has no intention of choosing to play. "Big brother, let's go together." Monet directly took Chun Fan's hand and pulled him over. Chun Fan could only helplessly play along. Then Farad put his hand on top. Chun Fan and others put their index fingers under his palm. Fortunately, there are no giants among them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to play this game. 3-2. When Farad counted to 2, he deliberately glanced at everyone and paused for several seconds. 1. The moment Farad finished shouting, he grabbed directly down, and everyone immediately pulled their fingers away. The furry cat, Claws, finally caught Bullet. "Hey, come on, do something," Farad said to Bullet with a smile. Bullet didn't expect that he would be the first one to be caught. He looked at everyone with some distress. For a moment, Bullet didn't know what to do. By the way, if it takes more than 10 seconds, then it's considered a loss, Farad said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bullet thought for a moment and took off his upper body, revealing his huge muscles. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned. However, after a few seconds, Lafitte and the other men took off their upper body. Chun Fan did not hesitate and took off his upper body, revealing 8 distinct abdominal muscles. Violet and Monet on both sides couldn't help but feel a little shy when they saw Chun Fan's angular muscles. Even Monet had an idea in his mind and wanted to go over and touch it. "Okay, beautiful ladies, you have lost. It's time to drink." Farad looked at the 3 women with a proud expression. Indeed, these boys could take off their clothes, but they naturally could not. Afterwards, the 3 women each drank a bottle of wine. After drinking a bottle of wine, Monet felt dizzy and his face turned red. "Okay, let's continue playing. If the 3 of you lose, one of you 3 will come out and put your palm on the top." Farad had just finished saying this. Monet fell directly towards Chun Fan, as if he was drunk. Chun Fan looked at Monet, who fell in his arms, and could only shake his head. "You guys go ahead and play, Monet. She seems drunk. I will send her back." "Okay, boss, go and come back quickly. Let's play first." Farad was having a great time at this time. When Violet saw Chun Fan taking Princess Monet back, she had an idea in her heart. Should she pretend to be drunk and let Chun Fan take her back? Shaking her head, Violet still didn't decide to do this, but she kept looking at Chun Fan's back. "Violet, what are you thinking about?" Come on and play. Ferrard shouted to Violet. Only then did Violet come back to her senses. At this moment, Sugar had raised her palm to the highest point, and the others had already put their fingers down. Other side, Chun Fan sent Monet back to her room and put her on the bed. At this time, Monet looked completely drunk, with his legs splayed and spread apart, and because he was wearing a skirt, it could be said that his snow-white thighs were clearly visible. However, Chun Fan did not look away, but poured a bottle of water for Monet and prepared to leave. Just as Chun Fan had just put the water on the table next to the bed, Monet stood up directly and hugged Chun Fan from behind. "Brother, don't leave. Can you stay with me?" Monet's whole body was directly pressed against Chun Fan's body. The distance was so close that both of them could hear each other's heartbeats. In response, Chun Fan could only smile helplessly. He turned around and gently put Monet down again. "You're drunk, Monet. I have something else to do." After finishing speaking, before Monet could react, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan had already transformed into elements and disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, Monet was on the bed, so aggrieved that he almost cried. Although she was indeed drunk, she was not so drunk that she still retained a trace of consciousness. What she did just now was what she wanted to do deep down. However, Chun Fan rejected her again. After leaving the house, Chun Fan looked at the bright moonlight. He knew Monet's thoughts clearly, but he knew even better, what did he want? Chun Fan has always wanted to stand on the top of the world, control the life and death of others, and enjoy the satisfaction that power brings. Chun Fan really didn't feel much about the love between men and women. Moreover, he didn't want this kind of thing to affect him. Without thinking anymore, Chun Fan returned to the gathering place. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw their captain coming back. They originally thought that the captain would stay in the same room with Monet all night. Now it seems they were overthinking. "Boss, you came right back," Farad said with a surprised look on his face. "What else?" Chun Fan spoke with a cold tone to Kaido. "Well, it's nothing, boss. Come over and continue playing together." When Farad heard Chun Fan's tone, he immediately changed the topic. "You guys go ahead and play. I'll sit by myself for a while." Chun Fan did not choose to continue playing the game, but sat on the ground, enjoying this rare relaxation. In more than 10 years, we have come step by step to where we are today, from escaping from Impel Down City to now creating the strongest pirate group. Along the way, the hardships Chun Fan has experienced and the sweat he has put in are unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, Chun Fan is getting closer and closer to his goal. He knows that his biggest opponent now is not Marine, let alone pirates, but the one on the Holy Land, Chun Fan is very aware that his strength has been called the strongest on the sea. However, in his eyes, this is not enough if he only has the strength of a peak general. Chun Fan felt that he still couldn't beat the one who could rule the world for 800 years. Moreover, neither Roger nor Rox could force him to take action. Even the 5 elders have not taken action once. It is difficult to imagine how powerful Im has reached. As the saying goes, the unknown is the biggest fear, but Chun Fan still has a plan to deal with him. After all, at this point, there is no possibility or need to retreat. Chun Fan's next goal is to become the truly strongest in this world. With the evening breeze blowing, the banquet didn't end until the early morning, and everyone went home drunk. Month after month, months passed quickly. During this period, the Thor pirates did not make any big moves, and there were no major events in the entire sea. Year 1509 of the Hyuan calendar. In an open space, a purple thunder shone, and in the bath of purple thunder, a figure slowly walked out. Chun Fan looked at the thunder around him. After a few months, his strength had not improved much. Both the fruit ability and the 3-color domineering energy seemed to have reached a limit. If you want to break through the limits, it's not that simple. It seems it's time to go out. Training alone won't bring much improvement. Chun Fan looked forward with an indifferent expression, thunder flashing. He disappeared instantly. A few seconds later, Chun Fan appeared in the palace and slowly walked up to the throne at the top. Bullet and his party were sitting below. After Bullet joined, he served as the captain of the 1st Division. He had no intention of competing with Bud for the position of captain of the combat division. In his heart, there was only one idea: to become the strongest. Bullet looked directly at Chen Fan, and he wanted to defeat Chen Fan. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he basically couldn't do this. As for Shiryu, he serves as the captain of the 3rd Division. At this moment, Shiryu's eyes were full of indifference, staring straight at Mihawk. If Bullet's short-term goal is to defeat Chen Fan, then Shiryu's short-term goal is to defeat Mihawk. After Chen Fan sat on the throne, Violet, as the chief steward of Thor One Piece, began to report on the recent situation. After listening to the report, Chen Fan didn't ask any more questions because nothing major happened. Next, Tezig, as the finance minister, also took the stage to report the situation. After listening to the report, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. With Tezig, a fruit user who can make gold, their finances are naturally unlikely to have any big problems. After reporting on his work, Chen Fan was ready to announce his retirement. At this time, Mihawk stood up. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Mihawk standing up, even though Mihawk's status in the Thor Pirates was second only to Chen Fan. However, given his character, he is usually taciturn, doesn't talk much, and concentrates on practicing swordsmanship. So everyone is curious. What does the vice captain want to say when he stands up? Mihawk, what's wrong? Chen Fan also asked curiously. I received an invitation. The road to the world's greatest swordsman is usually held every 20 years to determine the world's greatest swordsman. 7 days later, it will be on Sword Chi Island, so I may want to participate next. Mihawk said as he took out a white invitation. At this time, Shiryu also stood up and took out a white invitation from his arms. Obviously, as a great swordsman, he also received this invitation. You both want to go, right? That's okay. Chen Fan nodded. He believed that with Mihawk's current strength, there is a high probability that he will be the first this time. And according to the original work, he was originally the world's greatest swordsman. However, maybe because of Chen Fan's appearance, he fought more times with the top warriors in the sea, and his strength became stronger in advance. You know, the current Mihawk is only 30 years old. I'll go with you. Chen Fan thought for a moment and then said, he just couldn't make a breakthrough in training right now. So he took this time to appreciate nature. Maybe he would gain something different, and even if it didn't work, he could relax his tense nerves a little. I'm going too, big brother. At this time, Monet jumped out and said, Boss, I'm going too. At the end, Farid, who was bored in every possible way, immediately became interested and stepped forward when he heard that he could go out and that it would be a great swordsman's path. I'll just go with my eldest brother. Why do you, a shabby cat, go too? Monet was disgusted when he saw Farid walking with Chen Fan every time. What does it have to do with you? It's a dead airport. I can go there if I want. Farard taunted Monet. Although Monet's is not too small, with a B, but in this world, this size is really quite small. What did you say? Say it again. Monet's expression was full of anger, and her eyes revealed murderous intent. She looked directly at Farid, and her whole body was covered with ice. Say it again. Say it again, airport. Farid was not timid at all. If he was beaten once and twice, he would be timid. He would not always be so mean-mouthed, just when Monet was about to take action. Okay, stop arguing. You two can go together. Chen Fan looked at the two of them seriously. After hearing these words, the two of them shut up obediently. They did not dare to make Chen Fan angry. Later, Chen Fan explained that Bullet and Bard must stay in Wano during this period. With these two people here, as well as the other members of the Thor Pirates, Chen Fan does not need to worry about the attacks of other emperors. After all, with the strength of Bullet and Bard, even if the Beast Pirates come over, they may not be able to win 100% of the time. 7 days flew by. Mihawk and his party of 5. No, strictly speaking, it should be 4 people and 1 meow. All came to Sword Chi Island. At this time, Chen Fan was wearing a mask and did not reveal his true identity. The same goes for Hawkeye and Mihawk. After all, they are attracted by Marine's attention. If Marine discovers that they left Wano country together, there might be some trouble. At this time, many people have come to this island, and they all exude powerful sword power. It is obvious that most of them are swordsmen and great swordsmen who have been invited here. It can be said that those whose swordsmanship has not reached the level of swordsmen are not qualified to participate in this competition. Of course, there were also some people like Chun Fan who came to watch this game. Among the hundreds of people, at the front is a ring composed of 10 boulders. This is most likely the place where the competition will be held later. Mihawk walked forward, and a little girl wearing red clothes and twin tails happened to be walking in this direction. In addition, the little girl was not very tall due to her age, so the two collided. "Hey, why are you hitting me?" This little girl, covered by an umbrella in broad daylight, shouted at Mihawk. "You hit me," Mihawk said in a cold tone. Chun Fan from behind looked at this little girl about 15 years old and felt a little familiar. He remembered, isn't this Moria's adopted daughter Perona? She actually appeared here. "Umph. Why are you so rude? It was you who hit me." Perona puffed her lips out in anger. However, Mihawk's expression is still full of calm. "That's right, you don't even apologize when you bump into someone. I've never seen anyone so rude." At the same time, Farad saw this little girl, albeit a little strange, covered by an umbrella in broad daylight. But seeing that she was pretty, Farad immediately walked up to her. "Yes, you are not as polite as this cat." Perona also followed the words at this time. "This beauty, let's ignore this guy. I hate people like this the most." Farad seemed a little carried away and continued. At this time, Mihawk looked at him with extremely cold eyes. For a moment, Farad couldn't help but feel that the hairs on his hair were about to explode. He almost forgot that this person was his deputy captain. "Farad, what are you talking about?" Mihawk said with a cold tone. "No, Vice Captain, I was just joking." Farad was immediately frightened. "Hey, what do you mean? You threaten a cat?" At this time, Perona stood up and stood in front of Farad. "At this time, sorry everyone, my adopted daughter seems to have caused you a little trouble." A fat man with 2 horns on his head and wearing a leather jacket walked over. Seeing Moria like this, Chun Fan was a little surprised. He thought, this guy Moria is so decadent now. "Molia, where did you go just now?" Perona didn't call Moria her adoptive father. This was due to her character. "Discipline your adopted daughter." After Mihawk said these words, he continued to move forward. "Hey, what did you say?" When Perona heard Mihawk say this, she immediately became anxious. She was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Mariah. At this time, Farad also stopped in front of the two of them and spoke to them seriously. "You must not offend my deputy captain and the others. They're extremely cruel." Farad didn't want this cute little girl to be killed with a sword. "Oh, are your pirate group very strong?" When Moria heard these words, he was a little curious, since he was defeated by Kaido of the Beasts last time. He only wants to use the fruit's power to defeat Kaido the Beast and become the strongest in the sea. So he has been looking for opportunities to find the body of the strong man, or harvest the shadow of the strong. He must be the strongest on the sea. Farad thought for a moment and said. He didn't lie either. The Thor pirates are indeed the strongest pirate group in the sea now. Even the Whitebeard pirates cannot compare with them. The strongest on the sea is really ridiculous. The strongest on the sea right now is the Thor pirates. Meow meow. You're not going to say that you are a member of the Thor pirates, are you? Before Moria could speak, Perona said with disbelief. Maybe I will withdraw first. After Farad finished speaking, he chased after Mihawk because they were already far away. At this moment, Mariah was lost in thought. He was wondering whether what this fur tribe said was true. However, even if it were true, Moria would not dare to take advantage of Thor One Piece. The Beast Pirates had already cast a shadow on him, even 5 years ago, not to mention the Thor Pirates. The sun was shining brightly. The sun shines on the earth. At this moment, on the huge stone platform in the middle, a young man walked out. He carried a long knife on his back, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. Obviously, he is the initiator this time. His family is also the initiator of the path of swordsmanship over the years. Welcome everyone to come and participate in the journey to become a swordsman. Today we will determine the world's greatest swordsman. The young man looked at everyone and said. No one spoke below, They all exuded powerful sword power. This is enough to show that those who can be invited to participate in this competition, without exception, are not weak. The rules of the road to the swordsman are very simple. Everyone comes up to receive a number plate and is divided into 8 groups. The 8 winners come up to draw number plates. 8 goes into 4, 4 goes into 2, and finally the world's greatest swordsman is determined. The young man explained the rules to everyone. No one has any objection to this rule. After all, the world's greatest swordsman is definitely a symbol of strength, and he can only use strength to determine the outcome. Now please come up and draw number plates. The young man looked at everyone again and said, "Brother, do you think the vice-captain can win?" Monet asked Shun Fan directly. "Can win." Shun Fan said this answer with certainty. At this time, Shiryu, who was standing aside, looked at Mihawk with warlike eyes. Although he knows that with his current strength, he is no match for Mihawk. But as a swordsman, he couldn't give up without fighting. 10 minutes later, everyone has finished drawing number cards. Mihawk drew number 1, the number card, and walked onto the ring number 1. As for Shiryu, he didn't collide with Mihawk at the beginning. He drew number 2, the number plate. As many swordsmen drew their number cards, they also walked onto the stage separately. Shiryu looked at his opponents with murderous eyes. The other 15 people also felt the murderous aura on Shiryu. They couldn't help but think that this guy was a lunatic. Why did he have such a strong, murderous intention? At this moment, Shiryu didn't care what they thought. He just wanted to do it. The next second, Shiryu pulled out the thunderstorm of the sharp sword, and his body disappeared in an instant, and he slashed straight towards the young swordsman in front of him. The speed was so fast that the young swordsman could not react for a moment. He just pulled out his sword and said, "Tear," with blood spurting out. The young swordsman was directly chopped away with the sword. The whole person fell heavily outside the ring. There was a sword wound of nearly half a meter on his body. Blood was flowing continuously, and the bones were visible. His whole body looked extremely scary, and his breath was also very weak. The 14 swordsmen were all a little surprised when they saw how aggressive the masked man was. However, how is it possible that the weakest among them also has the swordsmanship level of a swordsman? He was just frightened by Shiryu's murderous intention. The 2 Peronas below naturally noticed Shiryu, and they knew that this guy was the same group of people they saw just now. After all, they were the only ones present wearing masks. They were all a little shocked to see Shiryu strike so quickly and so cruelly. However, Perona immediately looked towards arena number 1. She wanted to see Mihawk make a fool of himself. At this time, in arena number 1, the major swordsmen have begun to fight, and sword auras are raging. On the other hand, Mihawk was not in a hurry to take action, but stood there, watching the fight with an indifferent expression. He was looking for the strongest among the 15 people, but among the other 15 people in this arena, there seemed to be no one who could arouse his interest. Mihawk, who was standing in the middle of the ring without making any move, naturally attracted the attention of others. A short-haired swordsman pulled out his long sword and attacked Mihawk. Seeing the attacking swordsman, Mihawk's expression was full of indifference, and he slowly drew out the sharp sword in his hand. A sword was swung out, and in an instant, a green sword energy burst out, slashing directly at the rushing swordsman at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this powerful force, the young man's eyes showed fear, but it was too late. He could only swing the long knife in his hand, which was covered with the power of armed domineering and surging sword energy, and slash down. Boom! In an instant, this green sword energy directly knocked the young swordsman away. Bang! He fell heavily outside the ring, and his body was full of scars. Although the sword did not cause him fatal injuries, the extreme pressure and helplessness of the confrontation felt. This young swordsman felt deep despair. This is what happens if you dare to challenge Mihawk. The other people on the first stage stopped at this time, because their eyes were looking at the sword in Mihawk's hand. As swordsmen, it is impossible for them not to know the supreme sharp sword. And they naturally know that the master of the supreme sword, Black Blade Knight, is Mihawk, the vice captain of the Thor pirates. This masked man possesses the supreme, sharp sword Blackblade, with the power of the sword just now. It is obvious that this masked man is Mihawk, the deputy captain of the Thor pirates, with a bounty of 3 billion. Am I right? This weapon is the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight. You read that right. This masked man should be Mihawk, the vice captain of the Thor pirates. This one actually came over too. It's not normal to come here. Mihawk has been a famous swordsman for a long time. It is my honor to fight against such a great swordsman here today. These swordsmen were all surprised by Mihawk's identity, but there was no fear in their eyes. In the eyes of crazy swordsmen like them, being able to fight against a powerful swordsman makes them excited. The next second, a burly man with a long knife in his hand, which was as big as a broadsword, attacked Mihawk directly. Facing this sudden attack, Mihawk's expression remained as indifferent as he swung his sword. A sharp sword energy turned into a green dragon and roared away. Boom! With a look of horror on his face, the strong man was directly swallowed by the green dragon and sent off the stage. Seeing Mihawk kill a swordsman with another move, the remaining swordsmen looked surprised. They didn't expect that Mihawk was even more powerful than rumored. However, even so, the faces of the remaining dozen or so people were still full of excitement. Then, they all attacked Mihawk with long knives in their hands. With cold eyes, watching everything, Mihawk disappeared from the spot. After a flash of swords and shadows, Mihawk appeared in front of the ring, and the remaining dozen swordsmen all fell on the ring. Facing these real swordsmen, Mihawk can give them the greatest respect by attacking with all his strength. After finishing all the opponents in ring number 1, Mihawk walked off the ring. At the same time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and squinting eyes walked down from arena number 8. Obviously, he also finished solving other opponents. Mihawk looked over. He didn't expect that anyone besides himself would solve it so quickly. You are very strong. I look forward to fighting you. Mihawk reinserted the black sword into the scabbard, looked at the middle-aged man slowly, and said, "Good." Koshiro narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and responded. Afterwards, the two of them walked to their resting places. Shinfan also looked over at this time. He felt that this person looked familiar. Vice Captain, your swordsmanship is so strong. You can defeat your opponent so quickly. Are you interested in teaching me swordsmanship? Farad, the conspicuous bag, walked next to Mihawk. Not interested. Mihawk replied in a cold tone, then closed his eyes and rested. Seeing Mihawk like this, Farad didn't bother asking for trouble and walked directly to the right, because he found the girl he just saw. Hi there. Farad walked up to Perona happily. At this time, Perona looked at Mihawk with a look of shock, because of the supreme sword and what those swordsmen said. He understood that the masked man he had just offended was the deputy captain of the Thor pirates with a bounty of 3 billion. Moria was also a little scared at this moment. After all, he was scared by Kaido before. He knows the horror of these New World pirates with billions of bounties on their heads. He was even thinking that Mihawk, the vice captain of the Thor pirates, appeared here. What about the other two besides the cat? Especially that thin young man. He is indeed the leader of the Thor pirates, Thunder God Chun Fan. For a moment, Mariah thought that as soon as he got what he wanted, he would leave here immediately. Beauty, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Perona ignored him, Farad asked again. You are really from the Thor pirates? Perona asked Farad in surprise. Otherwise, I won't lie to you. Farad smiled proudly. After all, it was his vice captain who revealed his identity first. Of course, it is basically impossible to participate in a competition of this level without exposing your identity. Then, that guy is really Mihawk with a bounty of 3 billion. Perona looked at Mihawk. She immediately felt that she was too arrogant before and was a little scared. Well, that's our stinky vice captain. Farad curled his lips. At this time, Mihawk opened his eyes. He obviously heard it and looked directly at Farad with his cold eyes. For a moment, Farad felt a killing intent, and the hair on his body stood up. Our vice captain is the most skilled swordsman I have ever seen. The final winner of this game is definitely our vice captain. Farid quickly changed his tune. Then the young man, standing in the middle, is the captain of your Thor pirates? Thor Chun Fan. At this time, Moria asked Farid, "You guessed this." Farid did not directly reveal Chun Fan's identity. While Farid was chatting with Moria and Perona, the battles in the remaining 6 arenas were all over. In the second stage, Shiryu naturally won the final victory. On the third stage, there's an old man. Although he looks very old, you can see the powerful sword energy coming from his body. This is a great swordsman. On the fourth stage, there's a great swordsman wearing a white kimono. Arena number 5, Arena number 6, Arena number 7. A bunch of trash. Shiryu came back covered in blood. Of course, the blood on his body belonged to those swordsmen. None of the swordsmen who were also in the second arena survived under his hands, because in his eyes, trash was destined to die. This is Shiryu, the extremely crazy swordsman. At this moment, Chun Fan turned his attention to the winner of the fourth arena. When there were many people before, he didn't notice it, but now he noticed it. Because this great swordsman seems to be holding the famous sword Chiu Shui. This seems to be the famous sword of the dragon-slaying hero, Ryoma. Half an hour later, the young man walked to the middle stage and said, "For the remaining 8 swordsmen, please come up and draw number cards." After the young man finished speaking, the 8 Mihawks also walked up to draw number plates. Mihawk looked at the number plate in his hand, which read 1. Just like before, he went to the number 1 ring. Shiryu looked at his number plate and saw that it was only a 3. He was a little disappointed. Although he knew that he was not Mihawk's opponent, he still looked forward to a battle with Mihawk. 2 minutes later, all 8 people stood on the ring. The swordsman standing in front of Mihawk is the old swordsman. As for Shiryu's opponent, he is a young swordsman with a thin body and a ghostly aura all over his body. His eyes are full of evil. "You are very strong. I really want to kill you." Atura looked at Shiryu with a ferocious expression and smiled. "Kill me. It's so much fun." Shiryu also laughed. Both appear to be lunatics. The next second, Atura took the lead in pulling out the famous sword in his hand. A terrifying ghostly aura covered it, and his body disappeared instantly, slashing towards Shiryu at an extremely fast speed. "Well done. Let me kill you." Shiryu also burst out with a powerful aura, and the sharp sword in his hand was covered with armed, domineering energy. Clang! In an instant, the 2 famous knives collided together. Everything around them was destroyed, and pieces of gravel flew up. Under the shadow of the 2 swords, the sounds of fighting and iron horses continued to sound, and the 2 great swordsmen clashed fiercely. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. Under the collision that lasted for dozens of moves, the 2 of them fell back several meters. Cut! Shiryu saw that the man in front of him could block so many of his attacks, and then a powerful sword intent rose into the sky, covering the thunderstorm. As he waved the thunderstorm in his hand, a white sword energy burst out and slashed straight towards Atura at extremely fast speeds. His expression was full of excitement and madness. "Kill you." Atura also slashed out a sword, and a black sword energy seemed to destroy everything and rushed away. Boom! In an instant, the 2 sword energies collided together. Under this powerful collision, countless boulders flew up and circles of air waves spread out. With a violent explosion, the 2 attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth. The next second, in the countless smoke, Atura's figure appeared. "You are so strong. I like you. If I kill you, that would be a wonderful thing." Atura had a ferocious smile on his face and slashed hard at Shiryu with his famous sword. "Killing me is really fun." Encountering such a crazy opponent, Shiryu was extremely excited and rushed forward with a big sword in hand. Boom! One after another, sword energy raged, and grooves appeared on the hundreds of meters of huge stone arena. The 2 were engaged in the fiercest fight. At the same time, on the other side, arena number 1, an extreme sword intent rose into the sky, and Mihawk swung his sword. A green sword energy that was hundreds of meters long turned into a ferocious green dragon and engulfed the old man. His pupils widened, and he had no time to dodge, so the old man could only swing out of sword energy. However, this sharp sword energy was destroyed the moment it collided with the green giant dragon. Then, the green dragon completely swallowed the old man. The old man's whole body flew out like a kite with its string broken, and he fell heavily outside the ring. He held the sword and stood up tremblingly, looking at the scars on his body and the young man whose whole body contained powerful sword power. The old man knew he had lost. I lost. After saying this, the old man turned around and left. However, Mihawk walked off the ring without saying a word. Perona below saw this scene and couldn't help but feel admiration. She was thinking about this guy who talked less and seemed to be really strong in swordsmanship. Chun Fan below was also paying attention to the battles in the several arenas above. His eyes have always been on Koshiro. If the other arenas are evenly matched, or the gap is not big, then Koshiro completely suppressed his opponent. At this moment, Mihawk also looked over. He looked at the situation in the ring, and he knew that Koshiro was about to defeat his opponent. In the arena, opposite Koshiro, there was a swordsman holding a broadsword, his body covered with hideous scars. On the other hand, Koshiro always had a relaxed look on his face, squinting and smiling. It's a bit regretful that I'm not the first to win this time, but it's time to end. Drawing the knife and running water, Koshiro swung his sword, and instantly, the blue sword energy turned into a waterfall hundreds of meters high, as if it wanted to swallow everything, and went directly towards the burly swordsman opposite. He knew that he was no match, but as the pride of a great swordsman, Cord did not allow himself to lose just like that. He fully exploded his powerful sword power, gathered it on the famous sword, and swung the sword out. Suddenly, a red sword energy turned into a ferocious giant tiger in midair, rushing straight towards the hundreds of meters waterfall. Boom! Unfortunately, under the collision, the huge tiger was directly swallowed by the hundreds of meters of waterfall. Then his whole body was swallowed up, and as the water dissipated, Cord was lying on the ring in an extremely embarrassed state, his body full of scars, and he had passed out. If he hadn't been breathing weakly, everyone would have thought he was dead. After the victory, Koshiro slowly walked down the ring and looked at Mihawk. Mihawk also looked over at this time. The two looked at each other, and they both knew how strong the other was. My name is Koshiro, and I look forward to fighting you, Mihawk. Koshiro narrowed his eyes and said in a friendly manner, looking forward to fighting with you. Mihawk also responded calmly, brother, this great swordsman is so powerful. He can actually defeat his opponent so quickly. Monet said from the side, it's quite strong. He already has the combat power of a general. Chun Fan is also very interested in Koshiro. Half an hour later, the winners and losers of the 3 arenas have been decided, leaving only the second arena. Shiryu stood on the ring with his whole body covered in scars. The same goes for Atura on the opposite side, with hideous wounds on his body. Obviously, the difference in strength between the two is not big. That's why they fought to such an extent. I didn't expect that someone could threaten Shiryu this time. Monet looked at the swordsman with a crazy face and was a little surprised that he could fight Shiryu to such an extent. You know, Shiryu has the strength of a quasi-general. It's normal. This competition has gathered together most of the most powerful swordsmen in the world. It's normal to have such a master. Besides, isn't that Koshiro stronger? Chun Fan said with a smile. While the two were chatting, the battle in the second arena continues. Ha! You are very strong. I really look forward to killing you. Atura laughed wildly. You alone want to kill me? Shiryu held the big sharp knife tightly in his hand. He also wanted to kill the madman in front of him. Being able to be thought of as a madman by Shiryu shows that Atura is really crazy. The sword of Yuluan. All the sword energy and willpower in Shiryu's body are concentrated on the thunderstorm of sharp swords, and the armed domineering energy is also covered on it. 2 powerful forces entangled him, and he swung his sword forward. Immediately, the white sword energy burst out, turning into wisps of sword energy in midair and turned into raindrops dripping towards Atura. The sword of purgatory. Seeing the dense attacks above, Atura's face was full of madness. Without any hesitation, and the endless ghostly energy continued to gather on the famous sword. He clenched his hands and waved the famous sword in his hand. In an instant, a black sword energy slashed out, turning into a boundless purgatory that seemed to swallow up those raindrops. Boom! The raindrops of sword energy collided fiercely with the boundless purgatory. Everything around was destroyed. Countless rubbles flew everywhere, and fierce explosions continued to sound, and ripples spread out in all directions. Everyone's eyes are also looking over. They want to know who will win the final victory. After several seconds of stalemate, the raindrops of sword energy finally penetrated the boundless purgatory and dripped toward Atura. His expression was full of surprise, but there was no fear in Atura's eyes. Instead, he laughed, and soon, these sword energy raindrops fell on his body. Blood flowed, and suddenly, Atura fell to the ground in pain, his body full of shocking scars, and he looked particularly scary. Shiryu walked towards him step by step. There was no fear of death. Instead, Atura looked at him with a smile on his face. "Kill me, kill me." He looks like a complete lunatic. It was the first time Shiryu met someone crazier than himself, and he didn't hesitate and cut him off with one sword. In an instant, Atura's body and head were separated, and he became completely silent. After finishing the opponent, Shiryu took away the famous sword in his hand and went to rest. His whole body was full of scars at the moment. He was constantly panting. It could be imagined that this battle was quite exhausting. If the recovery time is still the same as before, half an hour, then Shiryu may not be able to recover in half an hour. When Shiryu sat down, the blue thunder in Chun Fan's body was conceived and headed directly towards his body. Seeing this scene, Shiryu was immediately frightened. He couldn't understand what his captain was doing, but waiting for death was not his style. He immediately pulled out a sharp knife and prepared to fight back. "Sit down and let me help you recover," Chun Fan said in a cold tone. Only then did Shiryu understand Chun Fan's intention and immediately sat down. Then, the blue thunder entered his body. For a moment, Shiryu felt a slight pain and his face looked a little ugly, but he could bear it. Wisps of blue thunder are stimulating Shiryu's cells and helping him recover from his injuries. The serious injury that was originally on the surface of the wound was slowly repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, these swordsmen who came over looked a little surprised. They were originally guessing whether the other male masked man was the captain of the Thor pirates, Thunder God Chun Fan. Now it seems that for a moment, some swordsmen's eyes were full of fear. After all, Chun Fan's reputation outside was not a good one. The tyrannical monarch has a reputation for destruction. It can be said that he is a great pirate. As a legend on the sea, he is famous for his evil reputation, especially the rumors that he has an unstable temperament and likes to kill. Coupled with the world's strongest strength, most people can't feel fear when they see it. At this moment, Moria took Perona and hid far away. He couldn't even defeat Kaido of the Beasts, let alone the god of thunder, Chun Fan, who had defeated Kaido of the Beasts. When he thought of Perona, who dared to offend the Thor pirates just now, he felt a little scared for a moment. At this time, Perona's face was a little ugly. She had fully realized what she had just done. She was even glad that she had not offended this tyrannical monarch. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so scared? Our captain is a good person, and our captain has a good personality, but he doesn't like to talk." Farad was very puzzled when he saw the two of them like this. In his eyes, Chun Fan was a good person. Not only did he send Bud to teach him two-color domineering, but he also gave him an ancient animal-type devil fruit. Of course, this is just what he thought. Hearing Farad say this, not only Moria and the two of them didn't know what to say, but the swordsman next to them was even more confused. If Chun Fan is a good person, then how did those marines and pirates die? This is a monarch who is said to be tyrannical. If he gets angry, the lives of thousands or tens of thousands of people will be lost. Such a guy is a good person. then there would be no bad people, and he would have a good character. If his character is considered good, then there would be no one in the world with a bad character. Of course, the swordsmen can only think about these thoughts in their hearts, and they never dare to speak them out. Half an hour passed. The young man stood on the huge stone platform in the middle, just like before. Please leave the 4 great swordsmen to come up and draw number cards. At this moment, Shiryu, with the help of Chun Fan, has basically recovered from his injuries. Thank you, Captain. Shiryu said these 4 words with a somewhat cold expression. This is his character. Well, go up. Chun Fan nodded. Soon, the 4 great swordsmen all drew their number cards, and the 4 winners were Mihawk, Koshiro, Shiryu, and the young swordsman holding the famous sword Shusui. The first person to go up and get the number plate was Mihawk. He looked at his number plate and saw that it was still 1. It seemed that he was destined to be 1. As Mihawk walked onto the boulder ring number 1, the young man holding the famous sword Shusui also slowly walked up. Mihawk, I have heard of you. You are very powerful and have always been hailed as the person most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, this position belongs to me. After Roy said this, he pulled out his famous sword Shusui, and the sword intent on his body burst out. The surging sword intent told Mihawk that although the person in front of him was young, he had already taken many steps on the road to being a great swordsman. You are strong. Mihawk made this comment, looking straight at him with sharp eyes like an eagle, and slowly pulled out the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight. Suddenly, the sword energy and will also burst out. In an instant, 2 sword energy wills were engaged in a fierce confrontation on the huge stone arena. 2 white auras seemed to materialize, dividing the entire boulder arena. After only a few seconds of stalemate, Mihawk's powerful sword energy began to suppress him. On the other side, the number 8 boulder arena. Shiryu is also facing Koshiro at this moment. You seem to be able to quickly defeat your opponents. I hope you won't be easily killed by me. Shiryu looked at Koshiro with a crazy look on his face. Such a powerful swordsman made him extremely excited. You are very violent. I just saw that no one who fought with you survived. As a swordsman, you should not be so violent. Koshiro narrowed his eyes and looked at Shiryu with murderous intent on his body. So what? It's because these guys are too weak, or you think you can survive under my hands? Shiryu looked at Koshiro with a ferocious smile on his face. You can try it. After Koshiro finished speaking, he pulled out the famous sword in his hand, and a sword intent like a sword cutting through water emitted. Feeling this near-extreme sword intent, Shiryu became even more excited. He immediately pulled out the sharp sword Leiyu, and the terrifying aura burst out from his body. In an instant, it disappeared from the spot. The 2 forces of ghost energy and sword intention were like 2 ferocious dragons, entwined around the sharp sword. He slashed at Koshiro's head at a very fast speed. With a calm look on his face, Koshiro narrowed his eyes slightly. Powerful power gathered on the famous sword. He held the famous sword in his hands tightly and swung it forward. It seemed like it was just the simplest sword splitting. Clang! When the 2 famous swords collided, circles of air waves spread out. The sword energy raged. Countless gravel flew up, and dust flew everywhere. The next second, Shiryu kept waving the sword in his hand, bursting out a violent storm of attacks and attacking Koshiro. Facing Shiryu's fierce attack and violent momentum, Koshiro looked calm and still looked at ease. While the 2 were fighting fiercely, on the other side, the battle on arena number 1 had also begun. Roy's face looked a little ugly at this moment. It was obvious that under the collision of sword energy and will, he was completely at a disadvantage. You are strong, but not strong enough. Mihawk said this sentence with a calm tone, just like the strong man's evaluation of the weak. In the eyes of Roy, a genius swordsman, this was a great insult. Really? I don't think so. I think I'm strong enough. Roy said young and frivolous. Then the next second, his body disappeared in an instant. Ghost energy and sword energy will, 2 powerful forces wrapped around the famous sword at the same time. A moment later, Roy appeared behind Mihawk, and stabbed his back directly with his sword. His expression was still as cold as ever, without any fear. Mihawk held the supreme sword in his hand and turned around. Above the supreme sword, it was as black as ink and covered with armed domineering aura. The sound of fighting and fighting sounded. Black Dao Yi and Xiao Shui collided fiercely, with fire splashing and ripples spreading out. Under this sword, Roy was forced back slowly by Mihawk's powerful force. This surprised Roy. He didn't expect that Mihawk's sword was just a casual response, and was so powerful. 3,000 ghosts. The surging ghost energy in Roy's body completely burst out, and he actually forced Mihawk back with a single sword blow. Then, he gathered all the ghost energy on the famous sword Xiao Shui and swung out a sword. A black sword energy seemed to destroy everything and covered Mihawk. Cut! Mihawk's expression was full of indifference, but he held the supreme sharp knife tightly in his right hand, swung the sword with one hand, and a green sword energy spontaneously emerged. Clang! In an instant, the green sword energy and the black sword energy, like two giant dragons, collided on the boulder arena. Boulders flew up, and everything around them was destroyed. The two attacks also dissipated between the heaven and the earth at the same time. The next second, Mihawk's body disappeared from the place like a ghost. The ultimate sword energy and will soared into the sky, converging on the supreme sharp sword. He waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, appeared above Roy's head, and slashed straight down. Feeling this strong power, Roy did not dare to hesitate at all. He concentrated all his strength on the autumn water and resisted upwards. Bang! Under the fierce collision, the terrifying force caused Roy to kneel down on the ground, clenching his teeth. He felt a strong sense of oppression from Mihawk. If his sword intention was like a river, then the sword intention of the man in front of him was the sea. Feeling the huge gap, however, Roy was not willing to admit defeat easily. With a roar, the three forces of armed domination, ghost energy, sword energy, and will covered the famous sword. Roy stood up abruptly. Oh, okay. Seeing that Roy could still stand up, Mihawk showed an expression of approval on his face. Stop looking down on others. Laozi is going to become the world's greatest swordsman. When Roy said this loudly, again, with a sudden force, Mihawk managed to break free. Then, the body quickly retreated. It's so ghostly. Roy concentrated all his strength on the famous sword, clenched it with both hands, and swung it quickly. Suddenly, sword energy of dozens of meters covered Mihawk like a violent storm. Without any thought of evading, Mihawk stood on the spot, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, and he also waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand. Green sword energy burst out in an instant. Boom! The storm-like black sword energy and the waterfall-like green sword energy were constantly colliding. The sound of explosions continued to sound. The sword energy was raging, and countless dust was everywhere on the huge stone arena and even spread towards the surroundings. This is also why, where four people fight, one needs arena number 1 and the other needs arena number 8. In the smoke, Roy jumped out. The famous sword Xiao Shui was as dark as ink, and he slashed hard at Mihawk. However, Mihawk's expression remained so calm, standing still and waving his sword. Clang! As the two famous swords collided, Roy's sudden sword strike was unable to even force Mihawk back a step. Roy couldn't accept this. How is that possible? Roy went crazy, waving his famous sword and constantly slashing at Mihawk. However, the result is the same. Mihawk copes with it with a very relaxed look. No matter how powerful Roy unleashed or how violent his attack, he could never force Mihawk to take a step back. Under the ring, many swordsmen watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh at Mihawk's power. No wonder Mihawk will always be known as the swordsman who is most likely to be the world's greatest swordsman. This strength is too scary. Yeah, he hasn't used his full strength yet, right? That young man is already strong enough, but he's not at the same level as Mihawk. Yes, this is really terrifying. It seems that this time, the candidate for the world's greatest swordsman has been decided. The more powerful the swordsman is, the more he can feel the depth of Mihawk's sword understanding and strength. It seems that our vice captain has no opponent in this battle. Farid yawned and said that he came back from Perona because since Perona knew that he was really a member of the Thor Pirates, he was a little afraid to say hello to him, which made Farid a little distressed. He even thought that it was his vice captain's fault for delaying his flirting with the girl. Otherwise, he might be able to have a friendly exchange with the girl. Of course, just thinking about it, Farid didn't want to be slashed by Mihawk. Not necessarily. That one is pretty good. Chen Fan kept looking towards Koshiro intentionally or unintentionally. Upon hearing this, Farard and Monet also looked over. At this time, in arena number 8, subtle scars began to appear on Shiryu's body, but Koshiro was still unscathed. It can be said that the gap has begun to be reflected. Shiryu looked a little excited. He didn't expect that this time, besides his vice captain, there would be such a powerful swordsman. He could clearly feel that Koshiro's strength had reached the general level. You are very strong, but you are too bloodthirsty. After the two swords clashed, they both retreated. Koshiro narrowed his eyes and looked at Shiryu and said, "Do you need your comment on how lousy he is doing? You just need to have a good fight with me." Shiryu showed a ferocious smile and then disappeared instantly, holding a large sharp sword called Thunderstorm, covered with a dark-colored weapon-colored domineering force. He slashed at Koshiro's head at a very fast speed. Looking at this powerful sword, Koshiro's expression became serious. He held the famous sword tightly in both hands and ran forward. It was covered with armed, domineering force and swung it forward. Clang! When the two famous swords collided, countless gravel flew up around them. Under this sword, Shiryu took a few steps back before stopping. On the other hand, Koshiro did not take a step back. He used the simplest sword moves from beginning to end, like chopping, slashing. These simplest sword moves can exert the greatest power in his hands. Seeing Koshiro forcing him back again, Shiryu was a little dissatisfied. Thunderstorm and squally wind. Shiryu held a large sharp knife in his hands tightly, full of ghostly aura, and the bloodlust in his body completely exploded. He kept waving the thunderstorm, and the white sword energy seemed to destroy everything. The violent storm moved towards Koshiro, covering everything along the way. Facing this powerful attack, Koshiro's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of panic. Cut kill. Koshiro held the famous sword tightly with both hands and swung the sword forward. Suddenly, a golden sword energy burst out and turned into a golden giant tiger, which seemed to swallow everything. Boom! The moment the giant golden tiger collided with the sword energy, it immediately devoured it all. A violent explosion occurred. Huge rocks flew up, smoke rose everywhere, and the two attacks disappeared between the sky and the earth at the same time. The next second, in the smoke, Shiryu appeared in front of Koshiro. Wielding the large sword in his hand, which contained powerful power, he slashed at Koshiro at extremely fast speeds. Relying on the fourth stage of Haki, Koshiro noticed it in advance, held his famous sword, and immediately blocked the attack. For a moment, the two were fighting in close quarters, their sword energy raging, and they started a fierce battle. At the same time, the battle in arena number 1 seems to be coming to an end. Heavy breathing sounded. Roy's body was full of serious scars, and his hand holding the famous sword Chioshui was trembling. On the other hand, Mihawk only had some minor wounds on his body, and his expression was always so calm. It seems that until now, he has not tried his best. You are very strong. In a few years, you may be a very difficult opponent. Mihawk looked at Roy and said calmly, "But it is this tone that makes others feel like the strong is lecturing the weak, or the elders are lecturing the younger. How could the arrogant Roy accept it? Really? I think my current strength is enough." After saying this, Roy's sword energy completely exploded. Azura Road. In an instant, ghost energy continued to gather on the autumn water, and Roy's terrifying aura completely exploded. He squeezed his strength to the extreme, held the famous sword Chioshui tightly in both hands and swung out the sword. In an instant, the black sword energy turned into Azura, which was extremely terrifying and attacked Mihawk. Facing this terrifying sword, Mihawk's expression remained so indifferent. One sword in the sky. The powerful sword spirit soared into the sky and then continuously gathered on the supreme sword. The dark-colored weapon also covered it, and the sword was swung out. A giant green dragon seemed to want to destroy everything. It transformed into a giant green dragon and rushed straight towards the Azura. Boom! Under the fierce collision, the boulder arena was directly shattered, and boulders flew out, and the air waves were scattered. Fortunately, the swordsman's strength was the lowest in the appearance battle, and he could withstand these aftermaths. If he were an ordinary person, he might be killed by a huge rock. After the green dragon and Azura fought for a few seconds, the green dragon directly penetrated Azura's body and devoured Roy at an extremely fast speed. Unable to avoid it, Roy's expression was full of panic. He held the famous sword Xiao Shui and blocked it in front of him. Boom! In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, dust rose everywhere, and a deep pit of tens of meters appeared on the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Roy was lying on the ruins covered in blood and scars. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between himself and Mihawk. Looking at the defeated Roy, Mihawk did not kill him. He admired this young, great swordsman, although he was a little arrogant, but that was the case with all young people. You are very strong. I'll look forward to my next fight with you. After saying this, Mihawk also left the dilapidated ring directly. I lost, but I will win next time. Roy struggled to stand up. He was not completely defeated by his failure. His eyes, when looking at Mihawk, were still full of strong fighting spirit. In this regard, Mihawk also somewhat recognized Roy when he saw him like this. When Mihawk's battle ended, Chun Fan and the others turned their attention to the number 8 ring. At this time, we are on stage number 8. Shiryu was completely at a disadvantage. Koshiro's simple sword move contained extremely powerful power. At this moment, Shiryu was sweating continuously on his forehead, and there was a hideous wound on his abdomen that was so deep that his bones were visible. He looked a little embarrassed, but there was still no fear in his eyes. Instead, he was filled with excitement. He loved fighting against such a powerful swordsman. This feeling of being at a disadvantage and desperately resisting made him extremely obsessed. Come again. After being forced back by the sword, Shiryu did not hesitate and continued to attack. Moreover, the sword intention was stronger than before, and the attack speed was also faster. Feeling this fierce attack and strong fighting spirit, Koshiro, who had always been calm, could not even call him crazy at this time. The two of them were constantly fighting on the number 8 boulder ring, their sword energy raging. The number 8 boulder arena had long been torn into pieces, and everyone watching the battle around the two people had also retreated several hundred meters away. Vice Captain, do you think Shiryu will win? I think he seems to be at a disadvantage. Farid asked Mihawk, standing aside. There is hope, but the odds of winning are slim. The middle-aged man has very strong swordsmanship. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, Mihawk knew that his final battle this time should be with Koshiro. Shiryu is indeed very strong, but he is still one step away from the general level. This step is more than just one step. It can be said that neither of the two powerful men who are at the extreme level of quasi-general are no match for an ordinary general. Time passes minute by minute. Half an hour later, on the 8th stage, Shiryu was forced back again. At this time, his whole body was filled with hideous scars, and his consciousness was even beginning to blur. But he still had a crazy look on his face and attacked Koshiro like a madman. Koshiro was not much better at this moment. He was not as calm as he was at the beginning, and his physical strength was greatly exhausted. Of course, it's much better than Shiryu. The sword energy continued to rage. Everything around was destroyed, and the two then engaged in a long and bloody fight. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour later. A figure knelt on the ground on one knee. It was Shiryu, who at this moment completely turned into a bloody man. The flesh and blood were blurred, and even the hand holding the famous sword was constantly shaking. He lowered his head, as if he had reached his limit. Even if he had it, no matter how strong his fighting spirit was, he could not break the gap in strength. As for Koshiro on the other side, he was also panting heavily, and there were wounds on his body, but it could be seen from the strong aura on his body that he still had the strength to fight. However, his expression was a little solemn. He did not expect that Shiryu would be so difficult to deal with, and his strength was obviously not at the level of a general. But that desperate fighting style and terrifying fighting spirit forced Koshiro to this point. You are too bloodthirsty. If you survive, it seems to be a disaster for other swordsmen. Koshiro said this slowly, and then his eyes showed the intention of killing. He walked towards Shiryu step by step. Raising his head, Shiryu wanted to hold the famous sword in his hand and fight back. But the severe pain from his body made it impossible for him to do this. But just when Koshiro was about to take action, a destructive purple thunder aura locked onto him. Chun Fan stood there, a purple thunderbolt beating in his hand as he played with it. Chun Fan looked at Koshiro with a playful expression on his face. Although he didn't say anything, the terrifying thunder had already explained everything. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Koshiro looked at the tyrannical monarch in front of him, who was known as the world's strongest. He didn't dare to move. That's right, I just don't dare to move. No matter how arrogant Koshiro is, he will never think that he is Chun Fan's opponent. The great swordsman is not afraid of his enemies, but that doesn't mean he likes to seek death. Chun Fan walked forward slowly, with a smile on his face and playing with the thunder in his hand. The meaning seems to be telling Koshiro, do it, you dare try it. After hesitating for a moment, Koshiro chose to turn around and leave. He really didn't dare to do anything. This is the strongest intimidation in the world. Even if Koshiro is a great swordsman, his strength is close to that of an elite general. But so what? Standing in front of him, he is the strongest person in this sea. He doesn't like to die. Fila goes and brings Shiryu down for treatment. Then, Chun Fan ordered to Farad, who was standing aside. At this moment, Shiryu was covered in blood and had already reached his limit. When Farad came on stage, he fell into a coma. Seeing the unconscious Shiryu, Farad shook his head. He didn't expect the squinting eyes to be so strong. To beat Shiryu like this. After Farad brought Shiryu down, Chun Fan also used the ability of thunder, and wisps of thunder entered his body and stimulated the cells, helping him slowly repair his injuries. On the other side, Mihawk raised his eyes and looked at Koshiro, who was tying a bandage on himself. His injuries are not serious, and he may not be able to recover in half an hour. Facing Mihawk's gaze, Koshiro smiled slightly. He was also looking forward to fighting with this powerful swordsman. Time passed slowly, and soon, half an hour passed. The young man, like the previous one, stood on the boulder ring. Only this time, he didn't ask anyone to come up and draw number plates. Because this time, the journey to become the world's greatest swordsman has come to the final moment, and there are only 2 great swordsmen left. Now, please 2 of us come up to decide the winner. The young man carrying the famous sword said to the 2 of them. Mihawk looked at Koshiro again, and he found that Koshiro's current state was only 78% at best, and half an hour was not enough to restore him to his peak state. This is not allowed for Mihawk, who likes to challenge powerful swordsmen. He hoped that in this final battle, he would defeat Koshiro at his peak strength. At this moment, Koshiro just smiled slightly. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for Mihawk. But so what? Roy isn't necessarily that much weaker than Shiryu. Strictly speaking, the fact that he was so seriously injured was not due to lack of strength. Soon, Koshiro stood up and walked onto the boulder ring in the middle. Mihawk didn't hesitate when he saw this, and followed him onto the boulder ring. However, Mihawk did not choose to draw the supreme sharp knife when he went up. Instead, he looked directly at Koshiro with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Recover. I want to defeat you at your peak, not the injured you now. Mihawk said slowly. Hearing these words, Koshiro's expression changed. He didn't expect that Mihawk would let himself recover slowly. In his current state, he has a high chance of defeating him. At that time, he will be awarded the honor of being the world's greatest swordsman, an honor that all great swordsmen want to have. However, Mihawk doesn't seem to take this very seriously. Without being pretentious, Koshiro immediately sat down and started eating something to regain his strength. The swordsmen below saw this scene and sincerely admired Mihawk. They are thinking that most of them may not be able to do this because they value honor more than the swordsmanship itself. Let me go. Why did the vice captain let that Koshiro recover like this? Isn't now the best time to defeat him? Farid curled his lips in confusion. What do you know, dead cat? What the deputy captain cares about is the swordsmanship itself. What he cares about is whether he can become stronger, not a false reputation. Monet rolled his eyes at Farard. Perona below looked at Mihawk with admiration. For some reason, she seemed to like Mihawk at this moment. Time passed, and an hour passed quickly. In the sky, weak raindrops began to fall. Tick, tick, tick. However, given the physical fitness of everyone, this ordinary small raindrop is nothing to them. At this time, Koshiro also stood up. His physical strength and injuries have almost recovered. You are a respectable opponent. I will use my strongest strength in this battle. Koshiro narrowed his eyes and looked at Mihawk with a fighting look on his face. That's perfect. Mihawk also drew out the supreme sharp sword in his hand, and the sword energy and will in his body completely burst out. At the same time, Koshiro also did not hesitate to draw his famous sword, and the surging sword intent radiated out. Clang! In an instant, two terrifying sword auras, one green and one white, engaged in a fierce confrontation. The huge stone arena of several hundred meters was divided, and the sword aura raged. Several people standing next to the huge stone arena could feel the feeling of being harvested by the sword energy, leaving small scars on their skin, and they quickly stepped back. Under the stalemate, the two men's sword energy and will were evenly matched. Then, Koshiro took the lead, and his body immediately disappeared on the spot. The famous sword in his hand was as black as ink, and he stabbed Mihawk at extremely fast speed. Yes, it is still the simplest sword move, but the speed and power have reached an extreme. Mihawk felt this powerful force. His expression was still so calm, and the supreme sharp knife in his hand was covered with armed domineering force, and he swung it down heavily. The sound of fighting and fighting sounded. In an instant, the supreme sharp sword collided with the famous sword. Everything around was destroyed, circles of air waves spread out, and countless gravel flew up. At the moment of the collision, Koshiro's expression showed a hint of surprise, because he discovered that his sword, which was so powerful, could even force Mihawk back. What a powerful swordsman! Koshiro couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but he would not give up easily. Then, Koshiro quickly waved his famous sword, and Mihawk did the same. The sound of the two famous swords colliding continued to sound. The sword energy was raging, the swords were shining, and for a while, the entire boulder arena continued to make explosion sounds, and sword energy hook marks appeared one after another. The speed of the two was so fast that ordinary people could only see two afterimages, constantly colliding with each other. The swordsmen below were also staring at the battle between the two. They all knew that the two of them had gone a long way on the road to become great swordsmen, and they were not swordsmen of the same level as them. Observing the battle between the two people is also of great benefit to them. At this time, Shiryu woke up from the coma. As soon as he woke up, his eyes were fixed on Koshiro, his fists clenched. He did not back down because he was defeated by Koshiro. He thought in his heart that he must defeat Koshiro and kill Koshiro next time. Shiryu, this Koshiro is really powerful. He beat you until you were covered in blood. At this time, Farid was still saying something mean. Upon hearing this, Shiryu immediately turned around and stared at Farid with a murderous look. Seeing this look, Farid immediately didn't dare to say a word and shut up obediently. While the two men were fighting above, as time passed by, the rain became heavier and heavier. Drops of rain fell on the ground, and the two great swordsmen had the fiercest confrontation in the midst of the wind and rain. An hour later, Mihawk and Koshiro exchanged moves and then both backed away. Both of them had minor wounds on their bodies, but there were no serious injuries. It is conceivable that the two men's swordsmanship is extremely high, and the difference in strength is not very big. Cut. Mihawk clenched the supreme sword in his hand, the ultimate sword intention and the ferocious ghost energy. The two forces converged on the supreme sword. As Mihawk swung this sword, a green sword energy that was hundreds of meters long seemed to destroy everything and slash straight toward Koshiro at an extremely fast speed. Split the sword. Koshiro did not dare to hesitate. All the sword energy in his body was concentrated on the famous sword in his hand. As he waved the famous sword in his hand, a white sword energy burst out. Boom! In an instant, the green sword energy and the white sword energy collided fiercely. Everything around them was destroyed, and huge rocks flew up. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions, and strong winds sprang up. At this time, the onlookers had retreated 1,000 meters away from them. As the two attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth, Mihawk then waved the supreme sword in his hand, and green sword energy slashed out, sweeping towards Koshiro like a violent storm. Facing this sharp and intensive attack, Koshiro's expression could not help but be full of solemnity. He waved the famous sword in his hand, and the same white sword energy burst out. Boom! The sound of explosions continued to sound on the arena, and the sword energy was everywhere. Cut off the water with a knife. Koshiro's eyes changed slightly, and the falling raindrops continuously gathered on the famous sword in his hand. As he swung the sword, a waterfall of hundreds of meters flooded towards Mihawk. Azura's three swords. Mihawk's whole body was full of ghost energy, all condensed on the supreme sword, and he waved the supreme sword as black as ink, Black Blade Knight, with both hands. A black sword energy slashed straight out, then transformed into three more in midair, containing the power to destroy everything, and attack the waterfall that filled the sky. Boom! Under the fierce collision, these three black sword energy directly cut off the 100-meter waterfall, and drops of water fell to the ground. Then, these three black sword energies attacked Koshiro at extremely fast speeds. With a serious look on his face, Koshiro quickly backed away. Bang, bang, bang. Three sword aura hook marks immediately appeared on the ground, and Koshiro narrowly avoided these three sword auras. But when he had just stabilized his figure, the next second, a figure holding a supremely sharp knife had already attacked. Clang! Relying on the powerful haki of seeing and hearing, Koshiro reacted and quickly raised his sword to block. For a moment, the two collided fiercely together again. The two afterimages kept fighting, and the sword energy continued to wreak havoc. Only this time, Koshiro seemed to be at a disadvantage. The swordsmen in the arena below also noticed that Mihawk seemed to be beginning to take control of the situation. Great! The vice-captain seems to be starting to gain an advantage. Monet also slightly understood the situation and said happily, "It's normal for him to win." Chunfan's expression was full of calm. He could have won according to the plot of the original work. Not to mention, now his strength is even more terrifying. Raising his head, Chunfan looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. The rain seemed to be a bit heavy, and there were dark clouds above, as if thunder was about to begin. Boom! Just when I thought about thunder, there was a loud bang in the sky and flashes of thunder. Everyone's eyes were also looking upward, and they found that the rain seemed to be really heavy. However, ordinary heavy rains do not have much impact on them. Chunfan looked at the flashing thunder above and felt the raindrops. The mystery of nature seemed to be unfolding at this moment. For a moment, Chunfan seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression changed. His thunder fruit has awakened and is almost developed to its extreme. The third mode of the thunder god form was developed by him several years ago. In the fourth mode, Chunfan had never noticed anything, but he looked at the natural thunder in the sky and the falling raindrops. Chun Fan seemed to understand something for a moment, and he also had a direction to develop the fourth mode of the Thunder God form. Without hesitation, Chun Fan immediately sat down, his whole body exuding purple thunder. The destructive thunder seemed to destroy everything and wrapped around Chun Fan. It's easy, feeling the thunder that destroyed everything. The three Monets who had been beside Chun Fan immediately retreated. They were very confused. What was the captain doing? Why did he sit down suddenly? And there was thunder all over him. However, they did not choose to disturb Chun Fan because they knew that Chun Fan must have his reasons for doing this. The swordsman below also looked at Chun Fan with confusion. Because the destructive power of thunder was so terrifying, even if the shining purple thunder did not scatter in all directions, just wrapping around Chun Fan was enough to attract others' attention. Tell me, what are the captains of the Thunder God pirates, Thunder God, Chun Fan doing? I don't know. Anyway, we just need to stay away from each other. But I heard that this person has a mood that is unstable and violent. Yes, we'd better stay away quickly to save ourselves trouble. For a time, these swordsmen were hundreds of meters away from Chun Fan and did not dare to get close. At the same time, the battle above the boulder arena seemed to be coming to an end. There was a slight gasp. Mihawk had been beaten until now, and his physical strength could not have been exhausted. He had sword wounds all over his body. However, Koshiro on the opposite side was in even worse condition, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead and his whole body covered with wounds. You are very strong. You gave me the idea of being invincible. However, no matter what it is for, even if it is to respect you, I will not give in easily. This next sword will be my last. Sword. Koshiro looked at Mihawk solemnly, and all the sword energy and willpower in his body exploded to the extreme. You are also a powerful swordsman. To show respect, I will do my best. After Mihawk said this, his sword intent burst into the sky. Sword cutting style. Koshiro focused all his sword energy and will on the famous sword, covering it with armament-colored hockey. Two forces entwined around the famous sword. As he waved the famous sword in his hand, a dazzling white sword energy seemed to destroy everything. It turned into a white dragon and swept towards Mihawk. One sword in the sky. Mihawk did not hesitate. He held the supreme sword with both hands. The ultimate sword intention, the aura of armed domineering, and the ferocious ghost aura. The three forces were like three streams of light, covering the supreme sword. He waved the supreme sharp sword in his hand, and a green sword energy that destroyed everything burst out, transforming into a giant green dragon that seemed to devour everything. Boom! The green giant dragon and the white giant dragon had the fiercest collision in midair. The explosion sounded like a meteorite collision, and sword aura raged out. The sky and the earth roared, and the huge stone arena collapsed directly, and even the ground was torn apart under this blow. After a few seconds of stalemate, the green dragon bit off the white dragon's head and rushed towards Koshiro. Seeing this scene, Koshiro looked relieved, and he raised his sword to block. Boom! The green dragon swallowed him up instantly. A deep pit of over 100 meters appeared on the ground, with countless dust and gravel flying everywhere. Everyone's eyes were focused on it at this moment. As the smoke dissipated, Koshiro was covered in blood and lying on the ruins in a very embarrassed state. The famous sword in his hand even fell off. This battle has been decided. The young man carrying the famous sword saw this scene and walked onto the only remaining boulder ring. He looked at everyone and announced, "This time, the winner of the journey to become a great swordsman is Mihawk. Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman, the world's greatest swordsman, the world's greatest swordsman." The swordsmen below were also shouting that Mihawk was the greatest swordsman in the world. Mihawk didn't care too much about this honor. He looked at the sword in his hand and saw that Koshiro was indeed very strong, but he had not pushed himself to the limit yet. He wanted to find an opponent who could push himself to the limit. At this time, Koshiro also struggled to stand up and walk down from the ring in embarrassment. He lost completely. Koshiro knew in his heart that the young man in front of him had gone further than himself on the road of kendo. Then, Koshiro dragged his seriously injured body towards the direction outside the Sword-Chi Island. The swordsmen were also leaving sparsely. Half an hour later, the violent storm was still falling, and only the Thor pirates and their crew were left on the entire island. Because at this moment, Chun Fan still had his eyes closed, surrounded by purple thunder. The thunder of destruction continues to become more violent. When do you think the boss will wake up? It's already been half an hour. Farad yawned. I don't know, but Big Brother's thunder seems to have become more terrifying. Monet felt the thunder of destruction, and there must have been a trace of fear in his heart. Another half hour passed, and the heavy rain began to lighten up, with little raindrops falling on the ground. At this time, Chun Fan finally opened his eyes, and there was thunder in his pupils. The most important thing is that some of the thunder wrapped around him turned black. It's a pity that it hasn't been fully developed yet, but we finally have a direction. Chun Fan stood up and looked at the black thunder surrounding him. How has he developed the Thor form in fourth mode? Brother, your thunder seems to have become more terrifying. Monet came over at this time and said, Well, let's go. Chun Fan looked around and saw that there was no one around. He felt a little regretful. He originally thought about whether he could recruit Koshiro. So much time has passed now that Koshiro doesn't even know where he went. However, the biggest gain this time is the further development of fruit abilities. You must know that Chun Fan's fruit ability has reached the stage of awakening, and it is very difficult to develop it further. Afterwards, Chun Fan and his party also left Sword-Chi Island. 3 days later, the news that Mihawk became the world's greatest swordsman also spread throughout the world. Many pirates in New World were surprised when they saw this news. Let me go. These Thor pirates are too powerful, right? The captain, Thor Chun Fan, not only has a bounty of 5.9 billion and is known as the strongest in the world, his deputy captain is also the world's greatest swordsman. Yeah, I think now the Thor pirates are the strongest pirate group on the sea. Who else dares to question it? I think Chun Fan hasn't become One Piece now. It's probably because he doesn't want to be. Yes, otherwise, who else in this sea can stop Chun Fan from becoming king? These pirates are all marveling at the power of the Thor pirates. At this time, in the palace of Wano country, Chun Fan was sitting in the main seat with an old man holding a black umbrella sitting underneath. Red Earl, why did you come to see me this time? Chun Fan sat in the main seat and looked at the Red Earl. He knew that the Red Earl could not come to him for no reason. Of course I want to cooperate with you. I want to conquer the holy land of Mariajoya with you. The Red Earl looked at Chun Fan with a smile on his face. He basically had no desires and desires now. His only goal was to attack the Holy Land, kill all the celestial dragons. Hearing this goal, Chun Fan's expression became solemn. He knew that although he had the strength of a peak general now, at most he could only be on par with Roger Whitebeard at his peak. If you want to shake the world government, the current strength alone is not enough. Even if you add the Red Earl and all the members of the Thor Pirates, it is not enough. You know, world government is just a marine, and it can already compete with the New World Pirates. What's more, there are 2 other armies, plus there are definitely many hidden cards in the Holy Land. If we attack the Holy Land of Mariajoya now, the chance of winning is less than 10%. I refuse. Now is not the time. However, I can give you a promise. One day I will attack the Holy Land of Mariajoya, and I will need your help then. Chun Fan didn't completely solve the problem and looked directly at the Red Earl. He needed such a helper. You must know that although the Red Earl's strength is declining, he still has the strength of an elite general. What's more, after he gets the fruit later, his strength will be further improved. When? You should know that my strength is declining. Now I can still maintain elite general level combat power. In a few years, I will still have general level combat power. But if you ask me to wait for more than 10 years, I can't guarantee how strong I will be by then. The Red Earl looked at Chun Fan. He could feel that his strength was constantly declining due to his age and aging body. This is inevitable, whether it's Whitebeard or him. They are the legends of the sea from the previous generation, and their strength is inevitably declining. This is why Marine is most afraid of Chun Fan. He is too young, really too young. Like Whitebeard, Roger barely made a name for himself in the New World when he was his age. And what about him? He has been hailed as the strongest in this sea. Don't worry, trust me. Your strength will not decline, and you have your own way with your old body. I guess you should know that way. Chun Fan looked at the Red Earl with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the Red Earl's expression changed. Indeed, he had a plan for that fruit. He also heard about it by chance and was about to look for it, but he had never told anyone about this plan. Chun Fan seemed to know his plan and its fruits with his words. You seem to know what I'm going to get. The Red Earl stared directly at Chun Fan. Oh, I don't know. What do you want to get? However, I believe that even if it takes more than 10 years, your strength will not decline. You have a way. Chun Fan then smiled and did not answer directly. Hearing these words, the Red Earl was extremely convinced that Chun Fan knew what he wanted to take. This made the Red Earl look extremely solemn. He felt fear for the first time since he became a legend on the sea. He never thought about how anyone could know what he was thinking. Could it be that he, like himself, has the ability to listen to his heart? But it's impossible. Even if I only need a strong person to protect my secrets with all my strength, I can't listen to my heart. Only when the opponent is fighting with no choice but to do it wholeheartedly can the Red Earl do it. Thunder God Chun Fan, you seem to be scarier than the rumors say. The Red Earl said this with a fearful tone. Really? Then at least we will be allies in the future. The scarier I am, the better it is for us, isn't it? Chun Fan still had a smile on his face. Jaha, it makes sense, you were right. The Red Earl was also laughing at this moment, but he was still full of fear of Chun Fan in his heart. Then I'll leave first. I'll go get those things. Let me know when you're going to implement your plan. Of course, I'm only interested in fighting the world government and conquering the Holy Land. If it is a trivial matter, don't notify me. After saying this, the Red Earl immediately transformed into a red afterimage and disappeared. Seeing the Red Earl leaving, Chun Fan had no intention of asking him to stay. In fact, Chun Fan originally planned to get the Phantom Beast fruit, but in his heart he had a better choice when facing the second fruit. But it seems that this fruit is a bit difficult to find. Month after month, time flows by like white sand. The hot summer is coming, and the blazing sunshine is shining on the earth. Year 1510 of the Hyuan calendar. Chun Fan was currently in a huge palace, with a group of people from the Thunder God Pirates sitting under him. At this moment, there are 4 powerful ones in the Thunder God Pirates who are at the level of General Guan. With such strength, they're not afraid at all even if they face the 2 emperors at the same time. However, Chun Fan, who was sitting on the throne, did not have much joy on his face, because he felt that his strength was stuck. The 3 colors of domineering have reached a kind of bottleneck and cannot break through the limit. The development of fruit abilities has a direction. There's only one last step left to develop the 4th mode of Thor's form. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan decided to take the next step, first breaking through to the 5th stage of his knowledge and color domineering power. Regarding the extension of the domineering power of seeing and hearing, Chun Fan thought of listening to the sounds of all things. Wang Ji of Mermaid Island seemed to have this ability. Maybe I can use her to break through the domineering power of knowledge to the 5th stage. As for the Red Earl's insight into the inner voice, Chun Fan actually wanted to have this ability, but he had to forget about owing this old guy a favor when the time came. Moreover, there is another thing on Mermaid Island that Chun Fan is very interested in, Poseidon. This can control Poseidon like Poseidon, so Chun Fan naturally wants to have it in his hands. I will leave for a while. The time is uncertain. If you need anything, please contact me through the phone book. Chun Fan tapped the place where he leaned on the throne with his fingers, looked down with majestic eyes, and everyone said, "That's clear, Captain." Everyone replied, although they were very confused about what Chun Fan was going to do. But they knew that since Chun Fan didn't say anything, they shouldn't ask. Then thunder flashed, and Chun Fan disappeared directly from the spot. A stream of blue light swept towards the sky. 3 days later, the sun was blazing. Among the Mermaid Islands, a figure wearing a black shirt appeared in the Mermaid Island. Today, Chun Fan boarded a coated ship and entered Mermaid Island. There was no way, as a devil fruit user, he couldn't come in directly. Looking at the crowds of people coming and going on this street, no, they are mermaids. Chun Fan was not in a hurry to go to the palace, but was walking around. He looked at the flag of Mermaid Island. This pirate flag seemed to belong to the Whitebeard Pirates. This shows that Mermaid Island is protected by the Whitebeard Pirates. But what does this mean to Chun Fan? After walking for a while, Chun Fan saw a coffee shop. He was a little bored and walked in. Chun Fan prefers drinking coffee to drinking. There are not many customers in this coffee shop. More than half of the dozen or so tables are occupied. Chun Fan looked at the proprietress of this shop and seemed to feel a little familiar. The most important thing was that there was a crystal ball on the table. The moment the boss lady saw Chun Fan, she noticed that a picture appeared on the crystal ball. Wait until she sees the picture clearly. The proprietress couldn't help but swallowed her saliva because she saw a thunderous figure appearing above the Mermaid Island. This thunderous figure also had a giant ball of thunder condensed in its hand, which seemed to destroy the entire Mermaid Island. The whole scene was like the world was being destroyed. There were screams everywhere on Mermaid Island, and no one could stop the thundering figure. You seem to be good at divination. Why don't you divination my future for me? Chun Fan sat in front of Shirley with a smile on his face. When she heard this man talking to her, Shirley couldn't stop trembling for a moment. She finally thought of who this man was. That violent thunder, such a destructive power, is possessed by only one person on the sea, and that is the tyrannical monarch, the god of thunder Chun Fan. Lady Boss, give me a divination. At this time, a burly mermaid came over. Hey boy, please get out of the way first. I want to ask the boss lady to divine my future for me. The burly mermaid looked at the thin young man in front of him and shouted directly. Seeing that someone dared to provoke this person, Shirley instantly became even more frightened. My recognition doesn't seem to be that high. So few people recognize me. As for you wanting to divine your future, right? I can tell you that you will die next. Chun Fan said this with a smile on his face. Boy, what did you say? How dare you curse me to death? This burly mermaid suddenly became anxious when he heard that Chun Fan dared to curse him to death. Just when his huge right hand was about to grab Chun Fan. It's easy. Chun Fan just moved his finger forward slightly, and in an instant, a thunder ray directly pierced the head of this burly mermaid. Bang! With an extremely frightened expression and eyes wide open, the burly mermaid fell to the ground in pain. He couldn't understand why he died like this. This guy killed Harris. For a moment, many mermaids in the coffee shop screamed in fright when they saw Harris turned into a corpse and lying on the ground. This shout immediately attracted the attention of the mermaids patrolling outside. A dozen mermaid guards wearing armor and holding spears rushed into the coffee shop. At this moment, the boss lady Shirley is still confused. Boy, who are you? How dare you commit murder on our Mermaid Island? The leader of the mermaid guard saw Chun Fan's back and immediately shouted to him. If you don't turn around quickly and come with me, if you dare to kill the mermaid on our Mermaid Island, you are finished. The head guard continued. Yeah. Chun Fan turned around with a smile on his face. Looking at this face, the captain of the guard always felt that he had seen it somewhere before. However, I couldn't remember it for a while. No, Lord Thunder God Chun Fan, we didn't mean it. Shirley finally recovered from her extreme fear at this time. She screamed in horror. However, it's too late now. When the captain of the guard heard this name, he finally remembered. Who was this person in front of him? He couldn't help but look horrified, and the faces of the mermaid guards behind him were also full of fear. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Chun Fan just waved his right hand upwards. In an instant, a terrifying thunder dragon emerged and devoured the dozen guards at extremely fast speeds. No! The mermaid guard chief let out a final scream, and then the dozen or so mermaid guards turned into charred corpses and fell to the ground. Before they died, their eyes were full of fear and despair. They never imagined that the person in front of them was the strongest in the world. Help! Help! The customers who were originally in the coffee shop saw that Chun Fan was over with one move, and the lives of more than a dozen mermaids were guarding him. They did not dare to stop. He ran towards the outside of the cafe with a scared expression. "What's wrong, miss? It seems you haven't told me about the divination yet. What's the result?" Chun Fan looked at Shirley with a smile on his face, but in Shirley's eyes, this smile was like a devil's smile. At this time, Shirley was too scared to speak. At the same time, such a big movement must have attracted the attention of the surrounding mermaid guards. All of a sudden, hundreds of mermaid guards surrounded the coffee shop. "Guys inside, listen carefully. No matter who you are, you dare to commit murder on our mermaid island, and you also killed our guards. Now, if you release Miss Shirley, we can spare your life." A mermaid guard wearing silver armor shouted loudly. And those customers who escaped did not react immediately and told the mermaid guards that the person in the coffee shop might be the god of Thunder Chun Fan. Hearing this cry, Shirley became even more frightened. He knew that this misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, and it would be over. He thought of the scene in the divination. If Chun Fan wanted to destroy Mermaid Island, absolutely no one on Mermaid Island could stop him. This one is the strongest in the world. Although Shirley knew that all of this was Chun Fan's fault. He just asked casually, and it was not considered provocation, so he just took action. But so what? This person is the strongest in the world and has absolute power. In this world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the strong, what is right and wrong? Power is the only truth. "Oh, Miss Shirley, someone seems to be threatening me. I will predict the result of the divination. I will go out and kill everyone who threatens me. Do you think this is the result?" Chun Fan still looked at Shirley with a smile on his face. He was very interested in the divination ability of the woman in front of him. Upon hearing this, Shirley's expression became even more frightened. She didn't know what to do for a while. Before she could react, Chun Fan grabbed her clothes with one hand and turned into a bolt of thunder, appearing outside the cafe. Then, a wisp of thunder descended in front of many mermaids. When they saw the destructive thunder, some of the hundreds of mermaid guards recognized it. Perhaps many people have seen Chun Fan's bounty portrait, but they may not recognize it immediately. But isn't this thunder of destruction such a powerful force, the sign of that one? Next, I invite you to enjoy a feast of killing. Chun Fan smiled. This smile was like the smile of a devil in hell. The next second, thunder raged. Chun Fan rushed towards the crowd. Thunder dragons were born from its body. Along with screams, lives were being harvested by the thunder dragon. Those mermaid guards did not dare to resist and ran away desperately. They realized what kind of existence they had provoked. This is the tyrannical monarch on the sea. He does things and kills all according to his mood. The mermaids who were watching did not dare to watch for a long time and ran away frantically outside. A mermaid guard was constantly being harvested for his life, and they were terrified. But facing the cruel Chun Fan, they had no chance of survival. A few seconds passed, and the hundreds of mermaid guards turned into charred corpses lying on the ground. All of their faces were full of fear. Seeing the scene, yuck. Shirley was so frightened that she vomited. She looked at the devil-like man in front of her. There was a kind of anger in my heart, but there was nothing I could do. She knew that in this man's eyes, the lives of ordinary people depended entirely on his mood. At the same time, in the palace, in the restaurant at this moment, there was a lot of food on the long table. The king of Mermaid Island, the princess, and the ministers were all sitting here. It seemed that they were entertaining a distinguished guest, and on the other side of the long table, a man with yellow hair was eating a chicken leg. Suddenly, a guard hurried over. "Bad king, bad." Neptune saw the guards in his palace looking so panicked. He was very confused what happened, including Marco, who was eating at the moment, also looked over. He appeared here naturally because the Whitebeard pirates happened to be in the nearby waters, and Whitebeard asked him to come down and take a look. After all, this is their territory. King, Thunder God Chun Fan appeared in our country and killed hundreds of guards. The guard took a deep breath and said, "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Neptune immediately stood up in surprise. Marco also stopped eating. Why? Thunder God Fan will kill people in our country. Neptune asked with some fear. After all, this so-called tyrannical monarch is still the strongest in the world. This one is showing up in his country to kill, and that's not good news. We don't know. He seemed to have captured Shirley, the owner of the coffee shop, and then massacred our guards. He seems to be heading towards the palace now. The guard said quickly. Hearing this, Neptune looked extremely panicked, and the princess on the side also looked very ugly. Only Shirahoshi, who could only sit in the back because of her huge size, looked confused. She seemed to have heard the name Thunder God Fan, but she couldn't remember it. Shirahoshi was very confused. Why were his father and mother so afraid? She rarely saw such expressions on their faces. For a moment, Neptune looked at Marco. He knew very clearly that if Thunder God Fan wanted to do something on Mermaid Island, Mermaid Island, would never be able to stop him. The only one who can stop it is the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Marco also looked extremely solemn. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he clearly knew what kind of power Fan had. Don't worry, King Neptune. This is the territory protected by our Whitebeard pirates. Even the god of thunder, Fan, we can't let this matter go. Marco first gave King Neptune a guarantee. After hearing this, Neptune and Princess Odoheim breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way Fan put too much pressure on them, and they couldn't resist at all. Afterwards, Marco also took out the phone bug in his arms and started dialing. Bulu Bulu. At this moment, on the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard's exclusive phone bug rang. Seeing the phone bug ringing in his arms, Whitebeard couldn't help but wonder what happened. Because he is a phone bug that only major captains have, so it is usually important to call him directly. Without thinking much, Whitebeard picked it up, and the other captains also understood what the ringing phone meant, and they all gathered around. Dad, Thunder God Fan appeared on Mermaid Island and has killed more than 100 guards on Mermaid Island. Now he is heading towards the palace. What should we do next? Marco directly reported the situation in detail. When he heard that Fan appeared on Mermaid Island and was also killing people, Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said to Marco, Marco is waiting for us to come over. Since Mermaid Island is an island protected by us, neither Marine nor Thunder God Fan can be arrogant there. Whitebeard looked forward with focused eyes. He knew that this was consistent, and he was very likely to have a head-on confrontation with Thunder God Fan. But as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard has been roaming the sea for decades, and he has never been afraid of anyone. Even the pirates in New World said that they were old and no longer a match for Fan. But so what? He is Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. I know, Dad. Marco's expression was extremely serious at this time. He had long known that his father would definitely take care of this matter. But this means that we have to face that person head-on. Thinking of that terrifying thunder, Marco's face became extremely ugly. Once upon a time, he had always regarded Fan as his target, thinking of surpassing him and defeating him. But now this monster is like a mountain, so high that the top cannot be seen, and it is basically impossible to surpass him. King Neptune, don't worry, my father will lead the Whitebeard pirates and rush here at full speed. After Marco hung up the phone, he turned to Neptune and said, Thank you so much. Neptune looked extremely excited and kept saying thanks. No, Mermaid Island itself is the territory of our Whitebeard pirates, Marco said slowly. While the two were chatting, a terrifying thunder came here. Everyone looked over, and among the purple thunder, a figure with long black hair slowly walked out. Oh, you want to protect me in front of me? Can you, the Whitebeard pirates, do it? Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction, and he walked towards them step by step. Feeling the terrifying power of thunder, Neptune and others could not help but tremble. Marco's face was also serious. Fan, this is the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. Are you going to start a war with our Whitebeard pirates by killing here? Marco looked directly at Fan and said, Oh, so what? Fan still looked disdainful at Kaido. Princess Odoheim, I have something to trouble you with. Chin Fan looked at Princess Yihim with an indifferent expression. I don't know what it is, His Excellency Thunder God Chin Fan. Princess Yihim was a little confused. She didn't know what Chin Fan could do with her. Thunder God Chin Fan, do you think too little of our Whitebeard pirates? When Marco heard what Chin Fan just said, he was immediately furious. He would not allow anyone to underestimate the Whitebeard pirates. It's really noisy. There was a hint of murderous intent in Chin Fan's eyes, and in an instant, purple thunder shone. An unparalleled power burst out. Thunder wings appeared, and a purple thunder spear transformed into his right hand. The next second, Chin Fan's body instantly disappeared from a spot, turning into a bolt of thunder and killing Marco. With an expression of surprise and feeling great pressure, Marco's whole body immediately burned with blue flames, and he clawed forward with his 5 fingers. Clang! When the blue flames and purple thunder collided, in an instant, Marco's body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! He fell heavily onto the wall of the palace, and his whole body lay in the ruins. Then, dozens of meters of purple thunder descended from the sky, blasting towards Marco below like a violent storm. Princess Odoheim and others behind were shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a world-destroying scene. Is this the strongest power in the world? Why on earth did this person come to our mermaid island? Neptune's expression was very complicated at the moment. He felt that their mermaid island was so unlucky. Princess Odoheim on the side also looked helpless. As for Shirahoshi at the back, he was curled up and didn't dare to look at it. At the same time, Marco, who was facing the destruction thunder in front of the palace, did not dare to hesitate. Immortal Flame. The blue flames all over his body exploded completely, and the entire ground was filled with blue flames. Then, the blue flames gathered upwards and turned into a blue flame giant bird in midair, rushing towards the destructive thunders. Boom! In an instant, the giant blue flame bird soared upwards, while the purple thunder bombarded down continuously. Along with bursts of roaring sounds, the blue flames dissipated. Bah! A few seconds later, accompanied by a howl, the giant blue flame bird dissipated between the sky and the earth. Under Marco's frightened expression, the purple thunder fell towards him. Boom! Boulders flew up from the ground, and the earth was torn apart. A deep pit of several hundred meters appeared in the ground instantly. Among the ruins, Marco the Phoenix lay there covered in blood, with hideous wounds on his body. He didn't know how many bones were broken, and his consciousness was about to disappear. Even if he was a phoenix, he was not truly immortal. He could not recover from such a serious injury. Marco struggled to stand up, but Marco found that he couldn't do it due to the extremely serious injuries on his body. His face was filled with unwillingness. He never imagined that he wouldn't be able to last 10 minutes under Chin Fan's hands. Aren't you willing to give in? But so what? That's all the weak can do. After Chin Fan finished speaking, he pierced the purple thunder spear in his hand and turned into a giant thunder dragon and engulfed Marco directly. This blow was absolutely impossible to avoid given Malty's current injury. When he was desperate, a huge figure holding a supreme sharp knife stood in front of him. Whitebeard waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, which was extremely dark and wrapped with extremely powerful armed domineering energy. Clang! When the thunder spear collided with the supreme sharp knife, circles of air waves spread out. With a roar, Whitebeard actually knocked the thunder spear away. Then, the purple thunder spear was inserted into the ground. The earth roared, and a deep pit appeared. At the same time, the transformed thunder spear also dissipated. Dak! Malty was very excited when he saw the people coming over. On the other side, at the barrier, there is a huge ship. The ship is flying the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, and on the deck, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are standing. Everyone is here. Marco looked extremely excited when he saw everyone coming. Don't worry, Daddy is here. Whitebeard stroked Marte's head with his big hand. Princess Odoheim and the others behind were also very excited. They had seen Marco being crushed so easily by Chin Fan. Still worried about what to do now? Now that Whitebeard is here, bringing the entire Whitebeard pirates with him, they no longer have to worry. They thought that even the god of thunder Chun Fan would not want to face the entire Whitebeard pirates. In front of the palace. Kid, this must be the first time we met, but in the end, you beat my child like this. Whitebeard looked at Chun Fan majestically. So what? As a weakling, it's not normal for him to be defeated by me. Even with the arrival of Whitebeard, Chun Fan's expression was still full of indifference, with purple thunder shining all over his body, standing proudly above the sky, like a king on earth. Hearing these words, Whitebeard clenched his fists, and anger appeared on his face. His family was his enemy, and he would not allow anyone to touch his children. At the same time, other captains of the Whitebeard pirates also came here. For a moment, Chun Fan was flying above the sky, and below were all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, what nonsense did you say to him? Teach this guy a lesson. Even if he is the god of thunder, Chun Fan, he cannot bully our family. Diamond Josie also clenched his fists and looked at thunder god Chun Fan with an angry look. When did the weak have the right to speak? Chun Fan's eyes showed a chilling look, and the next second, he waved his right hand, and a terrifying thunder beam shot towards Diamond Josie at an extremely fast speed. This speed was so fast that Diamond Josie couldn't react at all. There was a hint of panic in his expression. At this time, Whitebeard on the side had a white air wave covering his left fist and swung it fiercely. Boom! When the shock wave collided with the power of thunder, the thunder beam was knocked away. Of course, with Whitebeard's strength, it would be strange if he couldn't block this attack. Chun Fan, you have gone too far, hurting my family and trying to hurt my child in front of me. Whitebeard clenched the supremely sharp knife in his hand. The anger in his heart was about to erupt like a volcano, and he couldn't hold it back. So what? If you want to fight, then fight. Chun Fan's tone was full of indifference. Even if he faced the whole Whitebeard group now, he was not afraid at all. He would not choose to back down. Gulalala, what a thunder god, Chun Fan. They all say that you are the strongest in this sea. Let me see if you're worthy of this title. Whitebeard stared at Chun Fan with majestic eyes. Can you afford it? You'll know after you try it. After Chun Fan said this, the thunder in his body became even more violent. The Conqueror's domineering energy emanated from his body, covering the Whitebeard pirates below. Similarly, Whitebeard did not hesitate and burst out with a kingly aura. In an instant, two Conqueror's domineering auras collided, one purple and one white. The entire world seemed to be divided into two halves, and the black and white auras covered the surrounding area. In the stalemate, the two Conquerors' domineering powers were equally matched. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard couldn't help but have a hint of surprise on his face. You must know that his Conqueror's domineering power has been awakened for decades. However, at how old Chun Fan was, Conqueror's domineering power was actually able to compete with his own. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates team behind were also surprised. Except for Marco, they now know what is so scary about the strongest person in the world. The strength is terrifying and young. You know, Chun Fan is younger than these captains. Good boy, let me test your strength. Bang! In an instant, a small pit appeared on the ground. Whitebeard held a supremely sharp knife with Conqueror's hockey wrapped around it, and slashed at Chun Fan at extremely fast speeds. Oh, I should be the one to test your strength, Whitebeard. Facing this terrifying sword, Chun Fan's expression was still full of calm. The purple thunder spear appeared. Conqueror's domineering aura covered it, and his whole body seemed to turn into a thunder dragon, rushing down. Boom! In an instant, dark red thunder flashed, the sky and the earth collapsed, violent winds sprang up, and when the purple thunder spear collided with the supreme sharp knife, the sea above was torn apart. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions. For a moment, everyone below felt a huge gust of wind coming towards them, and their bodies couldn't help but retreat. Neptune and the others behind him looked even more shocked when they saw the ocean above split apart. They never thought that anyone could do this. Are these two guys still human? Is this the collision between the strongest and the strongest on the sea? This is too scary. The entire ocean is divided. I didn't expect to see such a scene. Both of these two are known as the strongest on the sea. I wonder who is the strongest today. The guards of the palace were all sighing, and they were even wondering who was the strongest in the sea now. In front of the palace, after this blow, Whitebeard returned to the ground. He looked at the remaining thunder in his hand and flicked it casually. Chun Fan, who was above, also felt numbness in his right hand. It was obvious that both of them were affected by their respective fruit abilities due to the collision just now. Whitebeard, you are worthy of being a legend on the sea. Even at such an old age, you still have such strong strength. However, it is not enough to defeat me. Chun Fan said this in a calm tone, but in the eyes of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, this sentence was like an insult, because this is usually what the seniors say to the juniors. With Whitebeard's qualifications and the time he spent on the sea, Whitebeard should say this to Chun Fan. Gula la 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 la, you brat is really arrogant, but it is true that whether it is Rocks, Roger, or that guy Red Earl, including me, when I was your age, I just went out to sea. At your age, you have the title of the strongest in the sea, and you are indeed qualified to be proud. However, Lousy is a legend in this sea, the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate, are you too arrogant to say this in front of me? Whitebeard laughed first, then his expression became indifferent. The next second, he held the supreme, sharp knife and disappeared. Chun Fan didn't hesitate when he saw this situation. He waved his thunder wings and disappeared from the same place. Boom! In an instant, two bodies, one big and one small, collided fiercely. Thunder raged, and earthquakes rippled. The thunder of destruction seemed to destroy everything, and the power of the earthquake set off everything. Chun Fan's whole body was shining with purple thunder, while Whitebeard's supreme speed was wrapped in white light waves. The two people continued to collide and fight fiercely. For a moment, the ground was torn apart and everything around them was destroyed. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also stepped back. They didn't go up to help, even if the enemy was Thunder God Chun Fan, because their father will never allow it, and they believe that their father can win. As for the Neptunes in the palace, they looked extremely worried. After all, they also knew that Whitebeard was old. If Whitebeard's entire group came together, they felt that the Whitebeard Pirates could win. But now, if Whitebeard and Chun Fan fight each other one-on-one, it's not yet certain who will win or lose. While they were worried, the battle in front of the palace was raging. The destructive purple thunder spear kept stabbing at Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was not weak at all. The ability to shake the fruit covered the supreme, sharp sword and slashed straight out. Bang, bang! The collision between the thunder spear and the supreme sharp knife continued to sound. Everything around was destroyed, and huge rocks flew directly up. Circles of air waves spread out. Fire was everywhere, and explosions kept appearing. Little devil, your thunder fruit is really terrifying. I have never felt such destructive power. Whitebeard's face was full of excitement. He hadn't encountered such an opponent for a long time. Really? Old guy, the power of your Jinjin fruit is pretty good too, Chun Fan said calmly. He didn't expect that Whitebeard still maintains such a high combat power. Another blow collided, and ripples spread out in all directions. With this blow, the two of them fell back dozens of meters before stopping. Everything around was destroyed, and a ruin of hundreds of meters appeared directly on the ground. The next second, the thunder wings waved, and Chun Fan flew into the sky. 2 billion volts. Endless thunder punishment. I saw Chun Fan's whole body shining with thunder of destruction, and he swung the thunder spear upward in his hand. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the island, with thunder flashing inside. Thunder dragons tens of meters high descended from the sky, seeming to destroy everything and devour Whitebeard. What a terrifying force! Feeling this world-destroying power, Whitebeard's eyes couldn't help but condense. He held the supreme, sharp knife tightly in his right hand, which was as black as ink and covered with white light waves. As he swung his sword, a white slash of several hundred meters shot straight into the sky. Boom! In an instant, these hundreds of meters of white slashes collided with more than a dozen thunder dragons. The sound of explosion suddenly sounded, wisps of thunder splashed out, large weapons roared, and the world collapsed. The whole scene seemed to destroy the world. When Princess Odoheim and others behind saw this scene, the expressions on their faces were already filled with surprise. They have never seen such terrifying power. Is this the strongest power in the world? This is really terrifying. I feel like both of them can destroy large islands with all their strength. It's just a large island. If the two of them really let go, with their fruit abilities, there might be no living things around for hundreds of thousands of meters. The mermaid guards behind were all sighing at the terrifying power of the two natural disasters. In front of the palace, thunder and earthquake, two destructive forces in nature, are still in fierce collision. Chun Fan, kid, take this punch from me. Whitebeard grinned. His left fist was as black as ink and covered with white light waves. It contained extremely terrifying power and swung it towards Chun Fan's head. With a calm expression, Chun Fan had no idea of evasion. The power of purple thunder gathered on his fist, which contained armed, domineering energy, and the punch shot out like a cannonball. Bang, bang. In an instant, the fists collided. With this blow, Chun Fan's thundering figure flew backwards and flipped twice in the sky before stopping. The same thing happened to the white beard opposite, who took 5 or 6 steps back before he stopped. Good boy, you are really a destructive force. You can bear the title of the strongest in the sea. I like to come again. Whitebeard showed approval on his face. Old guy, I should say this to you. Chun Fan was condescending, looking at Whitebeard with a haughty expression, his eyes full of disdain. Gula-la-la-la, you're so good, kid. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me. I'm the legendary Whitebeard on the sea. After Whitebeard finished laughing, his eyes were full of anger, and his body disappeared again. Holding the supreme, sharp knife tightly with both hands, he appeared in front of Chun Fan the next second. A knife containing white energy waves struck down heavily. His face was still so calm, and a thunder spear in Chun Fan's hand pierced out, as if it was about to turn into a thunder dragon. Boom! The thunder spear and the supreme sharp knife collided fiercely in an instant. The atmosphere roared, and a deafening explosion sounded. The ground was shaken by Whitebeard's knife just now, causing a ditch mark. The next moment, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan appeared behind Whitebeard. His right foot, like an Optimus pillar, struck hard towards his head. Without hesitation, Whitebeard's left fist contained a white energy wave, and he turned around and swung it out fiercely. Boom! An atmospheric explosion sounded instantly, and two figures, one large and one small, started the fiercest fight, and everything around them was destroyed. Deep pits appeared on the ground, and as time slowly passed, drops of blood fell on the ground. Half an hour, 3 hours later, scars began to appear on Chun Fan and Baybeard's bodies, but they were like two humanoid monsters. Until now, their speed and strength have not declined at all. They're going all out to defeat each other. Marco and the others in the rear didn't look good when they saw this scene, because they know that if the fight continues, their father is likely to relapse into an old injury. After all, Whitebeard is already old, and he has accumulated a lot of hidden wounds. There's no way, like when I was young, I burst out with all my strength for a long time. However, Marco and the others did not choose to take action. They knew that with their father's character, they would never be allowed to interfere. If they choose to besiege Chun Fan now, they will be disregarding Whitebeard's dignity and admitting that Whitebeard cannot defeat the Thunder God Chun Fan. At this moment, Marco's whole body was burning with blue flames, and he was quickly repairing his injuries. It can be said that Marco is worthy of being a phoenix. After 3 hours of treatment, he has almost recovered from such a serious injury. Brother, is the power of that Thunder God, Chun Fan, really that terrifying? Diamond Josie on the side couldn't help but ask. Although he has seen it with his own eyes, he has never felt it personally. He wants to know, is Chun Fan really that invincible? The other captains also looked over, They also wanted to know how powerful Chen Fan was. It's very strong, invincible, and has such destructive and violent power that people don't want to experience it again. Marco's expression became solemn when he thought of the terrifying thunder. Seeing their eldest brother's expression, they also understood how terrifying Chun Fan was. Marco actually said the words invincible. At the same time, in front of the palace, a fierce battle was taking place. After the collision, Whitebeard took a few steps back, cough, cough. He actually coughed up blood. After fighting until now, the hidden wounds that had accumulated in his body for a long time could no longer be suppressed. In midair, purple thunder was shining all over his body, and Chun Fan, who looked like a god and a demon, looked at this scene and couldn't help but shake his head with regret. It's such a pity. It's been a long time since I've reached this point. The injuries you accumulated in the past seem to be very serious. Chun Fan knew that most of Whitebeard's injuries were actually the side effects of the fruit's ability. It was okay when I was young. With my young body, I wouldn't be affected too much. But now Whitebeard is over 60 years old, and his body is no longer young. Wow, la la la, why, little Thunderbolt, are you pitying me? I'm Whitebeard, the strongest in the world, and there's nothing I can do about my injuries. Whitebeard laughed first, then clenched the supreme sharp knife in his right hand and attacked Chun Fan again. Feeling this terrifying power, Chun Fan did not hesitate. With the thunderous wings waving, his body disappeared instantly and rushed away. Boom! In an instant, the two powerful forces of nature, thunder and earthquake, once again collided fiercely on Mermaid Island. Everything was destroyed, and all life within a kilometer radius was annihilated. Scars began to appear on the two people's bodies, and blood spilled on the ground. Behind him, Whitebeard and many captains of the pirate group had already gathered around him. They believe in their hearts that their father was the strongest at his peak. But they know better that the father who has been protecting them is old, and the opponent they face this time is the tyrannical monarch of the sea, the god of thunder, Chun Fan. They must prepare early to prevent unexpected events. Explode the central area. Two figures, one large and one small, were fighting with thunder spears and sharp knives. The sounds of collision between the two weapons continued to sound, and fire was everywhere. At this time, it seems that the two strongest people in the world are really going to fight today to decide who is the strongest in this sea. Time passed quickly, day and night were reversed, and the next day, I woke up at dawn. Chun Fan gasped for air. His whole body was full of scars, but the thunder wings were still spread out, and the purple thunder was always surrounding him. The Whitebeard on the other side was scorched black, and his physical strength seemed to be reaching its limit. His hand holding the supreme sharp knife was shaking. But so what? He is the strongest man in the world. Even to this point, he still firmly believes that he will not be defeated, and his eyes are full of fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan couldn't help but feel a little admiration for being the strongest man in the world. But he must win this battle. 5 billion volts. Thunder World. Chun Fan waved his thunder wings, flew above the island, and raised his hands high. In an instant, endless purple thunder covered the top, and the whole scene seemed to be destroying the heaven and earth. The people below were stunned. They had never seen such a magical scene before. The next moment, the endless thunder gathered in Chun Fan's hands and actually directly constructed a world of thunder. It is still growing, tens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters. In just a few seconds, the thunder world had become tens of thousands of meters long. I am the only one in the world. Chun Fan had a cold expression, and a king-like aura burst out from him. He threw both hands down violently. The thunder world of tens of thousands of meters was also falling towards Whitebeard. Everyone below felt the pressure of this terrifying thunder. What a powerful force, but Lousy is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard, who was facing this world of thunder, also felt tremendous pressure, but there was no fear on his face. There is no reason, just because he is Whitebeard. In an instant, Whitebeard tightly grasped the supreme sword in both hands, and the white energy waves and the dark shining arm color domineering. The two forces, like two giant dragons, were entwined on it. Bang! As a small hole appeared on the ground, Whitebeard flew into the air with the supreme sword in his hand and chopped heavily at the world of thunder. Boom! In an instant, the supreme sword slashed on the world of thunder. Thunder roared, the earth cracked, the sky and the earth lost their color, circles of air waves scattered, and everything around was destroyed. With a roar, Whitebeard actually wanted to chop the thunder world into pieces. Chun Fan, who was standing above, looked at this scene with a hint of surprise on his face. He did not expect that Whitebeard still possessed such terrifying power. Unfortunately, when it was about to succeed, poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the hidden injuries accumulated in Whitebeard's body flared up again. It was also because of the sudden onset of this hidden injury that he was directly submerged in this world of thunder. Boom! In an instant, a pit thousands of meters deep appeared on the ground, and this pit was about to penetrate the mermaid island directly. Huge rocks flew up, and dust rose everywhere. Dad! Marco and others immediately ran over excitedly. As the smoke dissipated in the ruins, Whitebeard was half kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. His body was covered with hideous wounds and was charred black. His physical strength had reached its limit, and he could be said to be no longer able to fight. But he still looked up at Chun Fan. This was Whitebeard, the man who would never feel afraid. But this still cannot change the fact that he has already lost. Neptune and others behind had despair on their faces. They didn't expect that Whitebeard had already been defeated. Looking up, there was a figure like a god or a devil, his body shining with lightning and his hair dancing wildly. They felt fear deep down in their hearts. It's a very powerful force, worthy of being a legend on the sea. If you hadn't suffered a hidden injury, I might not have one. Chun Fan landed less than a few dozen meters above Whitebeard and the others. So what? I lost. I can't afford to lose. Whitebeard graciously admitted his defeat. Thor, Chun Fan, what do you want? Marco walked out and stood at the front, and the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates did the same, standing in front of Whitebeard. Dad, you have always protected us before. This time it is our turn to protect you. Marco and the other captains turned around and spoke to Whitebeard. Hearing these words, Whitebeard also felt relieved. Really? Can you stop me? Although Chun Fan's condition was not very good at the moment, he still had the strength to fight. He looked at Whitebeard's captains, who were at most quasi-admirals. Given his current condition, he should have a good chance of winning if they really fought. At this moment, many captains of the Whitebeard pirates were standing together, and they naturally understood this point. But they couldn't retreat. For a moment, the whole situation was at a stalemate. It seemed that in the next second, Chun Fan would have a fierce confrontation with other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Whitebeard stood up with all his strength, holding the supreme sword. He looked at Chun Fan and said, Thunder God Chun Fan, we, the Whitebeard pirates, lost this battle. Tell me your terms. You should know that if you continue to fight to the death, you may not win. Dad. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked when they heard Whitebeard say such words. You know, if Chun Fan really defeated the Whitebeard pirates alone, the Whitebeard pirates' prestige on the sea will no longer exist. However, Whitebeard doesn't care about prestige at all, and can even abandon his own face. Because in his heart, there is only one person he cares about, and that is his children. If the fight continues, given Chun Fan's current condition, the Whitebeard pirates have little chance of winning. Even if they win in the end, most of his children will probably die here. This is unacceptable for Whitebeard, who regards his family as more important than his own life. Hearing this sentence, Chun Fan in midair was also a little surprised, but it was normal to think about it. This is Whitebeard, who regards his family as the most important thing. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan looked at the Whitebeard pirates and slowly said, You can just stop here if you want. First of all, from today on, Mermaid Island belongs to the Thor pirates' territory. The second point is that the Whitebeard pirates must cooperate with the Thor pirates. After hearing these two conditions, Whitebeard also hesitated because he didn't know what Chun Fan would do after taking over Mermaid Island. I can agree to these two conditions, but you must also promise me not to massacre Mermaid Island. Whitebeard looked at Chun Fan. After hearing this condition, Chun Fan thought about it and decided to agree, because he has always been an extreme egoist. Whatever he does, he only thinks about whether it is good for him or harmful. There is no need for him to fight with the Whitebeard pirates now, and besides, it was impossible for Chun Fan to destroy Mermaid Island in the first place. Okay, I agree. Chun Fan looked at Whitebeard and said slowly. Hearing Chun Fan agreed, Whitebeard also breathed a sigh of relief. The legend who had been holding on for a while finally couldn't hold it anymore. His body fell heavily to the ground. When Marco saw this scene, without any hesitation, he immediately turned into a huge phoenix and sent Whitebeard to the pirate ship to prepare for treatment. The captains also retreated, knowing that this result might be the best result. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates leaving, Chun Fan did not choose to pursue them. He knew that with Whitebeard's character, if he agreed to this condition, he would never break his promise. As for the cooperation plan, Chun Fan naturally has to wait until Whitebeard wakes up. Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates were about to leave, Neptune and the others looked desperate. They originally thought that when the Whitebeard pirates came, they could drive away this demon, and there would be hope for their Mermaid Island. As a result, what they saw was that Thor Chun Fan defeated Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. And now the Whitebeard pirates have been forced to retreat by Chun Fan alone, and their Mermaid Island also belongs to the territory of the Thor pirates. Is there anything more desperate than this? At this time, Chun Fan's thunder dissipated from his body, and he walked towards Neptune and the others step by step. To everyone in Neptune, this was like the arrival of Shinigami, and their bodies could not help but tremble with fear. Hiding behind the throne, the huge Shirahoshi was trembling even more, curling up and not daring to look at Chun Fan. Only Princess Odoheim mustered up the courage to stand up. I don't know why the noble thunder god Chun Fan came to our Mermaid Island. Princess Yahim knew very well that Chun Fan came here for something. He couldn't just come here to massacre. Oh, I heard that Princess Odoheim has the ability to hear the sounds of all things, so I came here to ask for advice. Chun Fan had a smile on his face, not looking like he was going to destroy the world before. This huge contrast caught Neptune and his party off guard. So, you're not here to destroy our Mermaid Island? Neptune asked in fear. Well, it depends on your mood. Chun Fan still had a smile on his face. But in the eyes of everyone in Neptune, this smile looked like a devil's smile. After hearing these words, Neptune and others could not help but tremble. In other words, Chun Fan could still destroy Mermaid Island. It all depended on his mood. This is the sorrow of being the weak. Their life and death, whether an island is destroyed or not, all depends on the mood of the strong. I have indeed awakened to listen to the voice of all things. It would be my honor if I could help Mr. Chun Fan, the god of thunder. Princess Yahim understood the purpose of Chun Fan's trip and continued. Oh, that's perfect. Then I'll trouble Princess Odoheim for the rest of the time. Chun Fan still kept smiling. It seemed hard to imagine that this man wanted to destroy the island just now. Then, Chun Fan walked towards Shirahoshi behind him step by step. Seeing this scene, Neptune and Princess Odoheim were very nervous. What do they think Chun Fan meant? Thunder flashed, and Chun Fan appeared in front of Shirahoshi. The moment I saw Chun Fan, what? Shirahoshi burst into tears. Seeing the scene, Chun Fan was a little speechless. He thought, was he that terrible? He was obviously quite handsome. Make yourself look like a devil. Only Chun Fan believed this. His terror was obvious to the whole world, otherwise he wouldn't be called a tyrannical monarch. Lord Thunder God Chun Fan, I'm sorry, our daughter is a little shy and timid. Don't be offended. Princess Odoheim was afraid that Shirahoshi would anger Chun Fan, so she quickly explained. Fine. Chun Fan waved his hand. He looked at Shirahoshi and thought, is this Poseidon? It's hard to imagine that such a timid girl could have such terrifying power. However, being so timid is easier to control. For a moment, Chun Fan thought about whether he should look for 3 ancient legendary weapons. It is said that these 3 ancient weapons have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Poseidon is the Shirahoshi in front of him. As for Pluton, Chun Fan also knows where he is. Only the most mysterious Uranus, Chun Fan, didn't know where he was. However, You can find some time to find Pluton. No longer looking at Shirahoshi, Chun Fan walked towards Princess Odoheim. I'll have to worry about Princess Odoheim for the rest of the time. I don't dare. It's my honor to be able to help you. Princess Yihim breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chun Fan didn't do anything to her daughter. At this moment, Neptune, as the king of Mermaid Island, could only protect Mermaid Island in his heart. If Chun Fan didn't do anything bad, he would really protect Mermaid Island like the Whitebeard pirates. There is no way. This is the sorrow of the weak. They can only pray to God and luck. In the following time, Princess Yihim explained it to Chun Fan in detail and listened to the sounds of all things, as well as letting Chun Fan feel that power. A few hours later, Chun Fan instantly had a direction. He finally understood how to break through the 5th stage of the domineering power of seeing and hearing. It can be said that in the 5th stage of seeing and hearing domineering, one must master a special ability in order to break through. Of course, mastering a special ability does not mean that he has reached the 5th stage of hegemony. In the following time, Chun Fan did not immediately start training hockey, but instead ordered Violet to send people to station at Mermaid Island. After all, Mermaid Island is now the territory of their Thor pirates. 3 days later, a pirate ship made of gold appeared outside Mermaid Island. On the deck, Violet and Bud were on top, as well as Ferrard standing at the front. The mermaids were shocked when they saw this pirate ship made entirely of gold. After a while, Ferret and others arrived at Mermaid Island. As soon as he arrived on the island, Ferret's eyes almost lit up. He couldn't take his eyes off these mermaids. "Let me go, boss. Is this paradise on Earth?" Ferret looked at Chun Fan with an intoxicated look on his face. "In the next time, I will be training on Mermaid Island. I will leave all matters to you. Bud will assist you. If there is anything urgent, let me know." Chun Fan ignored Ferret and explained to Violet on the side. "Got it, Captain." Violet responded calmly, because in fact, she has been arranging all the affairs of Wano country over the years. After all, Chun Fan is a complete training maniac. "Don't worry, Captain. I will cooperate well with Violet." But also said at this time. As for Ferret, he had already walked to the back, his pupils widened to the maximum, looking at the huge and very beautiful Shirahoshi. "Wow, boss, why is this mermaid so big?" Ferret couldn't help but sigh. This looked frightened Shirahoshi, and she immediately lowered her head. "Welcome to our Mermaid Island." Neptune also hurriedly came up and greeted several people. Princess Odoheim stood beside him. During these 3 days, Neptune could be said to have been spent in worry, because Chun Fan is known as a tyrannical monarch. Although he said he would not take action, what if it happens? Their Mermaid Island will be destroyed in 1 day. However, as of today, Neptune is almost relieved, because he discovered that Chun Fan was not as violent and terrifying as rumored. It seems to be quite easy to communicate with. "Hello." Violet also walked up and said hello. "Okay, you guy, I didn't even ask you to come over. What are you doing here?" Chun Fan shouted to Ferret, who had been staring at Shirahoshi from behind. He looked like he had never seen the world before, and he looked so wretched as he walked along. He really did embarrass the Thor pirates a bit. "Boss, aren't I too bored?" Ferret hurried over when he heard Chun Fan calling him. "Training well is better than anything else," Chun Fan said in a cold tone. He knew that Ferret's talent was quite good. He had successfully cultivated his 2-color domineering spirit, and his fruit abilities were also well developed. However, he is too lazy and only trains 3 or 4 hours a day, which is a bit of a waste of his talent. "I know, boss." Ferret looked a little embarrassed. "Princess Odoheim, I will trouble you for the rest of the time." Then, Chun Fan said slowly to Princess Yihim, "It is my honor to be able to help Mr. Chun Fan." Princess Odoheim lowered her head slightly. Then, the two of them walked towards the back of the palace. Neptune watched this scene silently. Other side, Violet also planted the flag of the Thor pirates on Mermaid Island, which means that Mermaid Island is protected by the Thor pirates. "Don't worry, with our Thor pirates here, neither Marine nor other pirate groups dare to invade Mermaid Island casually." Violet looked at Neptune and said, Thank you very much. Neptune looked excited. He knew that although his country had lost the protection of the white-beard pirates, it had received a more powerful protection. Time passes. 7 days later, the scorching sun was shining in the sky, in a room in the Mermaid Island Palace. There were two people sitting. One was very tall, close to the size of a giant, and the other was wearing black clothes. Both of them exuded a very powerful aura. Chen Fan, I don't know. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Whitebeard took a sip of wine. There's only one person and thing that I can propose to cooperate with, and that is the world government. I don't know, Whitebeard, do you know anything about the strength of the five elders? Or do you know the existence above them? Chen Fan looked at Whitebeard seriously. After hearing this, Whitebeard put down his wine bowl, and he was obviously stunned for a moment. I really don't know. The five elders have never taken action. Even the Rocks pirates never forced them to take action. As for the existence above the five elders, is there such a being? Whitebeard looked at Chen Fan. He knew that with Chen Fan's character, he would not talk nonsense casually. But this made him very curious. At Chen Fan's age, he could still know about the existence above the five elders. And could this person really exist? Hearing what Whitebeard said, Chen Fan felt a little regretful. It seemed that even Whitebeard didn't know much about world government. I'm just guessing about this. Chen Fan also picked up the wine bowl and took a sip of wine. He couldn't say it was because he was a time traveler. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Whitebeard did not continue to ask further questions. My plan is to deal with the world government. I need the Whitebeard pirates to form an alliance with me and deal with the world government together. Chen Fan directly stated his purpose. He clearly wanted to deal with the behemoth world government. It is not enough to rely on your own Thor pirates. After all, the world government has ruled this sea area for hundreds of years, and it has many trump cards. After hearing Chen Fan's plan, Whitebeard began to think deeply for a while. He had already guessed that it would definitely not be easy for a guy like Chen Fan to propose cooperation. However, Whitebeard thought he was going to deal with Marine, but now he didn't expect that he would directly challenge the world government. This is much more difficult than Marine. You must know that world government not only has Marine, but also has two other armies. And are the other two armies necessarily weaker than Marine? Gula-la-la. Sure enough, what you want to do is even more terrifying than I imagined. However, since I have agreed, no matter what you do, I will make an alliance for you. Of course, only once. Whitebeard took out the wine bowl. Although it was indeed crazy to deal with the world government, Whitebeard had already promised before, and he was a person who kept his promises. Well, you are worthy of being a Whitebeard. Chen Fan also took out his wine bowl and clinked it with Whitebeard. The two of them drank the wine in the bowl and formed an alliance. At this moment, there is another part of the palace. Fair was playing a game with Shirahoshi Boardley. Shirahoshi was originally very afraid of this wretched cat, but now she knows that this wretched cat is quite good. Shirahoshi, do you have any dreams? Farid asked Shirahoshi. Dream? I want to go out and explore the sea. Shirahoshi said hesitantly that this was her dream all along. However, she is too timid, and coupled with her appearance and status, it is easy for others to misbehave. Really? Then I'll take you there. I just want to form a pirate group. When Farid heard that Shirahoshi had this dream, he was immediately interested. Although he joined the Thor pirates, it was a bit different from the adventure life he dreamed of. Because the Thor pirates often stay in their territory and are already the strongest pirate group in the world, there are almost no people who can threaten them on the sea. Therefore, Farid came up with the idea of creating a pirate group. Of course, if he just created it for a while, he would always be a member of the Thor pirates. Is it really possible? However, my father and queen will not agree. Shirahoshi was a little excited when he heard this, but then hesitated. Don't worry, they won't know if we go out secretly. At this time, Farid looked exactly like an uncle who wanted to lead bad children. There was no way, he was too bored. Chen Fan had been training this time for who knows how many years. Is it really good? Although Shirahoshi knew that this was wrong, her eyes were full of yearning for the sea. Don't worry, I'm here. Farid clapped his chest and vowed, and then ran out of the palace with Shirahoshi. And on the deck stood a mermaid, a cat, and 2 children. The 2 children are naturally Luo and granulated sugar. During normal battles, the 2 of them were left behind because of their age. In their hearts, they also longed for adventure on the sea, so when Farid called the 2 of them immediately agreed. Let's go and start our adventure. Farid stood at the front of the deck, the breeze blowing through his hair. Great! I can finally take an adventure. Sugar was extremely excited. Even Luo, who had always been relatively calm, couldn't help but smile. As for the largest Shirahoshi, she was still extremely scared, but her eyes were full of yearning. Then Captain Meow, what are our first steps? Sugar asked Farid curiously. I don't know about this either. When Farid was asked this question, he was stunned for a moment. He was just looking forward to the adventure on the sea. As for taking the risk, he really didn't know what to do as the first step. TCH, you're like this, you're still a captain, and you don't know what to do in the first step. At this moment, Granu became venomous. Well, let me think about this for a while. Farid rubbed his head. I know what to do. Generally, pirate groups will defeat other powerful pirate groups, or kill Marine, in order to increase their bounty and reputation. At this time, Luo stood up and said, Yes, then our first step is to find a pirate group and eliminate them first, so as to increase the reputation of our Mew Pirates group. Farid knocked his hands, looked at his 3 crew members, and said, Yeah. When Sugar heard that something was going to happen, she was extremely excited. Then, this huge Mew pirate ship sailed on the sea. Because there was no pointer, a few people could only sail aimlessly on the sea. Of course, Chinfan was aware of the fact that they came out to form a pirate group. However, in Chinfan's eyes, this is similar to children playing house. Let them go as long as they are not in danger. Of course, Farid's strength is not weak, and he has the strength of a lieutenant general. Unless he encounters a very powerful pirate group, there will not be much danger. Even if they meet, most powerful pirate groups will give the Thor pirates face. After all, they also know that if they fight the younger ones, the older ones will definitely come. In this case, they are the real danger. The title of the Thor pirates as the strongest pirate group is not something to be denied. This pirate ship sailed on the sea for 2 days and 2 nights. Farid and the others suddenly felt bored because in the past few days, except for seagulls and Poseidons, they could not see any other living creatures. At this time, a Poseidon that looked like a goldfish was swimming next to the boat. The Poseidon rested next to Shirahoshi, who stroked its head. In the past few days, Farid and the others have also discovered that Shirahoshi seems to be very popular among Poseidon types. The originally ferocious Poseidon became like a docile cat in Shirahoshi's hands. This made Farid very strange, and they all wondered if Shirahoshi had eaten some devil fruit. However, they immediately gave up the idea because Shirahoshi was free to parade around in the water. It's so boring, meow meow. Didn't you say it's fun to take risks on the sea? Sugar looked at Farid with a speechless expression. Well, how does this meow know? On the sea, I can't meet anyone, and I'm ready to show off my skills. Farid was also very helpless. Huh, I should have known better that I wouldn't have come out with you. Sugar looked at Farid angrily. Who said this to beg me to come out? Farid was also quarreling with Granu at this time. I don't care, it's all your fault. Sugar looked at Farid with even more anger. At this moment, Farid didn't show any signs of weakness. The 2 of them were about the same size and just stared at each other. Just as the 2 were arguing, Look, is that a pirate ship? Luo's voice sounded, and his finger pointed forward. The 2 people who argued subsequently looked away. I saw a medium-sized ship appearing in front, with a skull flag hanging high on it, and some pirates on the deck. Obviously, this should be a pirate ship. Great! I finally encountered a pirate ship. Please move closer to me. Farid was extremely excited and immediately turned the rudder and drove the pirate ship in the direction ahead. At the same time, on the skeleton pirates, the pirate captain with a full mouth and stubble was lying on a deck chair to rest leisurely. The crewman next to him called out to him, Captain, wake up quickly. Look what's in front of you. It looks like a giant mermaid. Hearing these words, John immediately opened his eyes and looked forward. When he saw a pirate ship appearing in front of him, with a huge mermaid on the deck, he was instantly excited. Because he found that there were only 4 people on that deck, a fur tribe, a mermaid, and 2 children. Isn't this combination a complete waste combination? The captain is so good. So are we so lucky, right? As soon as we came to New World, we met such a big mermaid. I heard that mermaids are very valuable, and such a huge mermaid can only be sold for hundreds of millions. Yes, Captain, and the guys on that ship look so weak. Great, Goddess of Luck is looking out for us. John's crew members were extremely excited, including John himself, who was so excited that he kept smiling. Go at full speed, lean over here, John said quickly to the navigator on his ship. He was afraid that the fat fish would see them and run away, but he didn't know that they were the real fat fish. In this way, all ships on both sides moved toward each other. Farrad and others were extremely excited, looking forward to the first battle of their pirate group. The same goes for John and his group. They looked at the mermaid and seemed to have seen a lot of Baileys waving towards them. After a while, boom! The 2 boats were close to each other. Young men, come aboard and capture them all alive. John pulled out the long knife from his waist and shouted. The younger brother behind him also rushed forward excitedly. However, Farrad was faster and jumped towards John's ship. Then in midair, the body rapidly grew in size, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex of tens of meters appeared on John's ship in an instant. The whole ship was shaking. Roar. The roar sounded. John and his party, who were originally extremely excited, were momentarily stunned. They rubbed their eyes to make sure they had seen it wrong or were dreaming. What is this? A fat crew member looked terrified, as did the rest of the crew, including Captain John. Oh, you're the captain of this pirate ship, right? Congratulations on becoming my opponent in the first battle. Farrad said this with his ferocious face. The pirates were frightened by this huge body of Tyrannosaurus. However, Farrad didn't care about that and directly waved his sharp forelimbs forward. Looking at these dragon claws several meters wide, the pirates were extremely frightened and wanted to escape immediately, but they were unable to do so in time. Bang! After this claw was thrown over, 3 or 4 pirates were immediately knocked away. Brothers, kill him. This guy just looks scary because of his size. John stopped the fear in his heart and slashed hard at Farrad with the big knife in his hand, covered with domineering colors. Seeing that the leader of the pirate group was armed and domineering, Farrad was a little surprised, but he still simply waved his front paws. Boom! The collision between the broadsword and the sharp claws caused John's entire body to be thrown away, and he rolled 3 times in the sky before stopping. At this moment, he understood that this Tyrannosaurus was not just an appearance, but really fierce. These guys are not fat fish. Now it seems that they're going to become fat fish. Brothers Lousy, hold this thing back while you attack the 2 children and the mermaid. John watched his crew members fall one by one. As the captain, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. Even though he knew that there was a high probability that he would not be Farrad's opponent, he still rushed forward. The crew members immediately understood. They knew that this Tyrannosaurus was too terrifying, but there were 2 children and a mermaid behind it, so they probably had no fighting ability. Well done. Let me have a fair fight with you. Farrad was also full of excitement at this time. As for the pirates running towards their ship, he wasn't worried at all. After all, Luo and Sugar were not weaklings. Even Sugar, which has very special fruit abilities, underwent certain training under Chun Fan's special instructions. You 2 kids just stay calm and capture us. A burly pirate, holding a broadsword, was charging towards Sugar in a menacing manner. Wow, it's so scary. I'm so scared. Sugar pretended to look pitiful and scared. But just when the strong man was about to chop down his sword, an evil smile appeared on the corner of Sutong's mouth. Looking at this smile, the strong man immediately felt something was wrong, but it was already too late. I saw the Sugar disappearing in the same place in an instant, and then the strong man looked around for it. Uncle, what are you looking for? I'm here. Sugar's voice sounded from behind him, and the strong man was startled. Just when he was about to attack again, Sugar's hand had already touched his body. In an instant, The strong man turned into a toy and fell on the deck. The other pirates behind were surprised and frightened when they saw this scene. They're thinking, what kind of monsters are these guys? That cat can turn into a Tyrannosaurus, and this little girl can turn people into toys. Now, they understood, what kind of waste combination was this? They were the waste combination, and they were the fat fish. For a moment, the dozen or so surviving pirates stayed where they were, not knowing what to do. Sugar looked at them with a smile on her face, but in their eyes, this smile looked like a witch's smile. On the ship behind, John, who was covered in wounds, also saw that his crew members were turned into toys after being touched by the little girl. Now, he felt that it was all over. He felt that the pirate group he founded was finished, and they had hit a wall. Cutting field, just when the dozen or so pirates were at a loss, Luo moved, and his body immediately disappeared from the spot. The speed was so fast that the dozen or so pirates could only barely see them when they were about to counterattack. Luo has already harvested them with the power of the fruit, and bright red hearts have appeared in his hands. There's no way. These pirates are too weak. They just entered the new world by luck. Originally, with their strength, they were not qualified to venture into the new world. Or their captain was just okay, and the bounty was over 100 million. The dozen or so pirates looked at their hearts in Law's hands and were suddenly filled with fear. Where have they seen such a scene? On the other side, John was covered in wounds and was stepped on by the Tyrannosaurus. You have to know that Flad now has the strength of an elite lieutenant general. However, this John only had the strength of a lieutenant general, and it was extremely difficult for him to withstand so many moves from Farrell. The crew members looked at their captain, who was also defeated and trampled underfoot. Instantly in despair, they immediately knelt down. "We surrender. We admit defeat. Please let us go." These pirates kept begging for mercy. At this moment, both they and their captain felt extremely regretful that they had actually thought of provoking these monsters. These three guys don't seem to have much strength, but their fruit abilities are more terrifying than each other. Great! We won our first battle. Sugar jumped up excitedly. The usually indifferent Luo also smiled. Under Bard's guidance, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. At only 17 years old, his strength has reached the general level. Very good. Shirahoshi, who had been hiding in the back, was also smiling at this moment. She looked at these vicious pirates and was a little afraid that she could not win, but now she felt relieved. Now that we have won, what should we do next? Sugar asked the others. Hearing this question, Farrar didn't know what to do after defeating another pirate group. Let's first ask if there's a navigator on this pirate ship. Otherwise, we can only wander around in this sea. Luo stood up and said at this time, "Oh yeah, tell me quickly, who among you guys is the navigator?" Farrell looked at the frightened pirates. 2 seconds later, a middle-aged man, who was so thin that only his ribs were left, raised his hand and stood up. I'm a navigator of this ship," Moxon said with a trembling voice. "Great. Now I appoint you as the navigator of our Meow Meow pirates." When Farrell heard that this ship actually had a navigator, he immediately gave orders excitedly. In fact, he didn't know that normally most pirate ships would have a navigator. Only people like them who were playing house would dare to go out on adventures without a navigator. When Moxon heard that he was appointed as a navigator, he was a little confused for a moment. What about the rest of the people? Luo played with the heart in his hand. The pirates were even more terrified when they saw this. They were afraid that Luo would accidentally crush their hearts. It's very simple. I turn these guys into toys, and then they can be our slaves. Sugar looked at these pirates with a smile on her face, just like a witch. Then he walked towards them. No, those pirates begged for mercy desperately, but unfortunately, there was no response. Sugar easily turned them into toys, including the pirate Captain John. Moxon, who was standing behind, couldn't help swallowing when he saw this scene. He felt fortunate that he was appointed as a navigator. Otherwise, it will also become a toy. These pirates who turned into toys have lost their memories one by one, and they only know to obey sucrose. In the following time, this huge pirate ship continued to sail on the sea. They also encountered some pirates along the way, but they were not very strong and were easily dealt with by Flad alone. Sure enough, I am the strongest. Flad stood on the bow with great arrogance. At this moment, there were already hundreds of toys on the pirate ship. It is conceivable that in just a few days, they defeated quite a few pirate groups. Shirahoshi at the back was also excited. She had originally been worried that it would be dangerous to venture out into the sea. It doesn't seem so dangerous now. These pirates are so weak. It seems that adventuring on the sea is not that difficult, right? What do you think? Will our pirate group become the world's #1 pirate group? Sandu said, while holding her face with both hands while looking at the few people. That's for sure. Why is the Thor Pirates the strongest pirate group in the world? From now on, our Mew Pirates will be the strongest pirate group in the world. And I, Farid, want to be the strongest in the world. Farid spoke of his ambitions. Moxon behind him had already been stunned. In the past few days, he also understood that these people were from the Thor Pirates. They're the crew members of the most powerful pirate group in the world. They were just too bored to take risks on this trip. No wonder, despite being so young, his strength is so terrifying. At this time, not far from the Mew pirate ship, a pirate ship with a fire-feathered bird flying high was sailing. A man wearing a pink sweater and sunglasses was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. Dover, you see there seems to be Luo and Sugar on that pirate ship. Toribol, who was standing next to Doflamingo, was looking ahead with a telescope. After hearing this, Doflamingo was no longer as arrogant as before. He immediately stood up excitedly, because he knew that Luo and Sugar were members of the Thor Pirates. And if they appeared here, it didn't mean that Thor Chunfan might also appear here. The fear deep in my heart and the nightmare deep in my heart rose again. Doflamingo immediately took the telescope and looked at the ship ahead. When he looked at the pirate ship, he found that Chunfan didn't seem to be on that pirate ship. Not even the other members of the Thor Pirates were there. On that pirate ship, there were only Luo, Sugar, a fur tribe, a mermaid, and a middle-aged man. In order to prevent there being anyone else in the cabin, Doflamingo immediately covered it with hockey. He discovered that there was indeed no strong aura flowing on the pirate ship. The strongest breath flow is that cat. Finding that Chunfan was indeed not on that ship, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief instantly. He had no choice, but Chunfan was the only one in this sea who could scare him to such an extent. Dover, what are we going to do next? Get around them. Torbol then asked Doflamingo on the side, and the other cadres also looked over. They all sensed the hockey with their knowledge, and found that there was indeed no overly powerful aura on the ship. His expression fell into hesitation. Jiaha. Then Doflamingo laughed again. Why are you avoiding these guys? Now move over and catch them all. Doflamingo felt this was a God-given opportunity. The reason why he appears here is because he has just reached a cooperation with Kaido of the Beasts. He also knew that Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Chunfan, the god of thunder, were absolute enemies. If you can't deal with Chunfan yourself, you can use the Beast Pirates to deal with him. And if the two sides are to fight, aren't these guys the best triggers? Just take action yourself, catch them, and give them to Kaido of the Beasts when the time comes. Doflamingo believes that Kaido of the Beasts will not refuse. Of course, Doflamingo can also think that the Beast Pirates alone cannot deal with the Thor Pirates. So he has another partner, Marine. He uses his identity as a former celestial dragon to find Marine for cooperation. Indeed, this plan is a bit crazy and risky, but Doflamingo can't stand it. He couldn't bear to have a nightmare-like existence hanging over his head. Dover, but they are from the Thor Pirates. Diamanti reminded at this time. Indeed, Chunfan's performance as an ancient demon at that time not only became Doflamingo's nightmare, but also became the nightmare of these cadres. They were afraid of Chunfan from the bottom of their hearts. Don't worry, I naturally have my plan. Doflamingo smiled evilly. Hearing these words, Diamanti and others could not say anything more, and they immediately moved the boat over. On the other side, on the Mew pirate ship, Farid and his group, who were looking carefree, also discovered that a pirate ship was approaching them. Captain Ferrard has a pirate ship approaching us. Should we move at full speed to destroy him? As a navigator, Moxon holds the direction and discovers it immediately. But he is not afraid because he knows the strength of his own captain and that his own captain has a strong backing. The strongest pirate group on the sea, the Thor Pirates. Even if they really encounter a powerful pirate group, they will give face to the Thor Pirates. However, Moxon didn't know that the pirate group they met now might not necessarily give the Thor Pirates face. Really? Then rush over at full speed. When Moxon said that a pirate group was coming, Ferret immediately became excited. He was looking forward to giving those pirates a good beating. The same goes for Luo and Sugar. Even Shirahoshi is getting bolder now. But when they looked over, the color of Luo and the Sugar immediately changed, because they discovered that the people on that pirate ship were extremely familiar to them. Luo, in particular, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Doflamingo. At this moment, Ferrard was very confused. Why did their expressions become like this? Especially Luo. He was so angry. It was rare to see this expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Ferret asked curiously. Oh no, this pirate group of Ferald is different from the ones we encountered before. Their captain is Heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo. We are no match for him. Let's leave quickly. Sando immediately reminded her, and then she dialed the Den Den Mushi without hesitation. Is Heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo strong? Ferrard was puzzled. Brew brew. At this moment, Chan Fan, who was training on an uninhabited island, was a little confused when he saw the Den Den Mushi in his arms ringing, because only the members of the Thunder God Pirates know his Den Den Mushi number. After picking up the phone, Sugar's voice came from the other end. Captain, I'm Sugar. We've encountered Doflamingo, and they're heading towards us at the fastest speed. After hearing these words, Chun Fan's expression changed. He was wondering how Doflamingo dared to do this. Given his personality, he should have taken a detour when he met Sucrose and his group. Isn't he afraid of offending himself? You guys try to hold off. I'll be there soon. Chun Fan didn't think any more about it. He just beat Doflamingo half to death and would know the answer after asking him. His body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Of course, he did not choose to inform the other crew members. Go to support, because Chun Fan himself is the fastest. On the Meow Meow pirate ship. Ferret, I have already notified the captain. He should be here soon. Let's retreat first. We need to delay until the captain comes. Although Sandang looks young, she is actually not very young. She likes to play sometimes, but now she understands the seriousness of the matter. Why? Felid was very confused. He still didn't know who Heavenly Yiksha was. Doflamingo is stronger than us, and there are other cadres here. If we continue to fight, we will definitely lose. Now we can only try to delay them. Listen to me, Moxon. Drive the ship back quickly. Sugar saw that Ferald was hesitating, and Luo on the other side looked even more angry. She became anxious instantly and yelled. After being yelled at like this, Moxon reacted immediately, driving the boat, turning around, starting the propeller, and drifting with the sea water, all moving in the backward direction. The other side, Dover and the others seemed to be trying to escape. Treble said as he looked at the Meowth pirate ship moving at full speed ahead. Really? Did you ask me before you run away? Doflamingo showed an evil smile, and then thin lines appeared on his 10 fingers, extending forward continuously. Soon it was extended to several hundred meters, and the thin line directly hooked the Meow Meow pirate ship. Then Doflamingo exerted force suddenly, and the entire Meow Meow pirate ship stopped moving. After all, this pirate ship is just huge, and its other hardware is really average. In the face of Moxon's surprise and Sugar's horror, this huge Meow Meow pirate ship was pulled directly towards them by Doflamingo at extremely fast speed. A strong wind blew past, and in less than a few seconds, the Meow Meow pirate ship appeared in front of Doflamingo's pirate ship. Seeing his enemy right in front of him, Luo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He could hardly suppress the rage in his heart. He was so angry that he had lost his mind, and had forgotten that they could not deal with Doflamingo and the others with their current strength. As for Ferrard, he was in a state of confusion. He was wondering if Doflamingo was really that strong. Long time no see, Sugar and Luo. Tory Bull, who had a long snotty nose, was the first to greet. Doflamingo, what are you doing? Are you going to attack us? Aren't you afraid of our captain? At this time, Sandang threatened with a serious expression. Although she had a good relationship with Doflamingo and others before, they are now in different camps. Doflamingo, who had been smiling, immediately stopped smiling when he heard the name Chun Fan. Chun Fan, the strongest in the world. This man is indeed very powerful, but that's why I have to find a way to get rid of him. No one can stop me from achieving my goal, and no one can stop me from my path. Doflamingo showed a ferocious smile on his face. Then he looked at Luo and said, "What's wrong? Little ghost, are you still so angry with me? Lousy is going to kill you." After hearing this, Law couldn't hold back his anger and was about to jump onto Doflamingo's pirate ship. At this moment, Sucrose beside him immediately reached out and grabbed him. "Don't be impulsive," Sugar shouted quickly. At this moment, Flad stood up and said, "Who are you?" "And you are the one called T&I Dog. I heard that you seem to be very strong, but no matter how strong you are not as strong as me." Hearing Furlid call him Tainigu, Doflamingo's face immediately filled with anger. "Little devil, do you know what you are saying?" "Of course I know. I don't care what your guy's name is. My crew seems to be unhappy with you, so I'm going to teach you a lesson." After finishing speaking, Farad directly transformed into a huge Tyrannosaurus, and the tens of meters of Tyrannosaurus jumped directly towards the ship in front. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus jumping over, Doflamingo and his group showed no fear on their faces. "Yeah, it's really interesting." Doflamingo smiled ferociously. "Super hit whip." Then Doflamingo pulled his hands back and sprayed dozens of almost transparent, thin threads from his palms. These threads are then twisted together to form a thick thread like hair, shooting towards the huge Tyrannosaurus at extremely fast speed. Dragon's breath of heat. The giant Tyrannosaurus did not feel panic when he saw this scene. He opened his ferocious mouth, and a burst of energy was bred in his mouth. Then a burst of flames and hot breath burst out instantly. Boom! In an instant, the thick thread column and the heat of the flames collided fiercely. The sea below was rough, and waves exploded. Doflamingo showed an interesting expression when he saw Farad blocking his attack. At this time, Diamanti and Torbol, who were following over, also looked at Farad with some surprise. They thought that this broken cat could block Dover's attack, and it seemed to be quite strong. The face of Sugar in the back was full of solemnity. She knew that they could not run away now and could only fight head-on. "Let's see if we can drag it over to the captain." The cutting field. At the same time, Luo beside him had long since disappeared, and the next second, he had appeared next to Doflamingo. A long knife appeared and cut towards Doflamingo at extremely fast speed. It's a pity that Doflamingo has noticed it long ago with his powerful knowledge and domineering power. "Luo, you seem to have become stronger now, but if you want to fight with me, you are not qualified yet." Doflamingo's mouth was still filled with a smile, and thin lines appeared on his hands, directly intercepting Luo. For a moment, facing those sharp, thin lines, Luo didn't dare to take a step forward. "What do you want to do to my crew?" At this time, Farad rushed over, waving his two small front paws, and a claw attack burst out instantly, and the thin wires were directly destroyed. Seeing that his attack was easily dealt with, Doflamingo did not feel angry. Instead, 5 fingers turned into claws, appearing above Farad in the next second. The hands containing armed domineering force stabbed directly towards Farad's head. Without hesitation, Farad swung his huge dragon tail, which was as black as ink, and burst out with powerful power. Bang, bang! In an instant, the huge dragon tail and domineering hands collided together. Under this blow, the ship was shaking, and Farad's entire huge body fell back. On the other side, Luo saw this scene and wanted to rush forward to help. At this time, a tall man holding a long knife and holding a sunflower on his head rushed in front of him. Luo, long time no see. Let me try to see if your strength has become stronger. Diamanti held a long knife covered with armed domineering force and slashed directly at Luo. Faced with this scene, Luo did not hesitate and also waved the white long knife that had appeared in the illusion and slashed straight up. Clang! When the two long knives collided, waves of air spread out in all directions. Luo took a few steps back before stopping his body. It seems that over the past few years, your strength has indeed become much stronger. Diamanti watched Luo Nung block his own knife with a smile on his face. At the same time, Ferret and Doflamingo also fought fiercely. At the beginning of the battle, subtle scars began to appear on Ferret's body. Doflamingo's fruit ability was a bit too well developed for him, which made Ferret feel very troublesome. What troubles Ferret the most is that his own power cannot suppress Doflamingo, because his armed color hockey is only in the second stage, while Doflamingo's armed color hockey has reached the fourth stage. The gap between the two is too big. This made Ferret a little regretful. Why didn't he train more frequently? However, it's useless to regret now. Ferret was completely suppressed. Blood marks appeared on his body, and drops of blood fell on the ship. Fortunately, he is an animal-type fruit user and has strong recovery ability. After Doflamingo forced Ferret back with one blow, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bounced the thread. He stretched his right hand forward, and 5 white threads shot out straight towards Ferret at an extremely fast speed. There was no time to dodge. Roar! Ferret let out a wail, and his huge body was directly pierced by 5 thin wires. It seems to hurt. Then Doflamingo used another fierce force and pulled out 5 thin wires. At this time, Ferret's face twitched in pain. Lousy is going to kill you. Ferret's face was extremely angry. He straddled his huge body, waved his claws, covered with armed domineering, and shot straight at Doflamingo. Facing the powerful attack, Doflamingo's expression remained calm. I saw him, stretching his hands upwards, and the thin lines extended towards the sky. He directly hung on the clouds, and then flew upwards with all his strength. This directly made Ferret's fierce attack miss. Before Ferret could turn his head, Doflamingo's attacks followed one after another. His pair of beanie shoes were covered with armed, domineering force, and he kicked directly towards Ferret's huge dragon body. In an instant, Ferret flew out upside down and fell heavily into the cabin, with countless wooden boards falling. Ferret stood up from the ruins. His injuries were getting more serious at this moment, but he knew that he could never lose. As a captain, if he lost, what would happen to his crew? Roar! With a roar, Ferret rushed towards Doflamingo again. It's interesting, you dare to come up. Seeing this situation, Doflamingo had a playful expression on his face, and thin threads spread out from his body and attacked Ferret. Pull it! Thin lines were cut on Ferret's body, and scars appeared one after another. The deep, visible bones were particularly scary. It could be said that if Ferret had not had strong physical fitness and recovery power, he would have lost his combat effectiveness even if he survived such a serious injury. At the same time, Sugar in the back looked at this scene and felt unwilling and desperate. Although she usually hates Ferret, that's just the surface. She usually plays best with this dead cat. Not to mention Shirahoshi, who was behind. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. She felt very guilty, blaming herself for not having any strength at all. Blame yourself for not being able to protect your companions? It's been a long time since we last met. Are you interested in rejoining us? Toripole has come to Sugar. No, I'm doing well in the Thunder God Pirates. Sucrose directly refused because she felt that the atmosphere in the Thunder God Pirates was better and her sister was there too. That's a shame. Toripole looked a little regretful. Why do you dare to take action directly? Are you not afraid? Does our captain know? Sucrose knows that she is no match for Treble. Although her fruit ability is very strong, she can only attack by surprise. But Toripole fully knows the ability of his fruit. How could he let me get close to him? So she could only think about delaying time. Actually, I don't know either. However, Dover must have his reasons for doing this. However, don't worry. You are very important to Dover. We won't hurt you. Tori knew that Doflamingo's plan required the ability of Sugar's fruit. Before, Sucrose had always been in the hands of the Thunder God pirates, so they naturally had no chance of succeeding. With their strength, if they go directly to the Thunder God pirates, it would be no different from committing suicide. Hearing this, Shatang's expression became more solemn as she looked forward. Flad and Luo were completely at a disadvantage. At this moment, Luo had scars all over his body, and he was breathing heavily, while Diamante was waving the long sword in his hand and attacking fiercely. Indeed, Luo is very talented and has the strength of a brigadier general at the age of only 18. But so what? Diamante has trained for more than 10 years longer than him. The gap of more than 10 years cannot be made up so quickly. With anger in his eyes, Law kept using the power of his fruit, trying to cut Diamante's heart, but every move was blocked by Law. Give up, Luo. You're not my opponent yet, let alone defeating Dover. Why don't you just surrender? I can talk to Dover and let him spare your life. Diamante taunted while waving the long sword in his hand. At this moment, Luo kept retreating, struggling to cope with the situation. Dream on. I will definitely kill Doflamingo with my own hands. Luo's eyes were bloodshot and filled with extreme anger. In addition to anger towards Doflamingo, he was also angry at himself. Why was he so weak? The enemy was right in front of him, but he had no strength to defeat him, and he couldn't even defeat the cadres under his command. But even if Luo was angry, he couldn't make up for the gap in strength. This was the sorrow of the weak. In front of the ship, Flad was knocked flying again and fell heavily to the ground. A piece of flesh nearly half a meter long was cut off from his chest, exposing the bones. He looked hideous and extremely scary. Your strength is good, but it's a pity that it's not strong enough, Doflamingo said with a smile on his face. He had no intention of showing mercy at all, because he knew that if it dragged on, there was a high possibility that the resources of the Thunder God pirates would come over. The moment he finished speaking, he waved the 10 thin wires like a whip again and lashed towards Ferald. At this moment, Flad wanted to dodge, but he only dodged the first 9 and was still hit by the last thin wire. Flesh and blood were all over the place. Blood spurted out. Roar! The wailing sound rang out again. Shirahoshi and Granu behind them were heartbroken when they saw this scene, but there was nothing they could do. Otherwise you give in to me, and I can spare your life. Doflamingo saw that Ferald was very good and wanted to recruit him. You are such a dead dog, but you still want to recruit Lousy. Ferald looked disdainful and then attacked Doflamingo here. He's really looking for death. A ferocious smile appeared on Doflamingo's lips, and then he hung up the clouds with thin threads again, easily dodging Ferald's attack. Even the thin threads were constantly slapping Ferald like long whips. The bloody scars appeared on Ferald's body. For a moment, Ferald felt that his consciousness was a little blurry, and he was almost reaching his limit. The same happened to Luo on the other side. He was completely knocked to the ground. Just when he was about to fight back, the long knife in Diamante's hand was already placed on his neck. If you don't want to die, don't move. Diamante looked at Luo with a smile. Looking at the sharp long knife, Luo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that he had lost. At the same time, Shirahoshi and Sugar, who were on the Mew pirate ship, had been tied up by Toribol. Although Sugar has some strength, her strength is not worth mentioning at all if she does not count her fruit abilities. Not to mention Shirahoshi. Although she is a Poseidon, she cannot actively activate Poseidon's abilities. In other words, she does not know that she is a Poseidon at all. Let go of my companions. At this moment, Ferald was covered in blood. He felt that his head was dizzy and he could not even maintain his fruit power. He had become his original appearance again. Seeing his companions being caught one by one, Ferald held on to his body that was about to collapse and attacked Doflamingo again. But it's no surprise that he was no match for Doflamingo when he was in his prime before, let alone him now. Facing the charging Ferald, Doflamingo's right foot kicked hard like an Optimus pillar. In an instant, Ferald was kicked away and fell heavily into the cabin, with countless pieces of wood falling down. Ferald, Seeing this scene, the three of them shouted at the same time, "Let them go." Farad struggled to stand up among the ruins. Even though his body was covered in blood and flesh, he had only one goal, which was to save his crew. What a strong will. Doflamingo had a playful expression on his face. Facing the charging Farad, he kicked out again with the same domineering and armed kick as before. With this kick, Farad's body flew straight out like a cannonball and fell into the ruins again. This time, Farad was covered in blood and seemed unable to stand up again. Farad, Luo, and the others looked at this scene and were extremely angry, but they were helpless as they were restrained. Just when Doflamingo thought the cat had lost its breath of life, Farad trembled again and stood up. Seeing Farad struggling to stand up, Luo and the others said anxiously, "Farad, don't stand up again. If you rush over again, you will die." Death? It turns out, boss, adventures on the sea are so scary. Hearing the word death, Farad couldn't help but think of his boss. Only now does he realize how good his life was before. With the Thor pirates fighting together, the world's strongest thunder god Chun Fan, and the crisis-ridden new world, it didn't seem that dangerous to him. However, now that he is the captain, he must take on the same responsibility as his boss. "What stupid things are you talking about? I am your captain. How could I let you be captured?" Farad looked at Luo and the others with a smile, but his face was covered with blood at this time. Seeing this scene, Luo, Sugar, and Shirahoshi couldn't help crying. "You dead dog, put down my crew." After Farad said these words, he burst out the last bit of strength in his body, gathered his armed domineering energy on his right paw, and attacked Doflamingo. "If you want to die, I will help you." Birdcage. Doflamingo had no intention of playing anymore. He stretched his hands forward, and 10 thin threads shot out, turning into a birdcage and covering Farad. If this birdcage hits Farad, Farad's entire body will definitely be torn apart. "No, don't." Shirahoshi and the others were shouting heartbreakingly from behind. Looking at the birdcage getting closer and closer, Farad smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, was he going to die? Just when the birdcage was less than half a meter away, a destructive purple thunder fell from the sky. Boom! The birdcage, composed of 10 thin lines, was directly destroyed by the thunder of destruction. And among the purple thunder, a figure in black slowly walked out, purple thunder shining all over his body, and the whole person exuded a powerful aura, like a god or a devil. Looking at this scene, Doflamingo's eyes widened. He felt the fear deep in his heart, and the nightmare came again. Needless to say, the two Diamanti people behind were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. "Boss!" Farad was extremely excited when he saw Chun Fan coming, but he fainted just after saying these two words. Looking at Farad, who fainted, and Shirahoshi, who was arrested, Chun Fan's pupils were filled with extreme indifference, and those pupils containing purple thunder looked at Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo felt as if he was being targeted by Shinigami, and he felt a kind of fear from the inside out. "You seem to be looking for death," Chun Fan said in a cold tone, as if Shinigami was announcing death, and then the purple thunder spear transformed into his right hand, accompanied by the waving of thunder wings. Thunder speed. Chun Fan turned into a stream of purple light and headed forward. Seeing this horrific scene, Doflamingo barely reacted. He stretched his hands forward, and a thread came out straight out. Boom! It's a pity that the destructive thunder has no effect. The moment it touches, it is directly destroyed. Under Doflamingo's extremely frightened expression, his entire body was directly blown away by the thunder spear. Bang! As he fell onto the deck, the lower part of Doflamingo's chest was pierced by the thunder spear, and his whole body was impaled on the deck, unable to move. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of despair and fear. He did not expect that Chun Fan would become more powerful. He couldn't even block a single move from him. Doflamingo instantly regretted the decision he had made, and regretted why he had attacked the crew of the Thor pirates. He couldn't understand why Chun Fan came so quickly. The battle had obviously lasted less than 20 minutes. Why? Torbol and the two people behind him were even more frightened, watching Chun Fan walk towards Doflamingo step by step. Only then did the two of them react. Chun Fan, stop, otherwise your crew will die in our hands. Diamantai and Torbol wanted to threaten Chun Fan with the lives of the three Luo people. It's a pity that they thought too much. Chun Fan just looked at him with extremely cold eyes. In an instant, the ultimate conqueror's domineering power burst out from him. Dark red thunder flashed, black and white aura erupted, and the conqueror's domineering energy flooded towards the two of them. In an instant, the two of them seemed to be pressed down by a huge mountain, and they briefly lost the ability to move. The next second, purple thunder flashed. On Chun Fan's right hand, a purple thunder spear appeared again. As he waved the purple thunder spear, in just 2 seconds, Diamantai and Torbol looked at each other with extremely frightened and desperate expressions. 2 heads fell to the ground, and the connection between the 2 headless corpses and the heads was also bleeding continuously. This is the price for threatening Chun Fan. No! Seeing this scene, Doflamingo roared unwillingly, but so what? He wanted to stand up with a struggle. But the thunder spear inserted into his body made it impossible for him to move. Just by moving, he felt like his skin and flesh were being torn apart. At this moment, Doflamingo deeply felt the sadness of being a weakling. The next moment, Chun Fan turned around and walked towards Doflamingo. Looking at Chun Fan walking over step by step, Doflamingo felt a sense of deep despair. He seemed to remember the scene more than 20 years ago, and this almost deepest fear in his heart made him a little crazy. Jiahaha! At this time, he was laughing like a madman, just when Chun Fan was about to take action. Captain, please spare his life now. I want to kill him with my own hands. At this time, Luo's voice sounded. Chun Fan turned around and looked at Luo, looking at the young man's firm eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he said in an indifferent tone, I'll give you 7 years. If you can't kill him, I will kill you. Don't worry, Captain, I will definitely kill him. Hearing these words, Luo's eyes became more determined. He did not regret the decision he made. He must avenge Corazon with his own hands. Seeing that Luo's eyes were still so determined, Chun Fan didn't say anything more, and the thunder dissipated from his body. Sugar, take Ferret on board. Let's leave. Chun Fan turned and left. At the same time, the thunder spear on Doflamingo also dissipated. After saving his life, Doflamingo did not feel happy about surviving the disaster. Ha. Instead, he kept laughing like a madman. A few minutes later, the Mu pirate ship left the sea area. Doflamingo, who was on a dilapidated pirate ship, looked at the 2 corpses of his cadres and sat slumped on the ground. This heavenly Yiksha didn't know what he was thinking. His eyes became gloomy and his fists clenched. Revenge? Have you avenged yourself? Chun Fan, why do you have such powerful power? At this time, Doflamingo was desperate to the extreme. As the seagulls flew by, wisps of breeze blew by. The huge ship with the Meow flag flying high was drifting on the sea. Moxon, who had been hiding behind and shivering, now looked at the figure in black with extremely cold eyes. Moxon was thinking that this person was Chun Fan, the thunder god who was known as the tyrannical king of the sea. The destructive thunder just now was too terrifying. Moxon couldn't help but be shocked every time he thought of the scene just now. Indeed, Doflamingo was so powerful before that a Tyrannosaurus of dozens of meters was like a plaything in his hands. But facing Chun Fan, who had destructive power, he could not block even a single blow. Is this the strongest strength in the world? Moxon sighed in his heart, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. At the same time, Luo was also repairing Farad's injuries. He had the fruits of surgery and was one of the best doctors. After a while, Farad, who had been seriously injured and reached his physical limit, finally woke up. Boss, you are here. Farad rushed over and hugged Chun Fan. With a calm expression, Chun Fan stretched out his hand to block Farad. There was nothing he could do. Farad was covered in blood now. Chun Fan didn't want him to touch him. Boss, it's all my fault. I'm too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such danger. Farid looked remorseful. As the captain of the Mew pirate ship, he was unable to protect his companions. He felt very useless. This world is such a reality. The weak eat the strong, and the strong can bully the weak. This is why everyone wants to become stronger. No one wants to be at the bottom forever and wants to be bullied. However, sometimes hard work may not necessarily lead to success, but all those at the bottom can do is work hard. Chen Fan looked at Vlad with a serious expression. I understand, boss. I will definitely train more diligently next time. Farid secretly swore in his heart that he would train for at least 8 hours every day. Dead Cat, are you okay? The captain didn't come over to deal with him easily. At this time, Sugar came over rarely to comfort him. Next time, I will make the Mew pirate's reputation resound throughout the sea. Farid looked at the sea ahead and shouted loudly. In this regard, Chun Fan just looked forward calmly. He didn't care about Farid's goal. What he cares about now is how to become stronger. The 5th stage of seeing and hearing the domineering power was more difficult to break through than he thought. He already knew the basic theory of listening to the voice of all things. However, it is not that simple to understand. Too lazy to waste time and continue playing here, Chun Fan turned into a bolt of thunder and disappeared. Seeing his boss leaving, Farid was about to say something, but the blue stream of light had disappeared into the horizon. Captain, is this the world's strongest thunder god, Chun Fan? At this moment, Moxon finally dared to come over. Yes, isn't my boss very strong? I tell you, even Whitebeard was defeated by him. Farid said with a proud face, as if he was the one who defeated Whitebeard. It is indeed powerful. The thunder of destruction is the most terrifying force I have ever seen in my life. Moxon said with a look of admiration. Our captain is powerful. What does it have to do with you? Damn cat. Sugar on the side couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Farid hard. Farid, who was kicked away hard by Granu, stood up in embarrassment. What's wrong? My boss is very powerful. I can't be arrogant. Farid patted his butt, looking indifferent. Captain, where are we going next? As a navigator, Moxon naturally asked Farid where to go next. Go to the islands near Wano country. Our current strength is still too weak. Let's train for a while first. Next time we come out, I must make the name of the Meow pirates resound in this sea. Farid looked at the sea ahead, clenched his fists, and secretly made up his mind. The same goes for Shirahoshi and his team behind him, especially Luo, who knows that Chun Fan will do what he says if he can't defeat Doflamingo in 7 years. Then the captain will really take action, and the captain has already let Doflamingo go twice because of himself. If Luo couldn't defeat Doflamingo in 7 years, Luo would probably commit suicide without Chun Fan taking action. Then, this huge ship sailed in the direction of Wano country. Time passes quickly, like white sand passing by, 6 years later. Haiyuan calendar, year 1516. On an unknown island, endless black thunder shines in it, and a terrifying force seems to be born in the center of the island. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with black thunder. The animals on the island all knelt down and trembled, not daring to make any move. And among the black thunder that destroyed everything, a figure in black slowly walked out. The facial features are as sharp as a knife, the high bridge of the nose, the fox-like eyes, and most importantly, the pupils, which seem to be able to make people fall into an ice cave. Chun Fan just raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, the black thunder turned into 9 ferocious black dragons, wrapping around him. At this moment, Chun Fan was exuding unparalleled, domineering energy. 6 years later, his 4th form of Thunder God mode was finally developed. The most important thing is that the haki of seeing, hearing, and color also broke through the 5th stage to the point where he can listen to the voice of all things. Robin and others waiting outside the island were so surprised that they were speechless. They felt the power of destruction. For a moment, they felt that the captain had absolutely no opponent in this world. How is it? In the past 6 years, the development of the kingdom of God, have any major events happened in the past few years? In an instant, black thunder flashed, and Chun Fan, covered with 9 black dragons, appeared in front of several people. The development is going very smoothly. Captain, our kingdom of God is expanding all the way, and neither Marine nor pirates have the ability to stop us. As for big events, there was one. A pirate named Shanks became the emperor. Also, Shichibukai appeared in this sea. Violet said slowly to Chun Fan. Chun Fan didn't feel too surprised when he heard this, because this was what was going to happen. He looked at Mihawk and everyone. These 6 years have passed, and the strength of their Thor pirates has truly reached its peak. If the main members of the Thor pirates could still grow further due to their age, now they have basically reached their peak. Captain, Tyrannical Monarch, Thunder God Chun Fan, age 30, strength, peak general limit. Vice Captain, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, age 40, elite general limit. Captain of the Battle Squad, the Great Beast Bader, 46 years old, powerful, an elite general. Captain of the 1st Division, Bullet, descendant of the Devil, 43 years old, and extremely capable, an elite general. Captain of the 2nd Division, Devil Swordsman Rain Shiryu, age 42, strength ordinary general. Captain of the 3rd Division, Devil Gentleman Lafitte, age 38, strength, quasi-admiral limit. Captain of the 4th Division, the world's #1 Chef Bradley, 41 years old, with the strength of a quasi-admiral. Captain of the 5th Division, Gold Tycoon Tazig, age 39, strength, lieutenant general. Captain of the 6th Division, Ice Witch Monet, 28 years old, strength, elite lieutenant general limit. Chun Fan had previously changed the system of the Thunder God Pirates. He appointed the top 6 fighters as captains, and the rest of them remained in their original positions. At this moment, the Thunder God Pirates already have 5 admiral-level figures. Even Captain Lei, Chun Fan's strength is comparable to that of 2 elite generals. His current strength has officially surpassed Roger Whitebeard in his prime. It can be said that with the current combat power of the Thunder God Pirates, they will not necessarily lose even if they confront the Marine headquarters head-on. Captain, what should we do next? Violet asked Chun Fan. She knew her captain well, and that his strength had made a great breakthrough, so he would definitely make big moves. Kaido, it's time for these 2 guys to die. Chun Fan showed an evil smile and looked forward. He hadn't killed Kaido before because his strength wasn't enough to break his protective shield. Now, Chun Fan felt that his strength was about right. As for that guy, Akainu, Chun Fan planned to kill him personally at the Marine headquarters. Make this guy feel desperate. Now Chun Fan's first step is to take action on Cake Island. After hearing their captain's plan, everyone in the Thunder God Pirates felt that this was as it should be. Because the conflict between them and the Beast Pirates has long reached a point where it cannot be reconciled. During these 6 years, there have been many clashes between the 2 sides, but they were all minor fights between the pirate groups under their names. There has never been a large-scale confrontation. Now that the captain's strength has been further improved, how could he let the Beast Pirates go? The other side, a huge pirate ship with a Meow Meow flag flying high, was sailing on the sea. Flad was lying leisurely on a lounge chair, watching a seagull flying overhead. He immediately flew up and took it down. Open the newspaper and take a look. Great, my bounty has exceeded 600 million. Flad looked very proud. Although he did not fulfill his previous promise to train 8 hours a day during the past 6 years, he still trained for more than 5 hours a day. His strength has also reached the level of quasi-general. As for Luo, he became his deputy, with strength reaching the limit of elite lieutenant general. At only 24 years old, he possesses such strong strength, which is already a gifted talent. However, Luo was not satisfied, as he knew that he was still 1 step away from becoming Doflamingo. And now there's only 1 year left in the 7-year period. Thinking of this, Luo continued his physical training. Hey Luo, your bounty has exceeded 400 million. Although we are now an affiliated pirate group under the Thor Pirates, we should be the strongest. Farid told Luo the news with a happy face. However, Luo was not too excited. And you see, we have all been rated as the top 10 supernovas, and the one ranked first is me. Sure enough, I'm the strongest. Farid walked up to Luo with a proud look on his face. However, Luo didn't want to pay attention to him at all, turned around and walked towards the rear for training. Ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. You damn cat, you're being disliked again. Sugar fell to the ground and laughed heartily. She always looked like a little lowly due to the side effects of the fruit's ability. Farid was very angry after hearing these words, but there was nothing he could do about it. Don't say that, the captain is quite strong. At this time, Moxon stood up, holding a wine bottle in his hand, and while drinking, he praised Farid. Our captain is a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. Who says it's not? It's still one of the top 10 supernovae. Yes, if we weren't a pirate group affiliated with the Thor Pirates, the captain would probably become a Shichibukai. The rest of the younger brothers also stood up to flatter Farid. In the past 6 years, the Mew Pirates have naturally recruited many people, and they have grown from a few people at the beginning to nearly 15 core members now. That's right, I am the strongest, and I will one day become the strongest in the sea. Feeling a little overwhelmed by the praise, Farid stood on the deck with a proud look on his face, letting the strong wind blow by, quite like a king. Really? Then you go and have a fight with the captain. At this time, Sugar stepped forward to ruin the atmosphere. Well, boss, he should still be training, so don't bother him. Hearing these words, Farid immediately became embarrassed. Some time ago, Farid was a little confused and wanted to challenge the strongest power in the world. He feels he can do it. He feels he can do it. But when the fight started, Chun Fan punched him, and Farid fell to the ground in pain. That's right, it's just a punch. Thinking of that kind of terror. Crushing. It makes people feel the boundless power. Farid did not dare to think of fighting with his boss for a moment. He also knew why his boss was called the strongest in the world. Captain, there seems to be a small raft ahead. At this time, Moxon said to Farid. Farid looked over and saw a pirate flag on the small raft with a spade on it. Looking at the pirate flag and the fact that there were only 3 people on the raft, Farid suddenly felt a little funny. He wondered if this was also a pirate ship. It was more casual than when he first went to sea. Shall we take action? Captain, Moxon asked, looking to Farrar aside. What are you talking about? You have to remember that we are also a pirate group with identity and status now. If we attack any pirate we encounter, it will cost us more. Farid looked disdainful. 1 raft, 3 people, such a pirate group. If he took action, would he still want to lose face? Yes, Captain. Moxon also thinks it makes sense. Oh, I don't have any eyesight. Don't call me this little ant next time. Farid was about to go back and lie down to rest. That guy seems to be one of the top 10 supernovas. What is his name? Fire Fist Ace. At this time, Luo stopped training and said, Yeah. After hearing this, Farid sat up again. He picked up the newspaper and read it. Indeed, Supernova ranks 7th. Fire Fist Ace. Interesting, this guy is even simpler than when we first came out, with 1 raft and 3 people. He has such a personality, and I like it. Farid looked at Fire Fist Ace with interest. At this moment, Ace also noticed the pirate ship ahead. Among the 2 partners next to Ace, one is wearing a hat, sunglasses like glasses on his face, holding a musket in his hand, and is tall. The other one was a bit tall and had a long knife on his waist. Captain, it seems that one of those 2 guys is Farid, who is ranked number 1 in Supernova, and the other is Luo, who is ranked 6th in Supernova. Both of them are ranked higher than you. Michael said from the side, What's the point? I want to become the strongest in the world, ranked as a mere supernova. Ace didn't care. He looked forward with fighting intent in his eyes. Captain, it is said that these 2 guys are crew members of the Thor Pirates. Now, they have come out to create a pirate group, but their pirate group is still an affiliated pirate group of the Thor Pirates. Yaki also said slowly at this time. Hearing these words, Ace instantly became more interested. He wanted to become the strongest in the sea. And if you want to become the strongest, the fastest way is to defeat the original strongest. The most powerful and tyrannical monarch on the sea. Are they Chun Fan's crew? Interesting. How about arresting these two guys? By then, Chun Fan should come over in person. A smile appeared on Ace's lips. He had just gone to sea, and he relied on the Logia fruit ability. He had traveled all the way without encountering much danger. Like all newcomers, his self-confidence was extremely high. I don't know what the strongest sea means. Ace's small raft and the Mew pirate ship are getting closer and closer. Kid, you are the Fire Fist Ace, the 7th-ranked supernova. Farad stood at the front, with his hands on his hips, looking at Ace with an arrogant expression. I heard that you were originally a crew member of the Thor Pirates. Why don't you call your boss over now? I will defeat him and become the strongest on this sea. Ace said, looking at the people in front of him. Upon hearing this, Farad and his party were immediately stunned. Waha waha. Afterwards, they burst into laughter. Even Luo, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help it anymore. Su Tang, did you hear that? This guy wants to challenge my boss. He wants to challenge my boss. Farad kept laughing. Today's young people really don't know how high the sky is, and they still want to challenge our captain. It's really ridiculous. Sugar also looked at Ace with a smile on his face. The members of the Mew Pirates in the back were all laughing nonstop. What's so ridiculous? In my eyes, the strongest in the world are meant to be defeated. Ace clenched his fists and did not give up on his goal because of others' ridicule. However, his knowledge is too short. If he were in the East Asia Sea, he would just be in a well. Now the new world is just a vast ocean, and he doesn't have a clear judgment on his own strength. Kid, it's just you don't deserve it. Farad stopped smiling and looked at Ace fiercely. Do you deserve it? Only after fighting did you know that Thunder God Chun Fan can be the strongest in the world. Why can't I? Ace was still full of confidence and said things like an idiot. Okay, what a stupid guy. Let me teach you a lesson. Farad couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to teach Ace a lesson. Want to fight? Yes, but if you lose, please call me the captain of the Thor Pirates. Ace's hands burned with flames, and the power of the burning fruit appeared on his body. Logia fruit. When Farad saw this scene, his eyes were a little surprised, but only a little. Because the Logia fruit is indeed rare and powerful, the 3 generals of Marine are the best interpretations of it. You kid is really interesting. Let me see how strong you are. Farad did not use the fruit ability at the beginning, but used Moonwalk to jump into the air. Seeing this scene, Ace did not hesitate, and the flames burned his whole body. The two were facing each other in midair. Captain, come on. Teach this guy a lesson. He still wants to challenge our king. It's just that this guy takes himself too seriously. Boss, let him know how stupid he is. The crew of the Mew Pirates are all waiting for their captain to take action and teach Ace a lesson. Don't worry, everyone, this guy actually wants to challenge my boss, me. I want him to know that the sky is high and the sky is high. Farad also smiled. Yeah. As for Ace, his face was still full of disdain. Musket. I saw Ace pointing the index and middle fingers of both hands at his opponent like a gun, his whole body burning with flames. Then use his fingertips to shoot continuous small flames in the direction of Farad, like fire bullets shooting out. Seeing these flaming bullets, Farad's face was full of disdain. Point to the gun. Farad's right claw was covered with armed, domineering energy, and he waved out one claw. In an instant, when the pitch-black claws collided with the flaming bullets, they immediately destroyed the flaming bullets. Boom! Wisps of flames fell into the sea. Explosions appeared in the water, and countless waves exploded. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked, Ace was a little surprised, but then said confidently, "Interesting, the strength is not bad. It can block my attack." After finishing speaking, Ace's whole body was transformed into elements and turned into a wisp of flames. His fist was completely covered with flames, and he punched towards Farad. Fire Fist. With a disdainful smile on his face, Farad's right claw was as black as ink, containing powerful power. A claw swung out. Bang, bang. When the flaming fist collided with the black claws, flames splashed out. Ace's body flew backwards under the collision and stopped several meters away. On the other hand, Farad only stepped back half a meter. Obviously, in the first strength competition, Ace fell at a disadvantage. Ace was a little surprised when he saw that his usually invincible flames were easily blocked by the fur race in front of him, but he was followed by a strong fighting spirit. The two crew members behind him also saw an enemy that could block Ace's flames so easily for the first time. They also realized at this moment that the opponent in front of them was not simple. You are quite strong. No wonder you are ranked first in Supernova, but that's what makes it interesting. Ace looked at Farad with a smile on his face. Really? However, I think you're not strong. You can't even beat me, let alone challenge my boss. Farad shook his head, thinking that this guy, with such little strength, dared to challenge his boss. He was really looking for death. Really? Can you win in a fight? You won't know until you fight. Ace was still full of confidence. His whole body was burning with fire, and he attacked Farad again. Facing the flames that burned everything, Farad's eyes were still full of contempt. No matter how powerful the Logia fruit is, it still depends on the user. The next second, his body disappeared immediately. In an instant, a man and a cat collided fiercely, and wisps of flames fell into the sea, causing waves to explode. Fierce battles, bloody fights, and drops of blood spilled into the sea. The longer the fight continued, the more frightened Ace felt, because scars began to appear on his body, and he discovered that Farad had mastered the power he hated most. Each of his attacks are covered in a black substance. Ace knew that this power could harm his elemental self, Yin Shangzhong. Knowing that if he continues to fight in close quarters, he may not be his opponent, Ace's elemental form immediately flew upwards. In an instant, he opened his hands, and flames spurted out. A sea of fire that was tens of meters directly flooded towards Farad not far below. Well done, Star Shatter Claw. Farad's face was still full of disdain. His internal organs were beating, his energy and blood were erupting. His right paw was dark, and he waved forward. In an instant, a claw strike of dozens of meters burst out, seemingly destroying everything. Boom! In an instant, the sea of fire that burned everything and the claw strikes that destroyed everything collided like giant dragons. The sound of explosion sounded immediately, and wisps of flames spread out. This powerful claw attack directly tore apart the sea of fire. And in the sea of fire, Farad jumped out, his tail also covered with armed domineering energy, and he threw it towards Ace heavily. With a look of surprise and no time to dodge, Ace could only block with his arms in front of him, with flames burning on them. Bang! In an instant, Ace's body flew out like a cannonball and stopped dozens of meters away. There were also blood marks on his arms. His face was a little ugly, seeing that his attack was so easily solved again. Ace understood that the opponent he encountered this time was not simple. However, he did not feel intimidated. Instead, he was full of excitement. He liked to challenge the strong. He felt that only by challenging the strong could he become stronger. Come again. Ace's whole body was transformed into elements and burned with flames and disappeared in place. His fists were completely filled with flames, and he blasted them straight towards Farad. You're really looking for death. Farad shook his head. He did not feel a strong sense of oppression from Ace. Although this guy was pretty good, he was only at the level of a lieutenant general. Lan Jiao. Farad kicked forward hard with his right foot, which was covered with armed domineering force. Boom! In an instant, fists and feet collided, hot flames burned, and circles of air waves spread out. One person and one cat then started fighting bloody battle, and the battle was very fierce. The longer the fight goes on, the more Ace adapts to Farad's fighting rhythm. From resisting at the beginning, now he can start a fight back. This also surprised Farad. He thought to himself that this guy's talent was a bit scary. However, he still didn't think about using the fruit ability. Time passed minute by minute, half an hour later. A figure whose whole body was burning with flames was breathing heavily, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. On the other side, Farad was not feeling well either, with wounds all over his body and a lot of physical exertion. It could be said that Farad, who did not use the fruit's ability, could not win Ace for a while. Moreover, he really felt that the talent of the guy in front of him was a bit scary, and he could actually become stronger while fighting. Sugar, Luo, and others at the back were also a little surprised. What is this Fire Fist Ace? His strength is quite good. He can actually fight that dead cat to this extent. Although Granu doesn't have much strength, he has seen so many big scenes, so he still has a little bit of perspective. Well, if Farid doesn't use his fruit ability, it should be difficult to defeat him. Luo said slowly at this moment. He knew that Farid was playful and did not want to use the fruit's ability. As for the two members of the Spade Pirates, there was some worry on their faces. It's rare for them to see Ace in such a mess, especially when Luo and the others look relaxed. This made them think, is their captain really going to lose this time? However, in a second thought, they gave up this idea because they knew their captain's resilience, and their captain was a monster that could become stronger while fighting. It's not like they haven't encountered evenly matched opponents before, but their captains relied on their strong willpower to defeat their opponents. At this time, Michael and the two still felt that the captain would defeat evenly matched opponents with strong willpower, just like before. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Farid had not even used the fruit ability until now. Midair, Ace still looked at Farid with a smile on his face. You are indeed strong, but I will win. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace's whole body was burning with flames. Sacred fire. Shiranui. Flames shot up into the sky, and a flame vortex appeared around him. The next second, as he waved his hands forward, the hundreds of meters of flame vortex directly flooded towards Farid. Really? Just because of you, little brat? Shattered cat paw. Farid's face was full of disdain. His claws were covered with armed, domineering energy, as black as ink, and he swung forward. In an instant, two terrifying claw strikes burst out and slashed upward. Boom! The flame vortex and the two claw strikes collided immediately. Everything around was destroyed, and the waves below the sea were turbulent. A fierce explosion sounded, and after a few seconds of stalemate, the attack simultaneously dissipated in place. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions, and the aftermath shook towards one person and one cat. One person and one cat flew out at the same time, and Fire Fist Ace fell heavily on the raft. His whole body was filled with hideous wounds. Farid on the other side also fell on the boat, but his condition was much better and he was still standing. On the raft. Captain, how are you? Captain, are you okay? Michael and the two men hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. No, this battle is not over yet. At this time, Ace stood up, shaking his body, his eyes full of determination. Come again, the battle is not over yet. After saying that, the flames burned on him again. When Farid saw this scene, he also felt that this kid was a respectable opponent. Not bad kid, but that's it. It's still impossible for you to defeat me. At this moment, Farid was too lazy to play anymore and directly used the fruit ability. In an instant, a Tyrannosaurus tens of meters long appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Thunderous roar! Seeing this scene, the three Aces' eyes were full of surprise. Especially Ace. He had thought that he would be at a slight disadvantage after the two of them fought until now. The opponent must have gone all out, but now, the opponent suddenly used the fruit ability. Doesn't this just tell him that until now, Farid has not used his full strength? It's over. Farid looked at Ace with his ferocious dragon head. Dragon roar. Then he opened his ferocious mouth, and a stream of cyan energy came out of his mouth. Then a cyan light beam, containing terrifying power, attacked Ace. Fire Dragon. Even if Fire Fist Ace knew that Farid did not use all his strength, he would not give in easily. The flames completely exploded, and the blazing flames gathered on his right hand. The next second, his body disappeared from the spot, punched forward, and a giant flame dragon was born. Boom! In an instant, the flame dragon collided with the giant cyan pillar, and the sound of explosion immediately sounded. The sea was rough, and waves rolled up. With this blow, Ace's body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. This time, he fell directly towards the sea. Seeing this situation, Michael rushed out without hesitation, hugged Ace, and sent him back to the raft in time. At this time, Ace's whole body was filled with hideous wounds, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. It could be said that he had completely lost his ability to fight. However, he still wanted to struggle to stand up. He didn't want to give in so easily. But every time he moved, the severe pain in his body was like thousands of needles pricking his heart, making him unable to move. You are quite strong, but you are still not strong enough to defeat me. However, it is completely impossible to defeat our boss. You can't even beat me, and I can't even block a move from our boss. At this moment, Farad also changed back to his original form, and he praised Ace's strength. Ace, who was seriously injured, lost his usual confidence when he heard these words, and his eyes were filled with a trace of despair. He even suspected that his ears were wrong. Such a strong Farad could defeat him as soon as he used his fruit power. He couldn't even block a move from Thunder God Chen Fan. What about me? Then I don't even have the qualifications to let Chen Fan take action. At this moment, Ace felt like a joke and a clown. He even dreamed of challenging the God of Thunder, Chen Fan, and he couldn't even defeat one of his crew members. This gap made Ace feel a little desperate, and his eyes became dull. Seeing their captain like this, Michael and Yaki didn't know what to say. At this time, as the winner, Farad would naturally not be able to let Ace and the others go so easily. Boy, you have a good talent. Why not join my Meow Meow pirates? I can spare your life. Otherwise, your adventure will end here. The threat in Farad's words was obvious. After hearing these words, Michael and Yaki immediately became serious and held weapons. They knew that the two of them could never be the opponent of this pirate group. However, it was impossible for them to abandon their captain. Ace was naturally unwilling to hear that Farad wanted to recruit him, but he wanted to become One Piece's man. But he didn't want his companions to be in danger. You guys retreat first and leave this place to me. Ace forced himself to stand up. Puff! However, he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. One can imagine how seriously he was injured. Okay, Captain, don't be brave. You used to protect us. This time we will protect you. Michael stood in front of Ace. That's right. It's us who will protect you this time. The same goes for Yaki, standing in front with firm eyes. Looking at this scene, Farad felt a little touching, but he knew very well that this sea was cruel. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. He and others have no friendship with Ace and the others, so it is naturally impossible for him to let Ace go. It's a good companionship. I will give you a happy time when I take action. Afterwards, Farad used Moonwalk to kill forward. Luo in the back also moved. Looking at the two people rushing over, Michael and Yaki looked serious, but they had no intention of backing down. Seeing his companions working hard for him, Ace couldn't help but feel a little moved. That's when it was, wait a minute. A voice appeared, and the appearance of this voice also made Farad and Luo float in the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a naked old man with white hair swimming on the sea. Then he appeared on the raft. Pluton Rayleigh. Farad called out the name. Pluton Rayleigh had come to see Chen Fan several times in the past few years. Farad naturally knew Pluton Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, why are you here? Farad asked Rayleigh. I just happened to be swimming. I swam here. Why don't you give me some face and let these three little guys go? Rayleigh indeed swam to this area, and he noticed Ace early in the morning. It's just that I never interfered with Ace, and now I just met him. In addition, Ace's life was in danger. So naturally, he had to come out to help. Looking at this old man, the three Aces became surprised because the reputation of Pluton Rayleigh still spread far across the sea. The second in command of the legendary One Piece. Farad was very confused when he heard that Pluton Rayleigh was here to save these three guys, but he was still willing to give Rayleigh this face. You can let them go, but they just want to challenge my boss. So, Uncle Rayleigh, you owe me a favor, so I'll let them go. Farad looked like a profiteer. He didn't want to suffer a loss. Seeing Farad like this, Rayleigh was helpless. After all, if he tried to rescue Ace by force, he would definitely have to fight Farad and the others. Although he could easily save Ace from Farad and the others with his own strength. However, That means offending Thunder God Chun Fan. Thinking of that person, Rayleigh shook his head. He didn't want to offend Chun Fan. Okay, I owe you a favor. Pluton Rayleigh could only smile slightly at this moment and agreed. Then for your old man's sake, let this guy go. Boy, remember, with your strength, it is impossible to challenge my boss. You can't even block my boss's moves. Before Farad left, he didn't forget to mock Ace. He couldn't help but this kid was too arrogant. He actually felt that he could challenge the Thunder God Chun Fan. At this moment, Ace, who was seriously injured on the raft, heard these words and looked at this scene. His fists clenched tightly, and then he loosened them weakly. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, doubt about himself. Soon, the Mew pirates left the sea area, and they did not ask Pluton Rayleigh why he wanted to help this kid. All they know is that Pluton Rayleigh owes them a favor. Uncle, are you Pluton Rayleigh, One Piece's deputy? Thank you for saving us. Michael was the first to react and thanked Pluton Rayleigh. It's just a false name. I'm just an old man now. Pluton Rayleigh picked up the small bottle and drank. He then turned his attention to Ace. At this time, Ace's body was slowly recovering thanks to his strong recovery ability. However, such a serious injury cannot be recovered so quickly. Looking at the pockmarks on his face and the shape of his face, Rayleigh was thinking that Ace looked more like his mother. What's wrong? Kid, do you think you can't do anything to become the strongest in this sea? Do you want to give up just like that? Rayleigh seemed to see Ace's despair and looked at him with a smile on purpose. Upon hearing this, Ace raised his head and the two looked at each other. After a long time, Rayleigh continued, if you are a man, don't give up easily. No one wins all the time. No one has never lost. Even One Piece Roger has lost. However, my captain will never give up because he knows that giving up means giving up. Do you want to give up? Kid. Rayleigh's eyes were fixed on Ace. As if being touched by these words, Ace clenched his fists. Flames ignited in Ace's body again, and he looked at Rayleigh with determination. I'm not willing to admit defeat. I will become the strongest in the world. Ace said this almost like a roar. Seeing Ace's appearance, Rayleigh nodded with satisfaction. I thought that he was worthy of being the son of his own captain, and he got out of the predicament so quickly. Kuaha, that's right. I'll give you a drink. Rayleigh thrust her wine glass towards Ace. Before Ace could refuse, he poured the wine directly into Ace's mouth. Cough, cough. Ace, who had never drank much, choked immediately. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh smiled, even happier when she saw this scene. Wow, ha, old man, you are so interesting. Ace also started laughing, not caring about his injury at all. By the way, old man, why do you want to help me? Ace asked Rayleigh curiously, and his other two companions also looked over. They all have this question. They and others have never seen this deputy of One Piece. Why does this legend of the sea want to help him? Why should I help you? I don't know. Maybe it's because you feel comfortable, or because you don't look like a young man. The adventure on the sea ends here. Rayleigh looked at Ace with a smile on his face. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. Upon hearing this, Ace and the other three definitely didn't believe it, but they knew what Rayleigh didn't want to say, so it was hard for them to ask too many questions. After all, someone just saved his life. No matter what the reason is, the grace of saving his life is the grace of saving his life. Old man, how strong do you think Thunder God Chun Fan is? What kind of person is he? Ace asked Rayleigh with a curious look on his face. He was eager to know how strong Thunder God Chun Fan was. Farad, who could defeat him, could not survive a single move from that person. Thunder God Chun Fan. At the mention of this name, Rayleigh also stopped laughing. He took a sip of wine, and the two words Chun Fan were like a mountain pressing on the sea above all the pirates. Along the way, this person is such a legend. Rayleigh has to admit, even their captain or the previous overlord of the sea rocks. There is no legend like this one. At the age of 24, he was already hailed as the strongest in the sea and even defeated the strongest Whitebeard at the time. Such a record and such strength, even Rox and Roger did not achieve it until they were middle-aged. It can be said that the real overlord of the sea here is the Thunder God Chun Fan. After pondering for nearly a minute, Rayleigh slowly spoke, very strong. He is a terrifyingly strong person. I have been at sea for decades, and I have never seen a man with more terrifying talent than him. Even Roger and Rox are not as good as him. Hearing this comment, Ace and his two crew members were shocked. As pirates, they knew what Roger and Rox represented, but in Rayleigh's eyes, these two kings of the sea were not as scary as Chun Fan. If you want to defeat him, you must consider that you may pay the price with your life, and you may never be able to defeat him. Rayleigh looked at Ace seriously. He knew Ace's goal and his arrogance. However, the reality is very cruel. Chun Fan 6 years ago was already the strongest in the world. Now 6 years have passed, and he is still in the period of rapid growth and strength, but he doesn't know how strong he has become. Seeing the serious expression on the deputy of One Piece, Ace clenched his fists tighter. I know he is very strong, but having a target to surpass is not the most interesting thing. I go out to explore the sea. That is in order to fulfill my dream and become the strongest in this ocean. Ace's eyes were full of light, no longer as proud as before. He knew that the gap between himself and Chun Fan was as big as heaven and earth, but he still cherished his dream. Maybe this was the young man. It's really interesting, young man. I hope you can be the strongest on this sea. After Rayleigh said this, he jumped into the sea and left. Ace was about to say something, and he also wanted to keep him and hold a banquet together to thank him. However, Rayleigh has moved further and further away, and he doesn't want to interfere with Ace's adventure. Of course, if you happen to encounter someone, you won't be able to ignore it. At this moment, Ace looked into the distance, his eyes full of determination, holding his own dream in mind, ready to start the next adventure. Other side, in the country of Wano, in the palace, Violet was reporting a situation to Chun Fan, which was the revolutionary army that had begun to expand its power in recent years. Captain, the revolutionary army has been in opposition to the world government in recent years, and they have overthrown the world government's rule over several countries. I think that if we want to deal with the world government, we can rely on their strength or form a cooperative relationship with them. Violet suggested to Chun Fan. After hearing these words, Chun Fan also fell into deep thought. Indeed, he is now the strongest in the sea, but it is only in the sea. Whether it's Rock's era or Roger's era, the only overlord on this sea is Marine Headquarters, world government, especially the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years. Chun Fan is very clear that his only enemy now, who is qualified to be his enemy, is the world government. To defeat this enemy, it is not enough to rely on the Thor pirates alone. He must also have cooperative allies. This is why he went to Whitebeard and Red Earl to cooperate. Revolutionary Army Dragon. Chun Fan knew about this organization, and he also knew that the power of this organization was no worse than any other imperial group, or even stronger. However, Chun Fan did not want to take the initiative to seek cooperation, because the party that actively seeks cooperation is likely to lose its dominance in the process of cooperation. So Chun Fan decided to wait for the Revolutionary Army to come to him for cooperation. Of course, if the Revolutionary Army didn't come for him, then Chun Fan would have to wait until later. Just then, Bulu Bulu. The phone bug in Violet's arms rang. She glanced at Chun Fan. Just take it if you have anything, Chun Fan said calmly. Later, Violet answered the phone. Report, Manager Violet. There's a cloaked man outside who wants to see your captain. He claims to be the leader of the revolutionaries, Dragon. Upon hearing the news, Violet's expression changed. Then, she put down the phone first and said, Captain, Dragon is now on our Wano Island, and he wants to meet you. Oh, that's interesting. Let him come over. Chun Fan didn't expect such a coincidence. Just when he wanted to cooperate with Long, this guy came over. But I don't know what's the reason for him coming here. Let him in, Violet said, using the phone bug. On the other side, outside the Wano Island, a man covered in a cloak walked in. 10 minutes later, in the palace, there is a table. On both sides of the table, there was a man in black and a man in a cloak. Hello, Thunder God Chun Fan, we meet again. Long took the lead to say hello politely. After all, this time he came to Wano country. Your power seems to have become stronger again. But what's the reason for you coming here this time? Chun Fan tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Long with his cold eyes. Ordinary people would be so frightened that they could not speak just by looking at Chun Fan. However, Long is not yet at this level. After all, his strength is also the best in the sea. I want to cooperate with you. Long also directly stated his purpose. Hearing this, Chun Fan smiled. Oh, then why should I cooperate with you? Because we all have a common goal, the world government. So, I want to cooperate with you to deal with the world government together. Long also looked directly at Chun Fan. He naturally knew that if the two parties took the initiative to propose cooperation, the party that would suffer the most would be the one that would suffer the most. However, he is more aware of the power of the Thunder God Pirates. If he can get the help of the Thunder God Pirates, it will be easier for him to overthrow the world government. That sounds fine, but I need our Thunder God Pirates to take the lead in the process of cooperation. Chun Fan looked at Long with cold eyes. He could choose to cooperate, but who had the final say on the cooperation? That would be up to him. Yes, we will need the help of the Thunder God Pirates when we overthrow the world government. If we succeed, you can obey the Thunder God Pirates. Long agreed, but although he said so, he didn't mean it in his heart. After a successful overthrow, whoever will rule must conquer the other side with absolute strength. Seeing that Long agreed so readily, how could Chun Fan not guess what he was thinking? But it doesn't matter, because Chun Fan also thinks so. As long as we could defeat the common enemy together, world government will be fine. The outcome will be decided at that time. Chun Fan and his Thunder God Pirates are confident and absolutely certain. Afterwards, the two discussed the details of the cooperation until nightfall. The dragon then left the palace, and Violet was waiting outside the palace. Violet, come in. Chun Fan in the palace shouted to the outside. Without hesitation, Violet immediately walked in. Captain, Violet said respectfully, announce this and ask all members of the Thunder God Pirates to gather on the Thunder God tomorrow. Chun Fan looked calm. Hearing this, Violet knew very well that the captain was going to take action against the Beast Pirates. The next day, I woke up at dawn. Rays of sunshine fall on the sea. The Thor, made entirely of gold, is docked on the shore of Wano country. And on the deck of the Thor stood the members of the Thor Pirates. The world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, the devil's descendant Barek, the ferocious beast Bard, and many other powerful men on the sea are waiting on the Thor. They were all waiting for a thunderous figure. Black thunder appeared in the sky, and then it descended on the Thor. Boom! Bathed in the black thunder, a figure in black slowly walked out. Everyone in the Thunder God Pirates also instantly came to their senses. Bullet, you stay in Wano country, and the rest of you follow me to Cake Island. Chun Fan spoke to everyone in a cold tone. Bullet didn't have much objection to this decision, because over the years, he had only one goal, to defeat Chun Fan. During these 6 years, he challenged Chun Fan 16 times, big and small, but without exception, he was defeated every time. This also made Bullet train harder and want to make further progress. However, at their level, it can be said that it is extremely difficult to make further progress. Afterwards, Bullet left the Thor and returned to Wano country. In order to prevent accidents, every time the Thunder God Pirates went out on a mission, Chun Fan would leave behind a general-level warrior to guard his base. The next second, thunder flashed above the Thor, and Chun Fan's destructive thunder was the power of the Thor. In an instant, the Thor floated into the sky and flew towards Cake Island at an extremely fast speed. And now, Cake Island. In that huge house, Kaido of the 100 Beasts is drinking wine from a big wine bowl, and sitting under it are the 3 plagues. As for Charlotte Katakuri and her team, they are called the 16 Sons of the Sky. The leader of the Lincoln's 16th son is naturally Charlotte Katakuri. Kaido glanced at Charlotte Katakuri. Over the years, Charlotte Katakuri's progress has been astonishing. Perhaps because of anger and responsibility, Charlotte Katakuri's 2-color haki has reached the 4th stage, and she even realized Conqueror's haki entanglement and fruit awakening. The most important thing is to see and hear the domineering power and understand the ability to predict the future, which is just one step away from breaking through the fifth stage. Charlotte Katakuri's strength has reached the limit of ordinary generals. It can be said that even Jin is not his opponent. Such strength and such progress are a bit surprising. The anger of wanting to avenge her mother and looking at her younger brothers and sisters are the motivation for Charlotte Katakuri to train hard. But so what? His enemy, Thunder God Chun Fan, is the strongest in the world. This one was like a mountain standing in front of him, making it impossible for him to see beyond. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass or defeat him. Even Kaido, the strongest creature of all, was a little troubled. He had been traversing the sea for decades, and he had never seen a monster like Chun Fan. He was able to become the strongest on the sea in his 20s. Even his former captain, Rox, could not achieve such a feat. In the past few years, Beast Kaido has also tried to trouble Chun Fan. However, they were blocked every time by Mihawk and Bud. Although Kaido's strength has broken through to the peak general level, there is no way to defeat 1 against 2. He was blocked without even being able to see Chun Fan's face, and Kaido the Beast had no interest in looking for trouble behind him. He knew that he had to find an opportunity, and he had to find an opportunity when the Thor pirates were in big trouble. Only in this way can we have a chance to defeat the Thor pirates and kill Chun Fan. Even Kaido, the current Thor pirates, has to admit that this pirate group is the only one on the sea. Just like the original Rocks pirates, a single pirate group has no opponent at all. Moreover, the Thor pirates are more united than the Rocks pirates. Hayakushi Kaido knows very well why Rocks died in the end, why the Rocks pirates were destroyed. The final reason is actually not because of the cooperation of Garp and Roger. It's because of the infighting and betrayal among the members of the group. Otherwise, how could the Roger pirates and Garp destroy the Rocks pirates at the height of their power? Thinking of this, Kaido drank a bowl of wine. He didn't have much affection for the Rocks pirates. It's just a reminder of the past. Brother, when can we take revenge? Cracker Below took a sip of wine. His face was slightly red, and he was obviously a little drunk. He asked Charlotte Katakuri, Carrot, at -2 at plus. Yes, it will definitely happen. No matter how strong our enemy becomes, I will definitely kill him and avenge my mother. Charlotte Katakuri originally didn't think her mother loved them, but the last moment of her life, Charlotte Linlin decided to die for them to live. At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri swore in her heart that whether it was for her brothers, sisters, or for her mother, she would kill the god of Thunder Chun Fan to take revenge. But that one is really too strong. Charlotte Katakuri clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were so red that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Smoothie and others also looked helpless. Do they know how powerful their enemy is? The strongest in the world, the strongest pirate group in the world. Soon, as the sun continued to rise and the temperature increased, the cocktail party came to an end, just when everyone in the Beast Pirates was taking a rest. Beyond Cake Island, a huge golden spaceship appeared above it. The pirates on the edge of the island were instantly surprised when they saw this scene, especially when they saw the Thunder flag hanging high on the golden spaceship. Their eyes were filled with fear. No, hurry up and report to the governor. The Thor pirates are here. Yes, report to the governor quickly. For a moment, the pirates guarding the edge of the island panicked. As pirates in the Emperor's territory, they rarely get invaded by outsiders. Even if there are some guys who are just starting out, they don't know how powerful Four Emperors is. But those were no surprises and were easily solved. But now, what does this pirate ship represent? It is the strongest pirate group on the sea, the Thor Pirates. All of a sudden, Quinn is resting in the room. Baloo Baloo. The phone bug's voice rang. Quinn, who was sleeping, was a little irritated when he heard the bug's voice on the phone, but he still picked it up. Who are you? If it's not something important, you're dead. You dare to disturb Lousy's sleep. Quinn's face was full of anger, and he was obviously angry. Lord Quinn, the Thor pirates have appeared here, asking for support. The little pirate said anxiously. What did you say? When Quinn heard this, the Thor pirates arrived and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He didn't think much and went directly to Kaido. Meanwhile, on the other side, A bolt of black lightning descended on the island, and in the thunder, a thunderous figure slowly walked out. He was surrounded by 9 thunder-black dragons, and the whole person walked out slowly step by step. His cold eyes seemed to kill everything. With every step he takes, endless power comes out, like a god or a demon. Behind them were the people following the Thor pirates. Looking at the demon-like figure in front of them, how dare those pirates resist? They were holding muskets and trembling, and for a moment they forgot to even escape. Run quickly, run quickly. At this time, someone shouted and they reacted. Then, he ran backwards crazily. But Chun Fan just walked forward step by step, with 9 thunderous black dragons wrapping around him, and the black and white aura covering the front. For a moment, these escaping pirates couldn't outrun the black and white aura. They were directly overwhelmed by this black and white aura, and then fell to the ground one by one, foaming at the mouth, and completely lost their voice. But Chun Fan never looked at them from beginning to end. These ants are not even qualified to let him take a look. Along the way, all the pirates along the way fainted and fell to the ground. Facing the figure entwined with 9 black thunder dragons, they felt extreme fear and fear. No pirate dared to stop him. At this moment in the palace, Kaido of the 100 Beasts is located in the center, and below it are the 3 plagues, as well as Charlotte Katakuri and his party. Facing the arrival of the Thor pirates, the main cadres of the Beast pirates gathered together immediately. Governor, the Thor pirates may be going into full-scale war with us this time. Jin looked at Kaido of the Beasts with a serious expression and said, "They all know that this time, the Thor pirates are coming in a menacing way. What are you afraid of? We are the Beast pirates. Why should we be afraid of Thunder God Chun Fan and his Thunder God pirates?" Drought Jack stood up directly, looking very brave. "Ha ha ha ha, all-out war? Lousy, why are you afraid? Everyone will challenge me." Kaido of the 100 Beasts stood up, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. Charlotte Katakuri and the others behind them are also full of morale. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. The center of the Cake Island. Chun Fan and the others had already appeared here, and the captains behind them didn't even take action. With Chun Fan's pressure alone, the pirates fell to the ground in pain, unable to get up. This time, roar! A shocking roar sounded, and a huge green dragon appeared in the sky. And below are the officers of the Beast Pirates. "Chun Fan, are you here today to fight Lousy?" Kaido's majestic dragon head looked directly at Chun Fan. "Wrong. I came here today to kill you." A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and his boundless confidence radiated. "Wow, haha. Kill Lousy. No one in this world can kill Lousy." After saying this, the kingly aura of Kaido moved toward Chun Fan and the others. "Others can't do it, but I can do it. I'm the strongest in the world." Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference, and a kingly aura also burst out. In an instant, boom! Dark red thunder flashed, and 2 boundless conquerors' domineering forces collided. One side was black, and the other side was cyan. The 2 conquerors' domineering forces divided the entire battlefield. Under the collision of powerful momentums, Kaido's face looked a little ugly, and his huge dragon body took a few steps back. Obviously, his conqueror's domineering power is still weaker than Chun Fan's. "You don't seem to have gotten much stronger, Kaido." Chun Fan's whole body was shining with black thunder, and the corners of his mouth were filled with indifference. "Really? Has your brain become stronger? You'll know after you try it." Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked ferocious. He exited the state of full animal transformation, holding an iron rod of thorns. Bang! The next second, a small pit appeared on the ground. Kaido of the Beasts was holding an iron rod with Conqueror's domineering energy on it. Dark red thunder flashed, and accompanied by an atmospheric roar, he headed towards Chun Fan. At this moment, Chun Fan's expression was still so calm. Black thunder rioted. A black thunder spear appeared in his hand, and his body disappeared in an instant. The powerful Conqueror's domineering energy covered it, and Chun Fan's body rushed out like a giant dragon. Clang! In an instant, The black thunder spear collided with the thorn iron rod, and the collision between the dark red thunder caused the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack, and the sky was split, completely divided into two halves. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions. Weak. Chun Fan said these two words in a cold tone, and then the black thunder on his body became more violent. Under that terrifying power, Kaido's pupils widened, and he was forcefully forced back several meters before he stopped. Looking at his trembling right hand, Hayakushu Kaido was full of surprise. This was the first time he encountered someone who was forcing him back in terms of strength. Even Chun Fan before was only as powerful as himself. But now he is able to cheat on him head-on, which shows that after 6 years, Chun Fan's strength has reached an even more terrifying level. Before Kaido of the 100 Beasts could recover, Chun Fan's body disappeared from the spot in the next second. By the time he reacted, the figure covered with 9 black dragons had appeared in front of him. The thunder spear was waved, and Kaido of the Beasts did not dare to hesitate at all, and quickly waved the thorn iron rod in his hand to block it. The sound of fighting and fighting suddenly sounded. The two immediately started fighting fiercely. The thunder of destruction destroyed everything. The surface of the earth continued to crack, and huge rocks flew up. Kaido, who was like a demon, kept retreating. At the beginning of the battle, Kaido, the emperor of all beasts, was suppressed. This is Chun Fan's current strength, that terrifying power, like a mountain, overwhelming everything. At the same time, the captains of the Thor pirates and the officers of the Beast pirates are also captains. Mihawk versus Charlotte Katakuri. Bard versus Jin. Shiryu versus Quinn. Lafitte versus Smoothie, Cracker. Monet versus Jack. Turzig versus the Loaf Baker. Violet led the rest of the Thor pirates to fight against the other members of the Beast pirates. The Royal War is about to begin. Mihawk pulled out the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, and the ultimate sword intent on his body soared into the sky, and the ghostly aura filled the air. On the other side, Charlotte Katakuri is also holding a trident, with armed domineering covering it. The next second, the two of them disappeared from the same place. Clang! The supreme sharp knife collided with the trident. Everything around was destroyed, gravel flew everywhere, and dust was everywhere. Feeling the power of the terrifying black knife, Charlotte Katakuri's face couldn't help but become solemn. But he knew that this time might be the only chance for revenge, and he also knew what they would face if they lost. So for the sake of her family and revenge, Charlotte Katakuri doesn't want to lose and can't lose. Rice Cake Gun. Charlotte Katakuri used her fruit ability to extend rice cakes from the back of her body, turning into fists that quickly hit Mihawk like bullets. His expression was full of indifference, showing no fear in the face of this attack. Mihawk's powerful power exploded, and he brandished the supreme sharp knife in his hand, Black Knife Knight. All the rice cake bullets were blocked. Boom! Pieces of rice cakes hit the ground, causing dust to fly and small pits to appear on the ground. Seeing that her attack was blocked so easily, Charlotte Katakuri was not surprised. After all, the person standing in front of him was Mihawk, the vice captain of the Thor pirates and the world's greatest swordsman. 9 rice cakes. Charlotte Katakuri did not hesitate. The rice cakes spread all over her body and gathered on the trident. Then, he waved the trident in his hand and turned into a 9-headed giant snake containing unparalleled power, attacking Mihawk. Cut! Facing such a powerful attack, Mihawk still looked indifferent. He clenched his right hand with the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight, and then swung it quickly. A green sword energy burst out instantly, destroying everything in its path. Boom! The green sword energy collided with the 9-headed giant snake instantly, and the earth cracked open. With the sound of explosion, the green sword energy easily destroyed the 9-headed giant snake. The next second, the figure holding the supremely sharp sword rushed in front of Charlotte Katakuri. It is entwined with the ultimate sword intention and armed domineering aura. Feeling this terrifying power, Charlotte Katakuri did not dare to hesitate and waved the trident in her hand. Clang! A fierce collision sounded, and then the two men fought fiercely. One after another, sword energy raged, and the rice cakes were swallowed up in all directions. At the beginning of the battle, Charlotte Katakuri felt a strong sense of oppression. Under Mihawk's fierce attack, he kept retreating. At the same time, in midair, the battle between Bard and Jin is also fiercely going on. A Kuenpung, whose whole body is covered with hurricane force, and a winged bird whose whole body is burning with flames, are engaged in a life-and-death fight. The two ferocious beasts continue to use their sharp claws to cause wounds on the enemy's body. I saw Bard waving his mysterious wings, and all of a sudden, two blue hurricanes that were hundreds of meters tall appeared in the sky, containing terrifying power, and attacked Jin at extremely fast speeds. Seeing this situation, Jin didn't hesitate at all. He also waved his wings, and golden blades burst out. Boom! In an instant, the two cyan hurricanes and the golden blades collided fiercely. The atmosphere roared, and the sound of explosions continued to sound. Dust is everywhere. In the dust, the figure of the huge Kuenpung appeared. I never had the chance to kill you before. This time, Laozi will leave you here. The huge Kuenpung had a ferocious expression on his face, and then his sharp claws, dark and thick, clawed hard at Jin's chest. Really? It's not certain who will live and who will die. Jin also showed no hesitation, and also showed his sharp claws, which were covered with flames, and rushed straight up. Bang, bang! In an instant, the cyan hurricane and the burning flames collided, and circles of air waves spread out. The two huge, ferocious beasts flew backwards after this blow. But the moment Bard stabilized his body, he waved his huge wings and then attacked Jin. The right wing was covered with a cyan hurricane, which crashed down. Not daring to hesitate, Jin also waved his right wing and struck straight out. Boom! In an instant, the huge wings of the two ferocious beasts collided together, and then the two ferocious beasts turned into two streams of light and fought fiercely. The bloody fight between fists and the killing between the two ferocious beasts caused the sound of explosions to ring out in the air. Drops of blood spilled onto the ground. At the beginning of the battle, Jin felt terrible pressure. This was not the first time that he and Bard had fought. However, he could clearly feel that Bard was stronger and more terrifying than before. At this time, it is above the island. A swordsman holding a cigar in his mouth was holding a large sword called Leiyu, with murderous intent in his body, and he was constantly attacking a huge dinosaur. Quinn has completely transformed into a beast, but he is still a little unable to withstand Shiryu's sharp attack. The huge dinosaur body was marked with sword marks. From the beginning of the battle, Quinn was completely suppressed. You died to Laozi. Quinn's head was covered with armed haki, and he hit Shiryu hard, followed by an atmospheric roar. One can imagine how powerful this blow was. However, Shiryu didn't have the slightest idea of evading, and instead showed a bloodthirsty expression on his face. Then a sword was swung out, and the big sharp sword was entangled with two forces, the ghostly aura and the arm-domineering aura, like two dragons. Boom! In an instant, the sharp knife collided with Quinn's head. Strong winds were blowing, and pieces of gravel were scattered in all directions. Under this blow, the seemingly huge Quinn fell back crazily. Shiryu slashed his sword hard, blood spurted out, and a blood mark immediately appeared on Quinn's head. Although no bones were injured, it still broke his defense. Looking at the injury to his head, Quinn looked extremely angry. Laozi is going to kill you. Quinn took huge steps, and the earth shook with every step he took. Taishan is overwhelming. He jumped up heavily, tried to use his huge body to press toward Shiryu. Trash-like stuff. There was a disdainful expression on Shiryu's lips, and his body disappeared instantly like a ghost. Boom! A deep pit was made on the ground, and dust and gravel flew everywhere. However, Shiryu had already dodged the blow. The next second, he had appeared behind Quinn. Feeling the sinister aura coming from behind, Quinn immediately turned around. But it was too late. Along with the blood spurting out, a ferocious wound appeared on Quinn's huge body, and his entire body flew out upside down. Bang! It hit the ground hard, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. As soon as he stood up with an ugly face, Shiryu's attacks were already coming one after another. Facing the fierce attack containing terrifying power, Quinn could only deal with it desperately. Other side, Monet is floating in midair, covered with ice and snow, like an ice queen. She raised her hands upwards, and in an instant, snowflakes several meters high hit Jack below. Who do you think you are? Also trying to deal with lousy drought Jack. There was no fear in Jack's eyes, as if he didn't know what fear was. Wielding two sickle-like weapons in his hands, they were covered with armed, domineering energy. Boom! Ice crystals scattered in all directions, and each snowflake was destroyed by Jack. 10 seconds later, all the dozens of snowflakes fell to the ground. However, before Drought Jack could become arrogant, Monet had already appeared behind him, with an ice spear appearing in his hand. Stabbed toward Jack at a very fast speed. Relying on the domineering power he had seen and heard, Jack reacted, turned around, and swung down two sickles. Clang! The collision of weapons and the sound of explosion immediately sounded, and everything around was destroyed. Under this blow, the two of them fell back one after another. Frost Tornado! The next second, Monet floated in the air, his hair fluttering, and he stretched out his hands forward, and a frost tornado submerged towards Jack. See this situation. Roar! Without any hesitation, Jack transformed into a beast, turning into a mammoth. His huge body rushed directly towards the ice tornado, which was several hundred meters long, with his huge tusks thrust forward. But in a flash, his entire body was blown up by the ice tornado. Boom! After a few seconds, he fell heavily to the ground. Dust and gravel flew everywhere, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. There were hideous wounds on his body, but for Jack, who had a strong recovery ability, such injuries were nothing. I saw that the injuries were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Monet's attack could not end there. Frost is coming. Monet was seen in midair, just raising his right hand upwards, and in an instant, streaks of ice and snow flooded down like a violent storm. The range was so large and the speed so fast that it was impossible to avoid them. Jack the Drought could only wave his huge tusks to resist these attacks. Boom! Fierce collisions continued. Pieces of ice splashed everywhere, and ice flowers began to spread on Jack's body. It can be said that the initiative in the battle is now entirely on Monet's side. Lafitte, who was at the back, was also able to handle the joint attack of Smoothie and Cracker with ease. Cracker and the other man were seen waving their swords, and sharp sword energy burst out from both sides, stabbing towards Lafitte at an extremely fast speed. Facing this dense attack, Claffett still had a relaxed smile on his face. In an instant, a portal appeared and Lafitte immediately escaped into the portal. The body disappeared into the air, and these several dense and sharp sword auras all blasted into the sky, and the roar of the atmosphere instantly sounded. Seeing Lafitte disappear, Smoothie and Cracker looked around with serious expressions. But the next second, Lafitte appeared above their heads. Cover the door. Iron doors were seen falling from the sky, each of which was estimated to weigh several tons, smashing down Smoothie and the other man below at an extremely fast speed. Feeling a strong sense of crisis, Smoothie and Cracker did not dare to hesitate and quickly ran to the sides to avoid it. Boom! The iron door hit the ground, instantly causing a cloud of dust, and the surface cracked, forming a huge deep pit. This was not the end yet. The moment Smoothie dodged, Lafitte's body appeared behind him again. A little slow, a smile appeared on Lafitte's lips, and the scepter covered with armed color, domineering aura pierced out. Smoothie showed a trace of fear and barely reacted, turning around and swinging the sword in his hand. Clang! In the fierce collision, Smoothie's body retreated backwards, while Lafitte kept pressing forward. In less than a moment, scars began to appear on Smoothie's body. General Biscuit! At this time, Cracker on the side took action. A huge Biscuit General was summoned by him and attacked Lafitte. Looking at the aggressive Biscuit General, Lafitte's expression remained the same, full of ease and casualness. Swallowing gate. A huge portal appeared in front of General Biscuit. The door opened directly, and a circular vortex appeared, producing a strong suction force. Before General Biscuit had time to react, the huge suction force had already come. It was too late to escape, and General Biscuit was sucked in by the huge suction force. Then, as the portal disappeared, the Biscuit General also disappeared. Looking at this scene, Cracker's face was very ugly. The most difficult thing about General Biscuit is immune to death. Even if it is destroyed, he will split into two brand new individuals, keep destroying and splitting until infinity. This is the terrifying part of the Cracker Fruit's ability, but is not unsolvable. Like Lafitte, he directly devoured his Biscuit General. Then, there was nothing he could do. Damn you, you think that if you swallow the reproduction of my fruit, there will be nothing I can do to you. Cracker's body immediately disappeared on the spot, holding a big sword and slashing straight at him. Seeing the attacking Cracker, Lafitte had no idea of facing the enemy head-on. The portal appeared, and the next second, Lafitte disappeared into the air again. Cracker's face was extremely ugly after he made an empty shot, and so was Smoothie beside him. There was nothing they could do about Lafitte's strange fruit power. And the most terrifying thing is that they are so domineering that they are completely unable to detect Lafitte's aura after he disappears. Too weak. Lafitte's mocking voice sounded again, and he had appeared behind the two of them. Waving the scepter in his hand, a slash burst out in an instant. The speed was so fast that Smoothie and Cracker had no time to dodge, so they could only block it with the sword in front of them. Clang! In an instant, this slash hit the two big swords and the bodies of Smoothie, and the two flew backwards, and they stopped after dozens of meters. The next moment, Lafitte continued to attack. It could be said that Smoothie and Cracker can only fight back under Lafitte's hands. Other side, the Long Baker was also exhausted under Tezig's fierce attack. Each punch of the Golden Giant contained powerful power as it blasted towards the Baker. At this moment, the Long Baker could only keep dodging and was completely at a disadvantage. Only the Pirates of the Beast Pirates could barely cope with the men of the Thor Pirates. Because, after all, this is their base camp, and they have the advantage in numbers. However, it is of no use. In a battle of this level, the outcome is determined by the high-end battlefield. Above the sky, Kaido of the 100 Beasts has turned into a full beast form. A huge blue dragon appears above, and that terrifying pressure descends on the world. Like an ancient ferocious beast. But the Black Thunder figure in front of it is even more terrifying. The Black Thunder, shining all over its body, is surrounded by 9 dark thunder dragons. Holding a Black Thunder spear, he looked like a god or a demon. If Hayakusha Kaido is a ferocious beast, then this figure with Black Thunder shining all over his body is the devil. One person and one dragon kept colliding and engaging in fierce fighting. Drops of blood fell on the ground, and the roar of the atmosphere continued to sound. Thunder punishment from heaven. Chunfan's expression was full of indifference, and he raised his right hand. For a moment, boom! Above the sky, dark clouds filled the sky with black thunder. Then, black thunder dozens of meters thick fell from the sky and flooded the green dragon at an extremely fast speed like a vast ocean. The wind is blowing. Kaido of the 100 Beasts opened his ferocious mouth. His huge dragon body hovered, and a powerful white energy burst out from his mouth. In an instant, a tornado burst out from his mouth. It rushed straight towards the black thunder above. Boom! The endless black thunder collided with the sweeping tornado. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and the roar of the atmosphere sounded. Weak people are pathetic, and in front of me, you are weak. In the dust, the black thunder wings behind Chunfan were waving. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kaido holding a thunder spear. A spear was swung down, containing endless power. The thunder flashed, and pierced Qinglong's body directly. "Boy, lousy is Kaido of the 100 Beasts. How dare you call me weak?" Qinglong's face was extremely ferocious, and his huge claws clawed straight down, covered with powerful power. Clang! The thunder spear and the sharp dragon claw collided fiercely, and circles of air waves spread out. There were strong winds, and the sky was split into two halves. Weakness is pathetic. Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference, and the next second, the black thunder became even more violent. Qinglong's huge body was forced back and fell straight down like a meteorite. The next moment, Qinglong looked shocked. Thunder flashed, and the figure in black was already chasing after him. Chun Fan held the thunder spear and attacked Qinglong. It turned into a stream of light and continuously attacked the huge green dragon body. For a moment, the speed was so fast that Kaido of the 100 Beasts could not even see it and had no time to respond. The most terrifying thing is that the speed of the Black Thunder is still accelerating. Chun Fan completely turned into a stream of light, constantly moving quickly, while Kaido of the Beast was like a living target. There were scars all over his body, and he was constantly being impacted by this stream of light. With an angry look on his face, Kaido of the Beast waved his dragon claws to fight back, which contained powerful power. Chun Fan refused to retreat. His face was full of indifference, and the thunder spear pierced out. Clang! Under the collision, the dark thunder of destruction directly knocked Qinglong's huge body into the sky again. All of a sudden, Qinglong became completely helpless and could only let the dark thunder spear hit him. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, but Kaido, the beast now, had nothing to do against Chun Fan. The battle presented a one-sided situation. This is the most terrifying thing in the world. This is Chun Fan's current strength, which has reached the limit of a top general. This kind of combat power was not achieved by Roger, even with Whitebeard at his peak. 100 Beast Kaido, being weak, is the original sin. A sneer appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and the devastating attacks followed one after another. Hearing this, Kaido's anger could no longer be suppressed. No one had ever said this to him. No one had ever said this to him. "You are courting death for lousy." Kaido, the king of beasts, swung his dragon tail and swung it heavily towards Chun Fan with a roar of the atmosphere. Unfortunately, Chun Fan still refused to retreat. His left fist was as black as ink, and he punched out like a cannonball. Boom! After the collision, the huge dragon tail of Qinglong was directly blown away. The next moment, Chun Fan attacked again, and drops of blood spilled onto the ground. Countless scars appeared on Kaido, the king of beasts. No one expected this scene. Not long after the battle began, Kaido the beast was completely suppressed. No matter how angry Kaido the king of beasts was, he couldn't make up for the gap in power. It was too terrifying. It was the first time he encountered such an opponent. Whether it was the development of the fruit ability or the strength and physique, the domineering aura suppressed him. This kind of opponent is despairing. Even Kaido, the usually arrogant and fearless beast, feels a little despair in front of this absolute power. The officers of the beast pirates below were even more shocked. They had never seen their captain in such a miserable state, or rather, they had never seen anyone suppress their captain so badly. But their surprise didn't last long, as they immediately returned to the bedroom and continued fighting. There was no way out. They were completely at a disadvantage facing the captain of the Thunder God Pirates. The gap in strength makes them feel powerless. Especially Charlotte Katakuri. His strength has reached the limit of an ordinary admiral, and now he is going all out and using his awakened fruit ability. But so what? Standing in front of him is the world's greatest swordsman, the vice captain of the Thunder God Pirates, Hawkeye Mihawk. His expression was always filled with indifference and murderousness. Waving the supreme sword in his hand, a green sword energy turned into a giant green dragon, destroying everything in its way, and swept towards Charlotte Katakuri at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this powerful force, Charlotte Katakuri did not dare to hesitate and also waved the trident in her hand. A nine-headed giant snake was born on the trident, which stabbed out the next moment. Boom! When the green dragon collided with the nine-headed giant snake, everything around them was destroyed, the earth cracked, and countless dust and gravel flew everywhere. Charlotte Katakuri, who blocked the attack, hadn't even had time to catch her breath when a figure jumped out from the smoke. Mihawk, holding a black knife, slashed down with it, and two powerful forces were wrapped around it. With a trace of fear on her face, Charlotte Katakuri quickly raised her trident to block the inky black attack. Clang! Under the fierce collision, Charlotte Katakuri's body kept retreating backwards. Secret. Cross/slash. Afterwards, Mihawk just stood there, the endless sword intent and surging ghost energy gathered on Black Blade Knight. He swung the black sword in his hand quickly, and in an instant, two green sword energies burst out, forming a cross in midair, containing extremely powerful force and slashing towards Charlotte Katakuri. Machi Shield. Looking at the oncoming attack, Charlotte Katakuri quickly punched down with her left fist. In an instant, countless rice cakes flew up and formed a shield in front of him. Boom! The green cross immediately hit the rice cake shield, and an explosion like a meteorite collision was heard, with flames flying everywhere. The rice cake shield was destroyed in less than a few seconds. Looking at the green cross coming straight at her, Charlotte Katakuri had no choice but to block it with the trident in her hand. Boom! A terrifying force struck, and Charlotte Katakuri's strong body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and rolled twice in the air before stopping. Charlotte Katakuri, who had just stabilized her body, was in an extremely embarrassed state, but the figure holding a supremely sharp sword had already rushed over. Above the Black Knife Knight, there is extremely terrifying power. With a solemn look on her face, Charlotte Katakuri could only block with her trident. Clang! Black Daoi collided fiercely with the trident. The earth cracked open, fire was radiating, and deep pits appeared on the ground. Charlotte Katakuri kept retreating under Mihawk's fierce offensive. There is no way. There is still an absolute gap in strength between the two. Not far behind them, Smoogie and his two men were even more embarrassed. There were already scars on their bodies, especially a blood hole under Cracker's chest, which was bleeding. Even his physical fitness was unable to recover quickly. One can imagine how serious the injury was. On the other hand, Lafitte was floating in the air with an evil smile on his face. It can be said that both Smoothie and Cracker had to deal with his attacks desperately, but Smoothie's attacks could not hit him. Biscuit Castle. Cracker's face was extremely ugly, and he raised his hands upwards. In an instant, a castle made of biscuits several hundred meters long hit Lafitte heavily. With a smile still on his lips, the portal appeared, and Lafitte immediately escaped into the portal and disappeared. Boom! This huge castle hit the ground. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and countless biscuits fell. The next second, when Lafitte appeared in midair, Smoothie had already come behind him and swung down his sword heavily. It's a pity that Lafitte's domineering power is not weak, and the portal appears again, just when Smoothie's attack is about to hit. Lafitte disappeared into the portal again. This time, Smoogie and the two could not detect Lafitte's aura as before. After the fight, it can be said that scars are beginning to appear on the two of them. As for Lafitte, although it is not as easy as it seems, the physical exertion is also very serious. But it's much better than the two of Smoothie. If you have the ability, don't be like a shrinking turtle, hiding here and there, and fight lousy head-on. Lafitte looked extremely angry and roared loudly. Okay, I'll make it happen for you. The moment he finished speaking, Lafitte had appeared behind him. With a somewhat frightened look on his face, Cracker quickly turned around, brandishing the sword in his hand, which was covered with armor and domineering, and slashed downwards. This time, Lafitte did not choose to retreat. The scepter in his hand was extremely black and thrust straight out. Clang! A fierce collision sounded immediately, and circles of air waves spread out. The powerful impact caused Cracker to fall back more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. He looked at his slightly numb right hand. He didn't expect Lafitte's power to be so powerful. In a head-on confrontation, he is no match for him. How weak! A disdainful smile appeared on Lafitte's lips. Lousy will kill you. Cracker looked furious and rushed towards Lafitte again. On the other side, Smoothie also rushed forward. For a moment, Lafitte did not choose to use the fruit ability to dodge. But his fruit ability can be used for more than just dodge. The doors were constantly smashed down one after another, causing great trouble to the two of them, Smoothie. In the close combat between the three of them, Smoothie and Cracker were unable to do anything to Lafitte, even fell into a disadvantage. Scars continued to appear on their bodies. It can be said that if the two of them had not joined forces to fight one-on-one, they would have been defeated by Lafitte long ago. In midair, Bard and Jin were also fighting fiercely. However, the battle situation was the same as in several other places, with Bard having the advantage. The huge pterosaur had hideous gashes on its body, and it was bleeding. On the other hand, the Kunpung ferocious beast was so powerful that a cyan hurricane covered its whole body. The leader of the three disasters, if I kill you, the captain will be very happy. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the giant Kunpung, and then it waved its huge wings. Hurricane Ocean. Hurricanes waved out one after another, turning into a hurricane ocean in mid-air, seeming to destroy the world, with huge rocks rolling up underneath. It can be said that under the battle between such a group of strong men, the weak ones are not even qualified to get close. The hurricane ocean rushed towards the pterosaur at an extremely fast speed. It's not that simple to kill me. Jin's face looked a little ugly. He knew that Bard was stronger than him, but so what? He didn't think that he would lose easily. Flame wings. Flames burned on Jin's wings, and his entire huge body rushed out, rushing towards the hurricane ocean. Boom! In an instant, the huge flame wings collided with the hurricane ocean. Circles of ripples spread out, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the waves on the sea were rough. After Jin withstood the blow, hideous wounds began to appear all over his body. However, with his recovery ability, those wounds are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this does not mean that physical strength will not be exhausted, high-intensity fighting, plus recovery from injuries. This consumes a lot of Jin's physical strength. Come again. The huge Kunpung then killed towards Jin, with a cyan hurricane on its sharp claws. Feeling this powerful power, Jin was a little helpless, but there was no way. The flames contained in the sharp claws rushed upward. Boom! The next second, the two ferocious beasts collided together. The roar of the atmosphere sounded, the clouds dispersed, and the two ferocious beasts began to fight fiercely. Drops of blood spilled onto the ground, and Jin was at a disadvantage as soon as the close-quarters fighting began. The other side of the island. Monet is covered in ice and floating in the air, while Jack is on the opposite side of him. It's a bit miserable, with a little bit of frost on the huge body. The ice kept eroding his body, even with Jack's strong body. He also felt cold at this time, and he even felt that if he continued like this, sooner or later he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. But so what? With Jack's brave character, he will not be afraid. You are an ice-wielding fellow. Will Lousy be afraid of you? Jack's face was ferocious, and he pushed his huge ivory directly towards Monet. I see rain is coming. Monet didn't have any idea of escape. She raised her hands upwards. In an instant, raindrops of ice and snow fell from the sky, flooding Jack. Seeing this overwhelming attack, Jack could not avoid it, and could only use his ivory to continuously resist. Boom! The sound of explosions continued to sound. The ground was covered with frost, and more frost appeared on Jack's body. This is Monet's fighting style, keeping distance and using fast and violent attacks to constantly freeze the enemy's body with frost. In this way, as time goes by, the enemy will slowly turn into an ice sculpture. Of course, most of her attack moves were learned from Chun Fan. It can be seen from the ice spear in his hand. The far right side of the island. The golden giant has been suppressing the short old man continuously. At this time, The short old man could only keep avoiding, and the ground had completely turned into gold. It could be said that if the fight continues like this, the baker will not be able to last long. On the far left side of the island, Quinn has fully transformed into a beast, but it is useless. He is still suppressed by Bradley. There are serious wounds on his body. It will be delicious to make you into food. Bradley flicked his bangs. Then he raised his hands upward, and suddenly 2 boulders several hundred meters in size were thrown towards Quinn at extremely fast speeds. With a look of horror and no time to dodge, Quinn's head was covered with armed domineering force, and he pushed forward suddenly. Bang! His head, covered with armed domineering energy, hit the 2 boulders. Although he had armed domineering power, Quinn still felt dizzy. Iron-headed, may be used to describe him. Before he could recover, Bradley's attack had already followed. Bradley was seen waving his right foot, and slashes burst out. Facing this violent storm of slashes, Quinn could not avoid it at all, and his face looked extremely ugly. Boom! Fierce explosions continued to sound, and the ground cracked open. Quinn, who withstood the blow, had hideous wounds on his body, some of which were deep enough to show the bones, which looked particularly scary. Beast Kaido above the sky. Looking below, his crew members were completely suppressed, and their injuries were already serious. He was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. How could he not be suppressed? The destructive thunder continued to cause injuries on Kaido's body. At this moment, Kaido of the 100 Beasts had extremely hideous wounds on his body, which were scorched black, and there was still thunder left on the wounds. The whole thing looked bloody and bloody. It could be said that Kaido of the 100 Beasts, if it had been for other people with such serious injuries, they would have lost their fighting ability a long time ago. Weak people are absolutely pathetic. Chun Fan looked cold and condescending, with black thunder shining all over his body, 9 black dragons entwining behind him. Looking at Kaido with eyes filled with disdain. Lousy is going to kill you. How has Kaido of all beasts ever been looked at with such eyes? How has he ever experienced such humiliation? The next second, he transformed into a human dragon form again. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido of the Beasts held the thorn iron rod tightly in his hand. Dark red thunder flashed. Conqueror's domineering energy gathered in it, and the stick wrapped in Conqueror's domineering power slashed hard towards Chun Fan. Destroy the Brontosaurus. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and he stretched his right hand forward. In an instant, the 9 black dragons rushed out, seeming to destroy everything in the world, and thunder flashed around them. Boom! Kaido's club collided fiercely with the 9 dark dragons, causing an atmospheric roar and an explosion like a nuclear bomb. All of a sudden, Beast Kaido was swallowed up and drowned by these 9 ferocious dark thunder dragons. Dust was everywhere, and as the smoke dissipated, Kaido of the 100 Beasts was breathing heavily, and there were more hideous wounds on his body. It can be said that in this confrontation, he was completely at a disadvantage. At this moment, Kaido's face showed solemnity. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. No matter in terms of strength or all aspects, he was suppressed. The battle has been going on for almost 2 hours now, and it can be said that he has no chance of winning. You seem to be thinking about how to win, but the absolute gap between you and me cannot be bridged by any strategy. Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference. He waved the thunder spear in his hand, and the next second, his body disappeared from the spot. Thunder speed. In Kaido's sight, he could only see a black thunder rushing towards him. Not daring to hesitate, Kaido rushed forward waving the iron rod in his hand. Boom! The thunder spear and the thorn iron rod collided fiercely. The situation changed, and the roar of the atmosphere continued to sound. Under the collision, Kaido's huge body fell back, while the thunderous figure kept approaching. The close combat was fierce and blood was spilled on the ground. Chun Fan completely took the lead. The destructive thunder continued to destroy everything, leaving scars on Kaido's huge body. Lousy is immortal. Kaido's eyes were full of extreme anger. He waved the iron rod in his hand and smashed it down hard. Thunder shines, really? A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips. He swung his thunder spear upwards, and the dark thunder raged. Boom! Under the fierce collision, Kaido felt as if he had hit a boulder, and his entire body flew backwards. When he just stabilized his body, a thunderbolt appeared behind him. Chun Fan's right foot was like a giant pillar, as black as ink, with thunder wrapped around it, and he lifted it up towards Kaido of the Beasts. There was no time to dodge, and with Kaido's surprised look on his face, he was kicked directly, and his whole body fell like a meteorite. Boom! Suddenly the landslide and the ground cracked, gravel flew everywhere, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. In the dust, Kaido of the 100 Beasts slowly stood up. At this moment, his body was shaky, with scars all over his body, and a huge drain on his physical strength. Even Kaido's monster-like body is about to reach its limit. The expressions on the faces of the other officers of the Beast Pirates who were fighting were even more shocked. They didn't expect that Chun Fan's strength had reached such a terrifying level. In less than 2 hours, he would beat their captain like this. The strength of this destruction is really unimaginable. Chun Fan, who was above him, was wrapped in the thunder of destruction, and 9 dark thunder dragons reappeared behind him. He just stood proudly in the sky, with a playful expression in his eyes. He held the thunder spear and pointed it directly at Kaido. Your life will end today. The next moment, dark thunder shone, and Chun Fan turned into a black stream of light, rushing down. Don't tell Lousy this. Lousy is immortal. Kaido of the 100 Beasts had a ferocious expression on his face as he forcibly tightened his grip on the thorn iron rod in his hand. Even if his physical injuries are almost reaching the limit now, so what? In Kaido's heart, even if Chun Fan defeats him, he can't break his protective shield. Unfortunately, he was too confident. Kaido of all beasts transformed into a full beast again, transforming into a huge blue dragon and charging straight up. Boom! In an instant, the dark thunder collided fiercely with the giant Cyan Dragon. The roar of the atmosphere sounded, the clouds dispersed, and an explosion like a nuclear bomb appeared. Under this blow, the huge green dragon's body fell back again. Chun Fan waved his thunder wings, the dark thunder shone, and his body immediately disappeared in place. The thunder spear in his hand stabbed straight out. Under Kaido's surprised expression, with a swipe, blood spurted out, and a 1-meter-long gash appeared on the Qinglong's body. The bones were deep, and it looked particularly scary. You died a lousy. Kaido, who was extremely angry because of the pain, grabbed Chun Fan with his sharp claws. With an expression full of indifference, and without any thought of evasion, Chun Fan pierced out with the thunder spear in his hand containing the thunder of destruction. Clang! Under the fierce collision, blood flowed out, and a big gash appeared in Kaido's claws, with black thunder still remaining on it. Roar! Kaido then wailed, and the wailing sound was loud. The crew members of the Beast Pirates below could all hear it. Although the battle is not over yet, they can already feel a hint of despair. They knew in their hearts that whether it was the battle between Kaido and Chun Fan or the battle between them and the Thor Pirates, they would all be at a disadvantage. If there are no accidents in this battle, it will most likely be the end of the Beast Pirates. There was thunder and lightning in the sky. Lousy is going to kill you, kill you. At this moment, how can Kaido of the 100 Beasts still be domineering? He is completely like a madman. Hot breath. He opened his ferocious mouth, and in an instant, a line of red energy condensed in front of his mouth, and then a pillar of fire of several 100 meters erupted, as if to burn everything around him, moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. Chun Fan jetted away. Madness is the precursor to death. Chun Fan had a sneer on his lips, and the thunder wings behind him covered it. Without any thought of evading, Chun Fan directly wanted to use his thunder wings to hold the flame giant pillar. Boom! This giant pillar of flame directly bombarded Chun Fan's wings and burned for nearly 10 seconds. Smoke rose everywhere, and the giant pillar of flame dissipated. But Chun Fan slowly opened his thunder wings. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, this powerful blow did not cause any injury to him. Chun Fan waved his wings, and the remaining flames dispersed. Looking at this scene, Kaido the Beast couldn't help but widen his eyes. Tornado! Immediately afterwards, the huge green dragon roared forward, and the roar of the dragon sounded instantly. This terrifying sound wave even caused the entire sea to become turbulent. Subsequently, Kaido used this sound wave to release thunder and restraint, and the huge dragon body made a circular rotation like a top. Tornadoes burst out, possessing the power to cut through all things and rush towards it. Facing these tornadoes, Chun Fan's expression was still full of calm. Endless thunder punishment. Chun Fan raised his right hand upwards, and in an instant, dark clouds filled the sky. Tsitsizi, the roar of thunder sounded, and then dark thunders of destruction fell from the sky and rushed directly towards the tornadoes. Boom! The thunder that destroyed everything and the tornado that cut everything collided together like a vast ocean. The roar of the atmosphere sounded. The sky was divided, and clouds generated by the explosion continued to appear. Then the two attacks dissipated between heaven and earth. Jiang Sanshur Inai Luo. Kaido was no longer surprised when he saw that his attack was easily blocked again. Even if he had noticed that Chun Fan was stronger than him, as an emperor, how could he admit defeat so easily? The huge green dragon's body once again transformed into a dragon-like state. He jumped high into the air, twirled his iron rod, wrapped Conqueror's domineering energy around the iron rod, and swung it towards Chun Fan, causing black lightning to flow out. It's just a dying struggle. The thunder spear in Chun Fan's hand pierced out, and his entire body turned into a thunder dragon. Dark red thunder flashes. Conqueror's domineering energy entwines within it. Bang bang. In an instant, the thunder spear and the thorn iron rod collided together like meteorites. The sky was divided, the clouds receded, and circles of air waves spread out. In particular, Conqueror's domineering confrontation caused countless thunders, and the black and white aura filled the surroundings. Kaido, who transformed into a dragon, still flew backwards with his huge body under this blow and stopped several hundred meters away. Before he could stabilize his figure, the dark thunder appeared behind him. Chun Fan stabbed out with a spear. This spear contained the power of destruction. It was extremely dark and sparkling with thunder. Kaido didn't dare to hesitate, and threw his left fist back heavily, covered with armed domineering and as black as ink. Boom! As the fist collided with the thunder spear, the atmosphere burst open, and Kaido's body flew out again. Afterwards, Chun Fan caught up with him. Above the sky, a scene of black light chasing the cyan light was staged. The green streamer was being hit continuously, and Kaido's injuries were getting more and more serious. Too weak, not strong enough. You can't give me a sense of oppression, Kaido. Chun Fan's face began to look a little ferocious. He raised his right foot high, like a giant pillar, and kicked it down with the thunder of destruction. Kaido had no time to dodge this kick, and blocked it with his arms in front of him, covered with a military-colored hairstyle. The sound of fighting and fighting sounded. After the collision, Kaido immediately felt like he was hit by a huge mountain. Then, the whole body fell straight down like a cannonball. Boom! A few seconds later, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and circles of air waves spread out. Countless dust flew up, and boulders flew everywhere. Kaido, who was hit to the ground again, shook his body this time and stood up again. The whole body was covered in blood and flesh with hideous wounds. Those who didn't know it thought he was a bloody man. It can be said that this is Kaido, and it is basically impossible for others to stand up. Looking at the dark and destructive thunder above, Kaido felt the danger of death for the first time, but an expression of excitement appeared on his face. He still didn't believe, that Chun Fan could break his defense. So what if I lose? In a battle of this level, I will become stronger next time. Above the sky, dark thunder was shining, and the entire sky was filled with destructive thunder. This scene is like the end of the world. 9 dark dragons appeared behind Chun Fan. It's over. I'm the only one in heaven and on earth. Chun Fan's expression was full of extreme indifference, and his pupils seemed so cold that they could freeze everything. The next second, the power of thunder continuously gathered on the thunder spear, carrying 9 dark thunder dragons, and Chun Fan stabbed straight down. It's not that simple to let Lousy lose. Thunder 8 trigrams. Although his body and stamina are almost reaching their limits, Kaido of the 100 Beasts cannot give up easily. He held the thorn iron rod tightly in his hand, and his internal organs were beating. Conqueror's domineering energy was wrapped around it, and his whole body suddenly flew up and rushed towards the sky. Boom! In an instant, a man and a dragon collided fiercely in midair, and the thunder spear and the thorn iron rod also collided together, creating a sound like an explosion like a meteorite. The 9 dark thunder dragons drowned Kaido of the Beasts in an instant, smashing him down hard, and the roar of the atmosphere continued to sound. Boom! The surface exploded, and the entire island seemed to be falling apart at this moment. A deep pit of more than 1,000 meters appeared on the ground. Dust and gravel flew everywhere. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the deep pit, and everyone had a tacit understanding to stop attacking at this time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, as the smoke dissipates. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was lying in the ruins, with all the thorns and iron rods in his hands falling off. The whole person also fell into a deep sleep, but a red protective shield immediately appeared on his body. Seeing their captain losing and the towering figure of thunder, at this moment, everyone in the Beast Pirates felt desperate. However, they still held on to the last glimmer of hope, because they knew that their captain's red protective shield would not be broken so easily. Then, they looked at Chun Fan again, and they were a little worried in case Chun Fan could really break the protective shield. 5 billion volts. Thunder Unicorn. At this moment, Chun Fan was above the sky, his whole body shining with thunder of destruction, and the power of dark thunder continued to erupt, converging on the thunder spear. Under the gaze of everyone, Chun Fan held the thunder spear and transformed into a thunder unicorn. It seemed to destroy everything in the world and smash down towards the red protective shield below. A few seconds later, boom! The thunder unicorn hit the red protective shield heavily. A violent explosion sounded. Huge rocks flew up, and ripples spread out in circles. The red protective cover also began to crack continuously, 10%, 50%, 70%. At this moment, both the members of the Thor Pirates and the Beast Pirates were looking at each other nervously. Everyone in the Thor Pirates naturally thought that their captain could break this protective shield. As for the members of the Beast Pirates, they have another idea and must not break it. 80%, 90%, the shattering of the protective cover continues. 95%, but at 95%. The red protective cover stopped breaking, and the next second, the red protective cover returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Beast Pirates breathed a sigh of relief. If this red protective shield is broken, it means the end of their captain's life, then they will truly lose. On the other side, everyone in the Thor Pirates felt a little regretful. It was obvious that 95% of the red protective shield had been broken, but only 5% was missing. It also means that there is little strength, which is a pity. In their hearts, the protective shield of Kaido is so powerful that even the terrifying power of their own captain cannot break it. Just when the crews on both sides were about to continue fighting, Chun Fan looked at the red protective shield and said slowly, "Can I break it even with 90% of my strength?" "Then try with all your strength." A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and then he waved his thunder wings and flew straight into the sky. Hearing these words, everyone in the Beast Pirates looked a little ugly. They didn't expect that Chun Fan's move just now was not performed with all his strength. 90% of the power has broken through 95% of their captain's protective shield. What if we go all out? Isn't it really possible? break their captain's protective shield. When everyone in the Beast Pirates thought of this, they immediately looked nervously at Chun Fan above the sky. As for the people in the Thor Pirates, their faces were full of excitement. They believed that their captain would be able to break this protective shield. With an expression full of indifference, Chun Fan was in the sky above, and the destructive thunder in his body was constantly rioting. 7 billion volts, world-destroying Thunder Dragon. As Chun Fan raised his right hand forward, the 9 dark Thunder Dragons conceived behind him rushed downwards at the same time. These thousands of meters long Thunder Dragons merged into one in midair. Containing the power to destroy all things, the tens of thousands of meters of Dark Dragon attacked the red protective cover. The power of this attack seems to be really stronger than that of the Thunder Unicorn. Jin felt something was wrong, so he transformed into a huge pterosaur and wanted to rush over to stop the attack. However, how could Bud, who was beside him, let him stop it? If you want to go there, had you asked me? A smile appeared on the corner of Bud's mouth, and his huge wings were covered with cyan hurricanes, and he slapped Jin heavily. Get out of my way. Jin's wings were also burning with flames, shooting straight out. Bang, bang. The hurricane collided with the flames, and the wings collided together. Under this blow, Jin and Bard fell back tens of meters. When Jin was stopped, the Dark Dragon had already blasted towards the protective shield. As for the others, there was no time to stop them, and it was impossible for Lafitte and others to let them stop them. Boom! Below the island, a violent explosion sounded. Huge rocks flew up directly, and the Dark Dragon bombarded the red protective cover. Cracks appeared in the protective cover instantly, and they spread faster than before. 40%, 50%, 70%, 90%. Everyone looked at it nervously. They all wanted to know, will this red protective shield really be broken? 95%. This is already the limit that Thunder Chilin can reach, but the attack Chun Fan is using now is stronger. 97%, 98%, 99%. Crack. 100%. The red protective shield was shattered. Beast Kaido was seriously injured, and his huge body was no longer protected. Everyone in the Beast Pirates were shocked when they saw this scene, with a trace of despair in their eyes. They didn't expect that their captain's protective shield would really be broken. As the red protective shield shattered, Kaido of the 100 Beasts unexpectedly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that there was no red protective shield around him. His face turned extremely ugly for a moment, and he raised his head to look at Chun Fan above. Kaido of the 100 Beasts tried to stand up with a struggle, but the huge injuries inside his body prevented him from moving at all. I said, "You'll die here today." Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference, and then he dropped the Thunder Spear in his hand. The Black Thunder Spear, containing destructive power, stabbed Kaido's head. Feeling the threat of death for the first time, Hayakushi Kaido was frightened, and his eyes showed fear, an emotion he had never seen before. The other officers of the Beast Pirates wanted to stop it, but there was no way they could do it, especially Jin, desperately trying to break away from Bard. But, with Bard's strength, how could it be possible for him to break free easily? No! Under Jin's unwilling shouting, and under Kaido's desperate look. Is this what death feels like? The Thunder Spear pierced Kaido's head. In an instant, blood shot out of Kaido's huge head, his pupils widened, and he couldn't die anymore. Seeing Kaido, who was known as the undead creature, die in Chun Fan's hands. The officers of the Beast Pirates still feel like they are in a dream. No way, the captain can't die. Jin looked even more crazy. What's impossible? Our captain is the strongest in the world. A smile appeared on Bud's lips, and then the sharp claws containing the cyan hurricane grabbed Jin. Jin, who was distracted by Kaido's death, had no time to escape. With a tearing sound, Jin's right wing was torn off, and blood spurted out. Ah! The sound of wailing immediately started. Afterwards, Bard could not let Jin go like this, and then waved his cyan wings and attacked Jin crazily. At this moment, scars began to appear on Jin's body. Below, the cadres of the Beast Pirates were in the same situation. Kaido's death made them lose their will to fight. They knew that in this battle, all the beast pirates would be wiped out. Everyone breaks out. Charlotte Katakuri shouted. He knew very well that if the fight continued, everyone would have to stay here. You have to find a way to run. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Thunderworld. Facing the cadres of the beast pirates who were about to escape, Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference, and there was a sense of killing in his body. Then, the 9 dark thunder dragons behind him rushed towards the surroundings. In an instant, a radius of 10,000 meters was covered with thunder, and these thunders gathered into a giant thunder net. Covering tens of thousands of meters in radius, it could be said that half of Cake Island is covered. Those pirates who were lucky enough to break away from the beast pirates looked at the giant thunder net. They attacked desperately, trying to see if they could break through this giant thunder net. Unfortunately, it has no effect. Chun Fan's move is similar to Doflamingo's birdcage, except that it is more powerful and harder to destroy. At this moment, the officers of the beast pirates were filled with despair, especially Cracker and his group. They looked at Chun Fan with angry but helpless eyes. In this battle, there was no doubt whether they could survive, let alone seek revenge from Chun Fan. The captains of the Thor pirates naturally have no idea of showing mercy. He burst out with all his strength and began to slaughter. As time passed, the pirates of the beast pirates fell one by one. At this moment, on the other side, in the holy land of Marihoa, in a forbidden area, a pair of eyes filled with majesty and dominance opened. Interesting. Is my experiment dead? It seems that this world is more interesting than I thought. After saying this, the eyes closed again. This existence that has ruled the world for 800 years seems to be bound, or it cannot be awake all the time. Cake Island. 10 minutes later, half of the tall baker's body was torn apart, and he was deader than dead. After 15 minutes, the bravest Jack was completely turned into an ice sculpture. Then, Monet waved the ice spear in his hand. The ice spear stabbed straight down at the ice sculpture. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered, and Jack's huge body turned into pieces, deader than dead. 16 minutes later, Jean, who was extremely angry, was lying on the ground dying, with both of his arms broken. However, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chun Fan, as if he was determined to avenge Kaido the Beast, even if he had only one last breath left. You dare to look at my captain? You are really looking for death. Bard was extremely angry. His huge body rushed down, and a green hurricane condensed on his wings. With Jin's unwilling look on his face, his head was directly cut off by the green wings, turning him into a headless corpse. Then, he watched as Jin stared at his captain before he died. Bard simply flapped his wings, and a green hurricane burst out, directly turning Jin's head into pieces of flesh and blood. 17 minutes later. At this moment, Smoothie was pierced by a scepter, a bloody hole appeared on his chest, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was deader than dead. Watching his sister's death, Cracker, who was seriously injured, rushed towards Lafitte like a madman. He swung the sword in his hand and smashed it down heavily at Lafitte. Unfortunately, just as he was about to encounter Lafitte, a portal appeared and Lafitte immediately disappeared into the air. Come out, I'm going to kill you. Cracker's face looked extremely ferocious. Really? How to kill me? The next second, Lafitte's voice appeared behind him, and the scepter in his hand stabbed towards his back. Before he could react, Cracker's body was pierced. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He waved the sword in his hand and wanted to give Lafitte a blow before he died. Unfortunately, Lafitte pulled out the scepter in his hand and stepped back. He dodged the sword easily, and Cracker fell to the ground in pain. In just a few seconds, life was lost. Charlotte Katakuri, who was watching all this, was almost going crazy. Smoothie Cracker. Charlotte Katakuri roared like crazy, and then attacked Hawkeye Mihawk desperately. But it was of no use. His hard power was still inferior to Mihawk, and he was also seriously injured after fighting for so long. Mihawk saw Charlotte Katakuri rushing towards him like a wild beast, and he just swung the supreme sword in his hand, the Black Blade Knight. A sword energy burst out and swept towards Charlotte Katakuri at an extremely fast speed. Without any thought of dodging, Charlotte Katakuri swung the trident in her hand, and balls of rice cakes gathered on it. Clang! A fierce collision sounded, and circles of air waves spread out. Charlotte Katakuri forcibly blocked the sword energy, and the earth cracked.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.